For over 70 years, Toku has shaped pop culture around the world. From giant monsters and costumed heroes, to the stories that define generations. This video includes the complete chronological history of Toku, told year by year from 1954 to today, featuring Godzilla, Ultraman, Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, Power Rangers, Metal Hero, GARO, and more. This is a single continuous timeline meant to be explored and revisited at your own pace. This is the complete history of Toku. In 1954, Godzilla debuted with the dark and suspenseful original film that would revolutionize live-action entertainment throughout the world. This story showcases a series of shipwrecks leading to Godzilla emerging and unleashing absurd levels of destruction upon Japan, causing viewers to confront the true cost of nuclear power. This original Godzilla project was directly inspired by the 1954 Lucky Dragon No. 5 incident, where a Japanese fishing crew was contaminated by US hydrogen bomb testing. This unique premise took the world by storm. This film also featured Takashi Shimura, who was featured in several Akira Kurosawa projects, and this was an excellent cast overall. The film's special effects director was none other than Eiji Tsuburaya, innovator of the suitmation style of filmmaking and future creator of the Ultra franchise, which continued forward with many of the aspects of Godzilla. The Godzilla suit weighed 200 pounds, or about 90 kilograms, and was so hot inside with poor ventilation that Godzilla's suit actor Haruo Nakajima could only last a few minutes before needing a break. In Japan, audiences took the film seriously as an anti-nuclear war film, where supposedly a lot of people cried in the theater due to it being presented as a nuclear horror film, rather than a simple monster movie.
Godzilla, King of the Monsters! Incredible Titan of Terror!
In America, the film was re-edited and re-released as Godzilla King of the Monsters with Raymond Burr added. The film was a massive box office success in Japan and internationally, grossing over 183 million yen, a record for Toho at the time. Its success spawned the entire kaiju boom of the 1950s and 60s and established Toho as the global leader in special effects filmmaking. Going forward, Toho would immediately start work on sequels. After the success of the original film, Toho released Godzilla Raids Again in 1955, continuing with the dark, serious tone of the first movie. The story follows two pilots who accidentally discover Godzilla on a remote island as he battles a new monster, Anguirus. This marked the first monster vs. monster conflict in the franchise, laying the foundation for future kaiju showdowns. Eiji Tsuburaya returned as special effects director, further refining the suitmation techniques introduced in the first film. Haruo Nakajima portrayed Godzilla once again, working inside another heavy suit to bring the creature's weight and presence to life. Katsumi Tezuka played Anguirus, giving the new monster a fierce and animalistic personality. Their battles were filmed among detailed miniature cities, providing scale and adding realism to the destruction. The tone remained somber, focused on post-war anxiety and the destructive consequences of nuclear power. The film performed well in Japan, but its US release was heavily altered and retitled Gigantus the Fire Monster, which removed a lot of the emotional weight and darker themes. Godzilla Raids Again is notable for expanding the Godzilla universe and proving that the franchise had long-term storytelling potential. From here, Toho began developing a larger world of kaiju, leading directly into the monster crossover films that would define the series for decades. In 1962, Toho brought two cinematic giants together for the first time with King Kong vs. Godzilla, a film that marked a major turning point in the franchise. The story follows a media corporation that brings King Kong to Japan as a publicity stunt, only for him to collide with Godzilla when he reawakens. This project was the definition of an unstoppable force meeting the immovable object. This movie features the return of Eiji Tsuburaya's special effects, leaning into a more colorful, larger-than-life tone compared to the darker early entries. Haruo Nakajima continued portraying Godzilla, while Shoichi Hirose performed inside the King Kong suit. Their suitmation duel was designed to feel heavy and chaotic, taking place across mountains, cities, and eventually Mount Fuji itself. The film also reshaped Godzilla's identity moving forward. Instead of just being a symbol of nuclear horror, Godzilla was on his way to becoming a titan of pop culture, capable of starring in grand monster battles and crossover events. King Kong vs. Godzilla became the highest-grossing Godzilla film in Japan at the time, further displaying the franchise's commercial power. Its success directly inspired Toho to continue leaning into its shared monster universe approach, leading to the Showa-era's ensemble films and the rise of franchise icons like Mothra, Ghidorah, and Rodan. In 1964, Toho released Mothra vs. Godzilla, widely regarded as one of the strongest entries in the early Godzilla series. The film begins with a giant egg washing ashore after a typhoon, which a greedy corporation attempts to exploit. When Godzilla emerges once again, two tiny priestesses called Shobijin plead for humanity to return the egg so Mothra can protect it. This ultimately leads to a clash between Godzilla and Mothra. Haruo Nakajima continued portraying Godzilla, bringing a heavier, more animalistic performance to the role this time. Mothra was brought to life by a combination of puppetry, wirework, and detailed miniature effects to make for a completely unique monster. Eiji Tsuburaya's team put a lot of care into the destruction sequences, especially Godzilla tearing through industrial Japan. This film reintroduced Godzilla as a powerful, fearsome antagonist, contrasting him with Mothra's role as a heroic protector. It also deepened the shared universe by tying together storylines from previous Godzilla entries, further solidifying Toho's interconnected kaiju world. Mothra vs. Godzilla was a critical and commercial success, remembered for its emotional weight and one of the most impressive monster battles of the Showa era. Its strong reception encouraged Toho to continue exploring monster alliances and rivalries, paving the way for the films that would define the rest of the era. Later in 1964, Toho widened the scope of its kaiju universe with Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, which introduced King Ghidorah, who would become one of Godzilla's most iconic adversaries. The story follows a princess who warns of global catastrophe just as a meteorite hatches into the golden three-headed space dragon Ghidorah. This film saw Godzilla transition from a destructive villain into a reluctant protector. Haruo Nakajima again portrayed Godzilla, while Rodan returned with updated effects. King Ghidorah's portrayal combined wire-controlled heads, impressive costume design, and pyrotechnics, creating a monster that felt otherworldly and overwhelming. The Shobijin once again served as emotional anchors of the story. Eiji Tsuburaya's special effects team delivered ambitious choreography, emphasizing the personality of these characters. Godzilla and Rodan's early conflict, followed by their eventual alliance, set the foundation for Godzilla's evolution into a heroic figure throughout the rest of the Showa era. This film was both a commercial and narrative milestone. It introduced Godzilla's arch-nemesis, expanded the kaiju roster into an interconnected mythology, and it proved that audiences were interested in seeing a world with recurring characters instead of just coming for monsters fighting. From here forward, Godzilla's films leaned confidently into ensemble storytelling, setting the stage for the massive kaiju team-up films that followed. In 1965, Toho expanded the Godzilla universe into full science fiction territory with Invasion of Astro Monster. The story follows astronauts who make contact with an alien race from Planet X, who claim they need help defeating King Ghidorah. Godzilla and Rodan are transported into space to help them, but the aliens soon reveal a plan to control all three monsters and conquer Earth. Haruo Nakajima once again performed as Godzilla, with more expressive movements and personality. The film also starred American actor Nick Adams, whose enthusiastic performance helped market the movie internationally. King Ghidorah returned as the central threat, brought to life by complex wirework and synchronized suit acting to make the monster's eerie, otherworldly presence come to life. This film marks one of the earliest examples of Godzilla being framed as a cultural icon rather than just a destructive force. The moment where Godzilla performed a victory pose became a famous pop cultural image, reflecting the franchise's gradual shift towards lighter, more fantasy-focused storytelling during the Showa era. Invasion of Astro Monster was successful both in Japan and overseas, once again proving that Godzilla could thrive in global markets. The success encouraged Toho to continue blending sci-fi elements with monster combat in an ongoing continuity, leading directly into the absolutely loaded kaiju films that defined the late 1960s and 1970s. Back in 1966, Japan was introduced to Ultra Q, a precursor to the Ultraman franchise that was very reminiscent of the Twilight Zone, but with the addition of kaiju. Produced by Tsuburaya Productions, this unique show would run for 28 episodes and would feature mini kaiju that would reappear and lay the foundation for the Ultraman franchise in the future. Ultra Q would air in black and white, and this early show featured regular people fighting against tons of kaiju. Despite the show being made pretty well, something was missing: a hero. After learning lessons with Ultra Q and improving on the formula, Tsuburaya would deliver the legendary original Ultraman series. Despite not being an official sequel series, this show would take what worked well within Ultra Q, like the kaiju, but would dial up the action with the addition of our hero from the Land of Light, Ultraman. This show followed the adventures of SSSP, or the Science Special Search Party, as they investigate and battle against kaiju. Shin Hayata, a member of SSSP, would transform into Ultraman and battle against these kaiju. Hailing from the Land of Light, Ultraman would employ a variety of different attacks and abilities while in combat, including his iconic arm beam. This legendary series nailed the Ultra formula, and for Tsuburaya Productions, there was no looking back. In 1966, Toho placed Godzilla into a tropical adventure with Ebirah, Horror of the Deep. The story centers on a group of men searching for a missing brother who stumble upon a secret terrorist organization on a remote island. When they awaken Godzilla to help them escape, he ends up battling Ebirah, a giant sea monster that guards the island's coastline. Unlike the urban destruction settings in previous projects, most of the film takes place on beaches, jungles, and open water, giving the kaiju action a different visual style than usual. Haruo Nakajima returned once again as Godzilla, while the giant lobster-like Ebirah was brought to life through detailed suit design and underwater miniature work. The shift in environment allowed Eiji Tsuburaya's effects team to experiment with new techniques, particularly water-based combat and unique set pieces. This movie also features Mothra in a brief but important role, reinforcing the interconnected kaiju universe established in earlier films. The tone continued the trend towards lighter, more adventurous storytelling, with Godzilla portrayed more as a reluctant hero rather than just a destructive monster. While Ebirah, Horror of the Deep didn't reach the same critical heights as earlier entries, it was financially successful and showed that Godzilla films could explore new genres and formats. This experimentation helped keep the franchise fresh, setting the tone for the more playful and fantasy-focused direction of the late Showa era. In 1967, Toho introduced a surprising new direction for the franchise with Son of Godzilla. The story takes place on an island, where a group of scientists attempt a weather control experiment. Their testing awakens Godzilla and leads to the discovery of Minilla, a young Godzilla-like creature. As giant insects and the monstrous mantis Kamakuras threaten the island, Godzilla steps into an unexpected role: protector and parent. The Minilla suit and puppetry gave the film a softer look, while Kumonga, the massive spider kaiju, was animated through intricate wirework and mechanical rigging, showcasing Eiji Tsuburaya's team's experimentation with new creature movement styles. The tone marked a clear move by Toho towards family-friendly adventure. While some longtime viewers were surprised by the gentler storytelling, the film resonated with younger audiences and became a foundational entry in depicting Godzilla as a heroic and sympathetic figure rather than a symbol of terror. Son of Godzilla helped solidify the franchise's broader appeal and demonstrated Toho's willingness to evolve Godzilla to match cultural shifts of the late 1960s. This direction paved the way for the more colorful, team-focused kaiju films that would define the next stage of the Showa era. Following on the heels of the original Ultraman series was Ultraman Monster Movie Feature, the first film release in the Ultra franchise. The majority of footage in this film was reused footage from the Ultraman series, albeit with various tweaks, like certain scenes being in black and white. In theaters, it was screened alongside a Toho film called King Kong Escapes. In 1967, Japan was treated to the exciting follow-up of Ultraman in Ultra 7. This series would follow Dan Moroboshi, who would transform into Ultra 7 and fight alongside the Ultra Garrison against various kaiju. Ultra 7's design was heavily influenced by Mayan culture and was originally intended to feature blue on his costume, but it was changed to red in order to prevent issues with the special effects process. This show featured capsule monsters, and the creator of Pokemon, Satoshi Tajiri, once said that Pokeballs were inspired by the capsule monsters from Ultra 7. In 1968, Toho delivered one of the most ambitious films of the Showa era with Destroy All Monsters. Set in the near future, the world's kaiju are peacefully contained on Monsterland, a controlled island environment. When an alien race called the Kilaks seizes control of the monsters, they unleash Godzilla, Rodan, Mothra, Anguirus, and others upon major cities worldwide. Eventually, humanity fights back, freeing the monsters just in time for them to unite against King Ghidorah in a climactic final battle. This film brought together nearly every major kaiju introduced up to that point, making it a milestone crossover well before shared universes became common. Haruo Nakajima once again portrayed Godzilla, delivering a commanding presence amid large-scale team-based monster choreography. The effects work featured massive miniature cityscapes, coordinated wire puppetry, and multi-suit action sequences, showcasing the peak of Eiji Tsuburaya's suitmation style. Destroy All Monsters was originally intended to serve as the grand finale of the franchise, wrapping up years of interconnected storylines and character arcs. The film was a commercial success and became a fan favorite, especially internationally. Its legacy shaped how future Godzilla crossover films would be structured, proving once again that the kaiju ensemble format had undeniable staying power. In 1969, Toho released All Monsters Attack, a film aimed primarily at younger audiences during a period when the studio was facing tighter budgets. The story follows a young boy named Ichiro who escapes from his mundane life by dreaming about Monster Island. There, he befriends Minilla, and the film parallels their journeys, blending real-world struggles with kaiju fantasy as Godzilla teaches Minilla how to fight back against bullies like the monster Gabara. Much of the monster footage in the film was reused from earlier entries, particularly Son of Godzilla and Ebirah Horror of the Deep, due to financial limitations. However, Haruo Nakajima still provided new scenes that emphasized Godzilla's protective and mentor-like role. While All Monsters Attack was met with mixed reception, especially from older fans, it resonated strongly with children and reflected the culture of the late 1960s Japan. Over time, the film gained appreciation for its unique place in the franchise as the most explicitly character-driven entry of the era. This film showed that Godzilla could adapt to different tones and audiences. In 1970, Tsuburaya released Ultra Fight, a daily TV series based solely around Ultra's fighting. Each episode of the series was only 2.5 minutes long and even featured play-by-play from Jiro Yamada, a professional sports announcer. Ultra Fight was a unique idea that proved Tsuburaya was willing to think outside of the box. In 1971, Tsuburaya released the first non-Ultra superhero series in Mirror Man. Though not an Ultra series, Mirror Man is worth including here because he functions as an opposite to Ultraman, being darker and more drama-focused. 1971's Return of Ultraman marked the fourth series in the Ultra franchise, and it would combine the worlds of Ultra Q, Ultraman, and Ultra 7 into a single connected universe. Hideki Go, our main protagonist in the series, was a race car driver and a member of MATS, or the Monster Attack Team. Hideki would transform into Ultraman Jack, also known as New Ultraman. Return of Ultraman would serve as the 5-year anniversary of the franchise, while also further defining the Ultraman formula even more going forward. In 1971, Kamen Rider was born with the iconic original series, starring two main protagonists in Takeshi and Hayato, as they would take on Shocker and later Gale Shocker. Unlike modern-day seasons of Kamen Rider, this series ran for a whopping 98 episodes. And we would start with the story of Takeshi Hongo, a college student who was turned into a cyborg by Shocker, but they were unable to fully convert his mind, and he would rebel and battle against them. While filming a motorcycle stunt, Takeshi Hongo's actor Hiroshi Fujioka was injured and had to be replaced. They would replace him by Hayato Ichimonji, played by Takeshi Sasaki, and eventually they would join forces together, becoming the iconic Double Riders. This series set iconic tropes, such as Kamen Rider being a cyborg fighting an evil organization, and of course his preferred method of transportation, his rider machine Cyclone. To say that this series was iconic and legendary would be a huge understatement. In 1971, Toho took the Godzilla series in a bold new direction with Godzilla vs. Hedorah. The story introduces Hedorah, a creature that feeds on pollution and grows into a grotesque sludge monster as industrial waste spreads across Japan. As the environment deteriorates and people suffer from toxic smog, Godzilla emerges to confront Hedorah in a battle that becomes a clear warning about the consequences of unchecked pollution. This film stands out visually and stylistically. Director Yoshimitsu Banno incorporated surreal imagery, animated sequences, and darker, almost psychedelic atmosphere inspired by real-world environmental concerns of the era. Haruo Nakajima portrayed Godzilla with renewed intensity, while Hedorah was brought to life through a mix of suit acting, puppetry, and practical effects. Unlike the lighter tone of the films immediately before it, Godzilla vs. Hedorah returned to a more ominous message-driven narrative, similar to the original Godzilla from 1954. The final battle was a sequence that became one of the most memorable moments in the franchise. Over the years, this film earned a cult following for its creativity, strong environmental themes, and willingness to challenge the audience's expectations. But Toho considered the film too experimental, and they quickly pivoted back to a more straightforward style going forward. In 1972, the Godzilla franchise continued forward with Godzilla vs. Gigan, introducing the cyborg kaiju Gigan, who would become one of Godzilla's most famous enemies. The story follows a cartoonist who uncovers a plot by aliens disguised as humans to conquer Earth. They summon King Ghidorah and the newly arrived Gigan to wreak havoc, forcing Godzilla and Anguirus to team up in a massive tag team battle to save the planet. Haruo Nakajima again portrayed Godzilla, bringing physical weight and presence to the choreography. Gigan's design, equipped with a buzzsaw built into his torso and scythe-like claws, added a brutal new combat style to the series. The film made heavy use of city miniatures and explosive destruction effects, giving a lot of impact to the conflict. Anguirus also returned, reinforcing his evolving role as Godzilla's ally. This entry leaned heavily into action-focused storytelling and embraced a more comic book-like tone. The film also features Godzilla and Anguirus communicating through roars that were translated on screen, showing how far the series had moved from the grounded tone of the early projects. Godzilla vs. Gigan was popular with younger audiences, and this project helped further define Godzilla as a heroic character. Gigan's debut added a fresh and visually striking villain to the franchise, leading to future appearances and making him a fan favorite. The film's bold monster design and exciting combat carried the series forward during the early 1970s. Ultraman would continue in 1972 with Ultraman Ace. This series would further develop the shared Ultra universe by heavily featuring all of the previous Ultras up to this point. In this series, two people named Seiji and Yuko utilize Ultra Rings to transform into Ace as they battle kaiju with TAC or the Terrible Monster Attacking Crew. Ace would continue with the trend of high-quality Ultraman seasons, and the franchise showed no signs of slowing down. In 1973, Tsuburaya debuted a new series with an Ultra that would become legendary, Ultraman Taro. Taro follows the adventures of Kotaro Higashi, a man who nearly dies in a plane crash before being rescued by the Ultra Brothers. As a member of ZATS, or Zariba of All Territory, Kotaro would transform into Ultraman Taro. Taro would fight alongside the previous Ultras to form the 6 Ultra Brothers, and would go on to become one of the most famous and recognizable Ultras of all time. Within the Ultra universe, Taro's name means someone courageous who loves justice, as given to him by the father of Ultra, and the signature horns on his head are a feature that he inherited from father as well. Ultraman Taro was a landmark series within the Ultra franchise, and although Taro's story would be retconned in certain ways later on, this show became an essential watch for fans over time. Tsuburaya also released a show in 1973 that wasn't technically an Ultra series, but was a relatively popular spin-off series meant to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Tsuburaya Productions. This show was called Jumborg Ace. Jumborg Ace was a fun Tsuburaya side project that fans enjoyed, despite not being an official Ultra series. In 1973, Toho fully embraced a kid-friendly tone with Godzilla vs. Megalon. The story follows an underground civilization called Seatopia who've become angered by pollution and nuclear testing on the surface world. In retaliation, they unleash Megalon, a giant beetle-like kaiju, to destroy humanity. In order to stop him, a pair of inventors call on Jet Jaguar, a robot who grows into a giant and teams up with Godzilla to battle Megalon and Gigan in a tag team battle. Godzilla fully embraces the hero role, fighting to protect Earth instead of acting as a threat. Jet Jaguar was originally designed through a Toho-sponsored contest for kids. Suitmation choreography was more stylized and exaggerated than usual, with a fun style that was reminiscent of pro wrestling. The film was produced with a lower budget and reused effects shots from earlier movies, but its bright tone, colorful designs, and energetic monster battles made it memorable for audiences. Although Godzilla vs. Megalon received mixed reviews at the time, it eventually gained cult status, especially in Western markets through TV syndication and home video. Its over-the-top charm and lighthearted energy made this project peak 1970s Godzilla. In 1973, Toho created a show called Zone Fighter, revolving around the Zone family, alien defenders from the planet Peaceland who come to Earth to protect humanity from the invading Garatoga aliens. This show was reminiscent of the Ultraman franchise, but featured Godzilla as well as other famous kaiju like Gigan, King Ghidorah, and Megalon. Although this series had a short run, it gained a cult following over the years due to how unique it was. Kamen Rider V3! In 1973, Toei would follow up the success of Kamen Rider with Kamen Rider V3, a direct sequel, featuring returning characters from Kamen Rider. In this series, Shiro Kazami wants to be a cyborg in order to avenge his family that he saw being killed by Destron. He becomes mortally wounded while risking his life to protect the Double Riders. So in return, they turn him into Kamen Rider V3. Kamen Rider V3. This series features Joji Yuki, also known as Rider Man, played by Takahisa Yamaguchi, who has one of the most unique rider suit designs in the franchise, being that his mouth is exposed through his helmet. Our protagonist Shiro is played by Hiroshi Miyauchi, who also played Owl Ranger in Go Ranger, Big One in Jaka, and Chief Counselor Naoyuki Miura in O Ranger, plus multiple seasons of the Metal Hero franchise. This guy is a Toku legend. As far as V3 suit design, it was a natural evolution from the looks of the Double Riders, featuring more red and a slightly more detailed design. In 1974, Toho introduced one of Godzilla's most iconic rivals with Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. The story focuses on strange attacks and omens across Japan that lead to the reveal of Mechagodzilla, a weapon created by alien invaders known as the Black Hole Planet 3 aliens. As panic spreads, Godzilla teams up with King Caesar, a guardian kaiju from Okinawan legend, to stop the mechanical monster before it destroys the world. Mechagodzilla's design and portrayal marked a major evolution in kaiju combat. Unlike Godzilla's natural strength and presence, Mechagodzilla used lasers, missiles, force fields, and heavy artillery built directly into its body. This technology versus nature dynamic created a new type of conflict in the series. Haruo Nakajima had retired at this point, so Godzilla was now performed by Shinji Takagi, who maintained the character's confident, heroic demeanor in his performance. The film blended science fiction and mythology, drawing from real Okinawan cultural influences and contemporary sci-fi aesthetics. The action featured explosive battles, long-range beam duels, and dramatic clashes between these colossal forces, with stylized and dynamic special effects. Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla was a commercial success, and it helped reinvigorate the franchise as it neared its 20th anniversary. Mechagodzilla became an instant icon, returning in multiple eras and continuities. The film's energy and visual spectacle gave Toho the momentum it needed going forward. Premiering in 1974 was Taro's exciting follow-up in Ultraman Leo. This series continued the tradition of high-quality storytelling and cinematography that the Ultraman franchise was becoming known for. Jin Otori is the human form of Ultraman Leo, who comes to Earth from the Leo constellation, Nebula L77. This show features Ultra 7, or his human form, Dan Moroboshi to be more accurate, fighting alongside Gin with the group MAC, or the Monster Attack Crew. This show begins with Leo helping when Ultra 7 becomes critically injured, and this first act would ground Leo firmly within the Ultraverse. Leo was another well-made season, and it had become clear by now that Tsuburaya had perfected their formula.
Kamen Rider X!
1974 was the year of Kamen Rider X, where our main protagonist Keisuke and his father were betrayed by Keisuke's fiancée in order to assist God, the government of darkness, leading Keisuke and his father to become mortally wounded. Keisuke's father, who was a robotics expert, turned Keisuke into a Kaizorg, also known as X Rider or Kamen Rider X, in order to save his life.
Kamen Rider X にセットアップするのだ。
In this series, Keisuke starts as an easygoing character, with the optimism of somebody that's about to get married. But all that is ripped away from him, and he turns into a machine of pure precision and focus. His helmet is meant to look like a skull, and his helmet definitely has a look that calls back to the Skullman manga created by Shotaro Ishinomori. Due to competition from anime on TV at the time, the show had lower ratings than the studio had hoped, and it only lasted 35 episodes. Also in 1974, we had Kamen Rider Amazon. This is the shortest Kamen Rider series ever, and one of the most violent. This show follows Daisuke, who was lost in the Amazon as a child. He was raised by wild animals before eventually being adopted by an Incan tribe. Nearly his entire village would be killed by Golgos, but not before an elder in the tribe performs a ritual to give him the power to become Kamen Rider Amazon. This was an incredibly iconic and unique new look for Kamen Rider, with a helmet design and a suit design that had never been seen before. This was the first rider to not use a belt to Henshin, and the first Kamen Rider series since the original to not have any previous riders returning. This is also the very last main Kamen Rider series that did not have a Sentai season air alongside it. In 1975, Super Sentai would debut, although the series wouldn't be known by that name just yet. Kicking off the series was Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger, translated as Secret Squad 5 Ranger, created by Shotaro Ishinomori, who also created Kamen Rider, and inspired by the legendary 1972 anime Kagaku Ninja Tai Gatchaman. This debut series ran for a massive 84 episodes from 1975 to 1977. In Goranger, a planetary defense organization known as Eagle, or the Earth Guard League, stands against the evil Black Cross Army. After the Black Cross Army destroys many Eagle bases throughout Japan, only 5 members of Eagle remain, and they join together to become Goranger. In their battle against the Black Cross Army, the Gorangers would utilize a variety of different weapons and tools to give themselves the upper hand in battle, and they removed their helmets' visors to produce their individual weapons. They also had motorcycles and an aircraft named Variblun, a precursor to the mecha that would be featured in later seasons. With a likable cast, colorful suits, and cool pieces of equipment, Goranger set the standard for what would become one of the most legendary superhero franchises in the entire world. Go! Go! Being the debut series in Super Sentai, the transformations in Goranger were pretty basic. The Rangers would usually just jump into the air or spin around and say go, instantly donning their respective suits in the blink of an eye. Goranger didn't actually use any transformation device, and this show introduced the concept of a roll call with an epic introduction to this inaugural Sentai team. By today's standards, this was a pretty basic transformation sequence, but I think it was pretty stylish at the same time. In 1975, Toho closed out the Showa era with Terror of Mechagodzilla, a more serious and somber follow-up to the previous film. The story follows a disgraced scientist, Dr. Mafune, who allies with the alien invaders to seek revenge on humanity. They rebuild Mechagodzilla and unleash the powerful aquatic kaiju Titanosaurus, leading to one of Godzilla's most emotionally charged battles as he fights to stop both monsters and prevent global destruction. This film marked the return of Ishiro Honda, the director of the original Godzilla film from 1954, bringing back a weightier tone and a lot of depth to the story. The narrative centers on tragedy, isolation, and the consequences of obsession, reflected through Dr. Mafune and his daughter Katsura, whose tragic connection to Mechagodzilla gives the film one of the darkest character arcs in the franchise. The special effects team refined Mechagodzilla's design, making him look sharper, more imposing, and more expressive. Titanosaurus gave contrast as a character who wasn't inherently evil, but who was manipulated into violence. Godzilla's final battle against both creatures had a raw, physical intensity, emphasizing his struggle to win. Though Terror of Mechagodzilla didn't perform very well at the box office during its original release, it was praised for its strong storytelling and emotional weight. Over time, it became recognized as a powerful and fitting conclusion to the Showa era, closing the chapter on Godzilla before the series went on hiatus. 1975 saw the release of Kamen Rider Stronger, which was originally planned to be the final Kamen Rider series. This show follows Shigeru Joe, whose best friend and mentor Goro is killed by Black Satan. Because of this, Shigeru lets himself get turned into a cyborg, or Kamen Rider Stronger. He meets Yuriko, also known as Electronic Wave Humanoid Tackle, or Denpa Ningen Takud, who is also a cyborg created by Black Satan, and together they would battle Black Satan and later the Delzer army. Electronic Wave Humanoid Tackle isn't technically a Kamen Rider, but she definitely has the look of one, especially the ones from the early Showa era, and she is bug-themed, with Tackle's motif being a ladybug, and she was even created by Black Satan in the same way as Stronger. Unfortunately, the actress Kyoko Okada, who played Electronic Wave Humanoid Tackle, passed away at the age of 27 due to an asthma attack. Shigeru was played by Shigeru Araki, who also passed away in 2012 of pneumonia. This was meant to be called Kamen Rider Spark, but that was trademarked in Japan. However, this would have been a really fitting name due to the show's focus on electricity. And this was the very first Kamen Rider series to have a temporary power-up for the main rider, that being Stronger's Charge Up form. 1977 introduced the world to Jaka, Dengeki Tai, a sequel to Go Ranger that was also created by Shotaro Ishinomori, featuring a playing card motif represented by the J, A, K, and Q on their respective helmets, which of course stands for Jack, Ace, King, and Queen. The series would begin with only 4 members present on the team as they take on criminal organization crime before being led by Big One, the first ever White Ranger later in the series. Due to a lack of popularity, Jaka was cancelled early and the episode count finished at only 35 episodes, making it the shortest season of any official Sentai. Despite the early cancellation of the series, Jaka introduced many tropes and signature aspects of Super Sentai that would go on to be what this iconic franchise would be known for. This was the first series within the franchise to feature transformation devices for the Rangers to Henshin. This was the first series to feature a White Ranger, as I said. This was the first series to feature a skirt for a female ranger. This is one of only 4 teams to not have the word Sentai in their name, and the first Sentai to air in the Philippines, with the name Lucky Aces. 1977's Jaka featured Dummy Jaka, the first evil Sentai. These were crimers that a monster named Devil Scrap used for the purpose of training within the show. They looked like the real Jaka, but they wore crimer masks under their helmets. They only appeared in one episode and never actually faced off with the real Jaka. With 1977's Jaka, Toei put in a bit more effort to show how the team transforms by having the 4 main rangers use powered capsules. Eventually, Jaka would introduce the first White Ranger with Big One, and he would utilize a simple red rose to transform, contrasting with the core group's transformation that was based more in science. With the full squad assembled, Jaka had another cool transformation sequence with just a bit more added flair, although it was nothing compared to what we would see from Sentai in the future. In 1978, Godzilla made the jump to Saturday morning TV with Godzilla the Animated Series, produced by Hanna-Barbera. The show follows a research crew traveling the oceans aboard a ship, accompanied by Godzilla, who can be summoned via a signal device whenever danger arises. This version of Godzilla was redesigned with a more upright posture and softer features. He communicated through recognizable roars and often emerges dramatically from the ocean to rescue the crew. The show also introduced Godzuki, a small, comical relative of Godzilla who provided lighthearted moments and served as a character that younger viewers could connect with. Since this was produced by an American studio rather than Toho, the tone emphasized adventure and teamwork rather than destruction or symbolism. The animation style reflected Hanna-Barbera's established look, and while the action was toned down for children's TV standards, the series helped introduce Godzilla to a new generation of viewers outside Japan. The success of this show expanded Godzilla's global cultural footprint. It's remembered today for its iconic theme song, its strong sense of adventure, and its role in keeping Godzilla relevant during a quieter period in the franchise's history. 1979 was the year of Battle Fever J, a team of international heroes representing various countries and the first season to be known officially as Super Sentai. After Toei worked with Marvel Comics on the Spider-Man Toku series, Battle Fever J would also be produced by Marvel and even featured characters from Marvel such as Miss America. Yes, sir. Each ranger on this team is named after various countries throughout the world, and Battle Fever J would help to solidify the Super Sentai formula going forward, with Battle Fever Robo, their giant mecha, and the first giant robo in Sentai history. Although Battle Fever J wasn't referred to as Super Sentai while on the air, it would later be recognized as the first season of Sentai, and then later on as the third season of Sentai. The origins of the Super Sentai name were pretty messy. Battle Fever J was the first Sentai series to feature a Black Ranger and Orange Ranger. This was also the first series that featured mouths sculpted onto the heroes' helmets. Battle Fever J used a device called the Battle Seaver to transform, which was the first handheld changer in the franchise. It also functioned as a communication device. The Rangers' suits were actually stored inside of the Battle Seaver, and when they yelled fever, it launched the suit into the air before completely engulfing them. However, most of the time this happened so quickly that we, the audience, were unable to see it with the naked eye. The Battle Seaver added a new layer to Battle Fever J's transformation, allowing them to communicate with each other and transform from wherever they happen to be. Debuting in Thailand in 1974 was Ultra Brothers vs. the Monster Army, before it would be released in Japan in 1979. This film united the 6 Ultra Brothers into an exciting and suspenseful film where the sun is moving towards the Earth while chaos ensues. This project kept fans satisfied while the Ultra franchise was on a short hiatus from television. Debuting in 1979 was a unique animated project called the Ultraman, the very first animated Ultra project. This show was produced by Tsuburaya and animated by Nippon Sunrise. Nippon Sunrise actually animated another well-known anime show at the same time, Mobile Suit Gundam, and they would eventually be renamed to Bandai Namco Filmworks. Our main protagonist in the Ultraman is Choichiro Hikari, a member of SDS, or the Science Defense Squad. He bonds to a new Ultra named Ultraman Jonius, who originates from planet U-40. The Ultraman ran for 50 episodes, and it gave fans an entirely new perspective on the Ultraverse. Kamen Rider. 4 whole years later, the Kamen Rider fandom would be introduced to Sky Rider. This was meant to be a reboot of the original Kamen Rider series after the franchise had been off of TV for 4 whole years, hence the name and similar suit design to Kamen Rider Ichigo. This show would revisit classic themes and tropes from the first 2 Kamen Rider series. In Sky Rider, we follow Hiroshi Tsukuba as he battles Neo Shocker. Eventually, the idea of this being a reboot was spaced out over time, and classic Kamen Riders would appear, tying this into the continuity of the rest of the era. With a name like Sky Rider, this series was very focused on flight. However, this was also phased out over time, and as far as I can tell, this was because Shotaro Ishinomori was unhappy with the flight special effects, i.e. he didn't like how it looked when Sky Rider was flying around. In 1980, Ultraman would return to live action with Ultraman 80 and continue the story from where it left off after Ultraman Leo. This show was consistent with the Ultraman feel, but 80 would develop a vibe and a style all its own that would make it unique among other projects. 80! Taking place 5 years after Ultraman Leo, 80 would focus on a school teacher named Takeshi Yamato who becomes a member of UGM, or Utility Government Members, to battle the kaiju threat. Takeshi is the human form of Ultraman 80, an Ultra from the Land of Light. Ultraman 80 would also be notable for featuring Yulian, a female Ultra who is a princess from the Land of Light, and this series did an excellent job at honoring the franchise while still delivering a lot of creative and unique elements to the audience. After a successful third entry into the series, Super Sentai would return again in 1980 with Denshi Sentai Denjiman. This series featured a team of heroes that descended from the people of Denji Star as they battled against the evil Vader clan. Featured within the Vader clan was Queen Hadrian, played by one of the most iconic Toku actresses of all time in Machiko Soga, who we'll definitely be talking about more throughout this video. Denjiman was the first Sentai to have a transforming robo named Daidinjin, something that would go on to become one of Sentai's most well-known characteristics. This series was also the first series where the monster of the week would grow into a giant to fight the mecha. This series was also the first season to feature an actual visor on the helmets, while seasons prior to this one used the same material for the visors as the rest of the helmet. This was the first time that a Sentai had a device which gave them the ability to henshin anywhere, as before this they could only do it at specific locations. In Denjiman, a monster named Mimilar created fake Denji Rangers to be subordinate to the Vader clan. Mimilar looked like a giant ear, and this story was surprisingly dark as he would kill a magician after he refused to serve the Vader clan. He would eventually offer the deceased magician's daughter the same deal before creating the fake Denjiman. These Rangers were only around briefly, and Mimilar was quickly defeated. In 1970, Denjiman used the Denji Ring to transform.
Denji Red! Denji Blue! Denji Green!
Denji Pink!
Denji Yellow!
The Rangers would call out Denji Spark before being covered by their suits and finishing the transformation by securing their helmets onto their heads themselves. The Denji Ring was a new concept for Sentai transformation devices at the time. It showed that Toei wanted the transformations in Sentai to be as unique as the suits, characters, and villains within the series and evolve over time. In 1980, we were introduced to Kamen Rider Super 1. Our protagonist, Kazuya, volunteers for cybernetic surgery in the International Space Development Program in the United States, so he can be an astronaut who doesn't need a spacesuit to survive in space. Unfortunately, before he can make it to space, the base where his operation is being performed is attacked by the Dogma Kingdom, with everyone else being killed. He goes to Japan and is trained by a martial arts expert named Master Ginkai, who teaches him how to henshin into Super 1. This show featured multiple types of interchangeable hands with different strengths and elements, and this functioned as a prototype version of the form switching that we see today.
Hayo Sentai! Sambarka!
After the success of Denjiman, Toei prototyped various ideas for continuing on with the Denjiman story. After much internal discussion, Toei decided to produce a direct sequel to Denjiman in 1981, with the release of Taiyo Sentai Sun Vulcan, featuring the return of Machiko Soga's Queen Hadrian character alongside Hell Saturn, who is a pretty obvious Darth Vader ripoff. This was the final Sentai series to have a Marvel copyright attached to it, but Marvel would not be directly involved with this production. This was the only official Sentai series with only 3 members, and they represented land, air, and sea respectively. This was the first season to have a combining robo, and this was the only Sentai season with no female rangers. The great Stan Lee was a self-identified Sun Vulcan fan, and he wanted to adapt it into an American show, but the source material was considered too childish and silly by his peers, which made it very difficult to get off the ground, unfortunately. Sun Vulcan featured a monster named Tea Kettle Manga, who had shape-shifting abilities and transformed into the different members of the team. He also took on the appearance of Hell Saturn. The Sun Vulcan Robo quickly defeated the monster within one episode. Son Vulcan used the Vulcan brace to transform, and they called out their respective names during the sequence. Son Vulcan's Vulcan brace was a square transformation device that featured the image of each member's respective animal. The device can be used for communication, for emergency alerts, and of course for getting the Rangers into their suits. Son Vulcan's transformation sequence featured the Rangers doing poses in the style of their animals, and due to the uniqueness of the Vulcan brace, it looked unlikely that Toei would run out of ideas anytime soon. 1982 would see the release of Uchu Keiji Gavin, or Space Sheriff Gavin. This was the inaugural season of what would eventually be known as the Metal Hero franchise. Heavily inspired by Star Wars, the creation of Gavin was the result of Toei wanting to introduce a new solo hero that wasn't a Kamen Rider and didn't require kids to know any backstory in order to jump in and enjoy. In pre-production, Toei considered a lot of different names, such as Space Detective Z, Ginjiro, and Ginbird. However, Toei would settle on the name Gavin, named after a French actor named Jean Gabin. This made it much easier for Toei to copyright the name due to it being non-Japanese. Toei would cast the legendary Kinji Oba as Gavin, famous for his roles in Battle Fever J and Dingy Man, and he would don a unique chrome suit that would become iconic over time. Gavin was a member of Galactic Union Police, an organization of space cops, and he was trained on planet Bird before traveling to Earth in an effort to stop the Maku Empire. Gavin was quite successful and would kick off the Metal Hero series in a big and bold way. 1982 featured a new Sentai representing various ancient civilizations, Dai Sentai Goggle 5, translated as Great Sentai Goggle 5. In Goggle 5, our heroes take on the dark science empire Death Dark, an evil organization responsible for the downfall and destruction of many civilizations throughout history. This show was originally meant to be called Go-Go 5, but that name would be used 17 years later. Goggle 5 was the last season where the Rangers would sport cloth suits featuring scarves, reminiscent of Kamen Rider. (1982's Goggle 5 featured the Death Dark 5, a team of fake Rangers that are actually Madara men in disguise. They were voiced by the actors who played their respective Ranger counterparts. Their suits were similar but featured solid colored scarves instead of white ones. After being defeated, they would revert back to their original Madara men forms, and they only appeared in a single episode. In 1982, Goggle 5 transformed using the goggle brace mounted on their wrist. These devices displayed each individual Ranger's number, and they would call out their respective numbers while transforming. The sequence also featured scenes from various ancient civilizations, adding a cool visual touch to the transformation. The goggle brace might not have been the most unique transformation device ever, but the graphics and editing by Toei made it something cool regardless. This was also the first transformation device ever to be sold as a toy. In 1983, Toei released the direct sequel series to Gavin with Uchu Keiji Sharavan, or Space Sheriff Sharavan. This show would see Gavin be promoted to captain of the Galactic Union Police, while Din Iga, his successor, would henshin into Sharavan and become the new protector of Earth. As a sequel series, Sharavan featured a lot of characters and story elements from Gavin, while Sharavan himself would sport a sleek new red suit design that fit perfectly within this universe. Sharavan teamed up with Lily as they would continue the effort to protect Earth. Sharavan was a worthy sequel to Gavin and did a great job at giving this universe a fresh coat of paint. 1983 brought us a Sentai season inspired by the game of baseball, Kagaku Sentai Dynaman, or Science Squad Dynaman.
Come on, Dynaman!
This series was originally conceptualized as a baseball-themed Sentai that would have been named Baseball Sentai V-Leaguer, but clearly it was changed to Dynaman, with more of a science theme. This series also has another unique distinction. Due to the excessive amounts of gunpowder and the prevalence of explosions in the series, fans in Japan would give Dynaman the nickname Kyaku Sentai because Kyaku means gunpowder in Japanese. This is the first Sentai season featuring spandex suits for the team, something that would become synonymous with Sentai and appear in all but 3 of the following seasons. Dynaman used the Dyna Brace to transform, featuring a digital display of the Ranger's suit on their brace while transforming. The roll call for this show was explosive to say the least, and the naming convention of calling their devices a brace was starting to become a standard thing within the franchise, at least for the time being. The return of Godzilla marked a full reboot of the franchise, ignoring all previous sequels and acting as a direct follow-up to the 1954 original. In this film, Japan finds itself facing Godzilla's reappearance after he's been gone for decades, triggering political tension as both the United States and the Soviet Union pressure Japan to let them use nuclear weapons to stop the monster. The film leans heavily into Cold War themes, presenting Godzilla as an uncontrollable natural force rather than a hero. Godzilla's new design is larger, heavier, and more menacing, with smaller eyes and a more deliberate movement style that brought a terrifying new presence to the King of Monsters. The tone is notably darker and more grounded than the Showa era, focusing on the government and the media's response to what was happening. The climax features Japan deploying the experimental weapon Super X, a heavily armored aircraft designed specifically to counter Godzilla, representing full-scale military escalation. This film relaunched Godzilla for modern audiences and set the tone for the Heisei era, more serious, more political, and with Godzilla reimagined as a terrifying, awe-inspiring force. 1984 brought the one-off special Ultraman Zoffi, Ultra Warriors vs. the Giant Monster Army. After making small cameo appearances in the Ultraverse, Ultraman Zoffi would be featured as the lead hero in this special. Featuring all of the previous Ultras, as well as a ton of kaiju, this special was a celebration of Ultraman at a time when the official series was on another hiatus. Also released in 1984 was an Ultraman game for the MSX home computer, the very first Ultraman video game. Following the events of the original Ultraman series, this game let fans play as Ultraman and battle against kaiju. The game was pretty basic, but it captured the tone and feel of Ultraman perfectly, or at least in the best way that a game from 1984 could. The Ultra series would spin off into a kids anime with 1984's Ultraman Kids. This sub-series was focused on a young audience and would result in several different films and series. In 1984, Toei released a one-off special titled Birth of the 10th Kamen Riders All Together, and this was the introduction of Ryo Murasame, also known as Kamen Rider Z-Cross. Ryo was a pilot who was attacked by a UFO while with his sister before being kidnapped by the Badan Empire, who turned him into Z-Cross. With his memory erased, he does their bidding before quickly regaining his memory and escaping. He learns of the other riders that came before him, and they would team up together. Although this is only a special, Z-Cross is considered the 10th rider and often represented as a season retroactively. This special marks the final un-Henshin appearance of Shiro Kazumi, also known as Kamen Rider V3, Joji Yuki, also known as Riderman, and Kazuya Oki, also known as Kamen Rider Super 1. "1984 brought us the third and final show in the Space Sheriff series with Uchu Keiji Scheider, or Space Sheriff Scheider. Dai Sawamura, or Scheider, played by the late Hiroshi Tsuburaya, was a native of Earth who would take on the role of Earth's protector, and he featured a new blue color scheme to differentiate him from his predecessors. For those of you wondering, yes, Hiroshi Tsuburaya, the man who played Scheider, is the grandson of the absolutely legendary Eiji Tsuburaya, co-creator of Ultraman and Godzilla, and one of the most important people in the history of Toku. As for Scheider, this series and its namesake were both excellent additions to what was quickly becoming a full-fledged franchise. 1984 would also deliver the first ever movie in the Metal Hero franchise with Scheider the Movie. Taking place between episodes 19 and 20, this project would bring Space Sheriff's excitement and signature sci-fi style to the big screen. This movie featured a suspenseful rescue operation that was Scheider's biggest adventure yet, and a lot of villains were featured, making this a memorable chapter in Metal Hero's legacy. In 1984, Japan was introduced to Chodinshi Bioman, translated as Super Electron Bioman. Hundreds of years prior to the show, 5 people were showered with bioparticles, granting them power that would be passed down from generation to generation. The power would be lost until the android Pivo brings together 5 descendants to fight against Dr. Man and become Bioman. This season took a lot of risks in regards to tone and format, skewing to a slightly older audience. This was the first Sentai with 2 female Rangers, and also the first season with a female Yellow Ranger. And this was the only season of Sentai released prior to Zyuranger that would be featured in Power Rangers, as Bioman would be used in a very, very early pilot episode. In Bioman, a team of mecha clones took on the appearance of Bioman in order to initiate a kidnapping of Shuichi and Miki, but this would ultimately result in them being destroyed by Miki. Their appearance on the show was brief, but they're worth mentioning nonetheless. Bioman! 1984's Sentai team was Bioman, and they transformed by using the Techno Brace. Another brace, but this one had a sleeker and more modern look compared to previous seasons. When the Rangers used the Techno Brace, it interacted with the bioparticles present in their bodies, and as they raised their arms to the sky, the bioparticles covered them, transforming them into Bioman. In the Philippines, the Techno Brace was called the Bio Border, and Bioman offered fans another cool and visually interesting transformation sequence. In 1985, Toei introduced us to Kyoju Tokuso Juspion, or Mega Beast Investigator Juspion, the first Metal Hero show without the Uchu Keiji tagline, marking the start of a new era for the franchise. Just Beyond would retain many elements of its predecessors, with some unique additions to the formula, like his Robo Dailion. Just Beyond's parents were killed before he was adopted by Aging, and he learns of a prophecy where the world will be destroyed by mega beasts once Satan Gorth awakens. Just Beyond would travel from planet to planet as he battled Satan Gorth and the Mega Beasts in his special armor made from a rare mineral called Agenium. The name Just Beyond is a combination of the English words justice and champion. 1985 featured a team of military personnel themed around mythological creatures, Dengeki Sentai Changeman. In this series, a team from the Earth Defense Force takes on the Great Star League Gozma in an effort to defend the Earth. After the success of Bioman, Toei tried to recapture the magic, although with a focus toward appealing to both older and younger audiences. Various tropes that had been abandoned by Bioman would return with Changeman, such as the Monster of the Week format. The original title of the series was going to be Uchi Sentai Cosmo Man and would have been themed around space. This was the first season with a female White Ranger.
Let's change that! Change.
Changeman introduced the Change Brace, another wrist-mounted transformation device.
Change! Change! Grifo! Change! Pegasus!
The Change Brace featured the Changeman logo, followed by the symbol for each respective member. Smoke would emit from the ground and surround the Rangers before their suit would cover them via a flash of bright light. The Change Brace would function as a video communication device and even fire a laser, called Change Laser. This was the first transformation device that could be used as a weapon. 1986 saw the release of Ziku Senshi Spielban, or Space Time Warrior Spielban. Featuring multiple metal heroes in Spielban, Diana, and Helen, the series continued with a similar tone to the previous seasons, and in Brazil it was actually marketed as a sequel to Just Beyond named Just Beyond 2, Spielban. Spielban even featured the legend herself, Machiko Soga, as Queen Pandora, not to be confused with Witch Bandora. Spielban even featured a lot of sound effects that were used in Dragon Ball, probably because Toei made both shows around the same time. Spielban took chances with the formula, while still retaining the metal hero feel that fans had grown accustomed to. 1986 was the year of Choshinsei Flashman, or Supernova Flashman. This series featured a team of Rangers who were kidnapped by the reconstructive Experiment Empire mess before being rescued and trained on different planets by an alien race called Flash. After returning to Earth years later, they would form Flashman and fight against Mess. But due to what is known as the anti-Flash phenomenon, they would only be able to remain on Earth for 1 year before they would start to take damage. Flashman is notable for being the first season to ever add a second giant robo in Great Titan. In 1986, Flashman transformed using the Prism Flash, another wrist-mounted device that emitted a flash of light out of the prism housed within. During the transformation sequence, the Ranger's suit is applied onto their body vertically from toe to head before shouting "Shut Goggle" to close their visor. Flashman's transformation sequence followed a familiar formula, but also added some new elements, and this was also the first transformation device whose toy featured a flashing LED. Metal Hero returned in 1987 with a new hero inspired by the legendary android Kikaider. This was Chojinki Metalder, or Superhuman Machine Metalder. Featuring a sleek red and blue aesthetic, Metalder was an android created at the end of World War II, who was inactive until the Neros Empire would invade Earth. This series incorporated a darker tone and story than previous seasons, and the ratings would drop in response. Due to the lower ratings, Metalder would only reach 39 episodes, making it the shortest series in the franchise. In 1987, Tsuburaya teamed up with Hanna-Barbera Productions to make an animated Ultraman series for both Japan and USA. This was Ultraman: The Adventure Begins. With a decidedly different look and tone from previous Ultraman projects, this animated film would utilize a similar style to G.I. Joe or Transformers. Ultraman: The Adventure Begins was intended to be a pilot episode of a TV series, but these plans were scrapped and it was turned into a movie instead. This project offered fans a new flavor of Ultraman in much the same way that The Ultraman had done before. 1987 saw the release of one of the most popular and loved series in the history of the Kamen Rider franchise in Kamen Rider Black. This is a legendary entry, marked by a dark tone, a gritty look, and a very emotional story. This show is a drama in the fullest sense. Black introduces us to Kotaro Minami, who is portrayed masterfully by Tetsuo Kurata, and he delivers a heavy and impactful performance where you're gonna feel the agony that he feels during his fight against Shadow Moon and the Gorgon. It was around this time that the look of Kamen Riders in general started to change a little bit. The helmets became a little less bulky, and the armor started looking a little more like armor instead of cloth. The aesthetics here and the tone would remain influential to future iterations of Kamen Rider for years to come. 1987 saw the release of one of the most popular international releases in Super Sentai history with Hikari Sentai Mask Man, also known as Light Squad Mask Man. This series was originally conceptualized as somewhat of a callback to previous series, with the original suit designs featuring helmet molds that were reminiscent of Battle Fever J. In fact, the look of X1 Mask would keep this aesthetic. Eventually, during pre-production, the project would go in a new direction with a completely fresh theme, key power, and auras. Our team would utilize internal aura power and channel this energy into a fight against Underground Empire 2. As I mentioned, this series featured X1 Mask, who only appeared in one episode, but is widely considered a precursor of the official 6th Rangers that would come later. This is also the first season where each member of the team had their own individual mecha, something that would go on to be a signature element of the Sentai formula. Meditation! 1987 brought fans Mask Man and the Masking Brace, featuring the group's logo. Using the Masking Brace, the team would usually leap into the air and fly through a wall of pure aura power, appearing in their suit on the other side. The flight aspect of the transformation sequence was a cool visual, and it was very entertaining to watch. 1988 saw the release of Seikai Ninja Sen Jiraiya, or World Ninja Jiraiya, a unique new ninja theme take on the Metal Hero franchise. Contrasting starkly with its tech and science fiction themed predecessors, Jiraiya would focus on ninja, as well as other Japanese themes that would really set it apart from previous seasons. Throughout this show, we would be introduced to many different ninja, ninja masters, and even samurai, making for a really interesting hybrid of old school Japan and typical Metal Hero themes. Due to the fresh and creative approach that Toei took when creating Jiraiya, it really opened up the door for what the Metal Hero franchise could be in the future. In 1988, after the success of Kamen Rider Black, the executives at Toei agreed to go ahead with a sequel entitled Kamen Rider Black RX. In this series, Minami Kotaro returns, and he refuses an offer to join the Crisis Empire. Because of this, he's thrown into the sun, where he would become Kamen Rider Black RX. This show is notable for featuring Rideron, which was a red car instead of Kamen Rider's signature motorcycle. And this was also the first show to introduce form switching into the franchise officially. In 1998, Toei released the final Super Sentai show of the Showa era, Shouju Sentai Live Man, translated as Super Beast Squad Live Man. This was an animal-themed Sentai and was considered an anniversary season due to Gold Ranger and Battle Fever J not originally being recognized as Sentais. Our heroes were gifted students from Academia Island who fight against the armed brain army Volt as Live Man. Assisted by the android Colon, Live Man would add 2 more Rangers to their original 3-man team, being the first season to do so. This season was also the first season to feature a female Blue Ranger, and it was the first season with a Black and Green Ranger on the same team. Live Man transformed using the Twin Brace, a 2-piece transformation device featuring the Live Man logo on one of the pieces, while the other piece featured the symbol for the individual ranger. The transformation featured 3D wireframe models of the Rangers with their symbols in the background that move forward and become the symbol featured on their chest, before they enter into their roll call. The 2-piece Twin Brace was a cool and unique transformation device, and the wireframe models featured here added a futuristic element to the sequence. Godzilla vs. Biollante continued the Heisei era's more serious tone by exploring the topic of genetic engineering and the ethical dangers of scientific ambition. The story follows a grieving scientist who, after losing his daughter, attempts to preserve her memory by splicing her cells with a rose and Godzilla's DNA. The result is Biollante, a massive plant kaiju that evolves into increasingly monstrous forms. Meanwhile, Godzilla escapes captivity, drawn toward the creature by their shared genetics. The film combines emotional tragedy with real-world science themes, reflecting late 1980s anxieties about biotechnology. Biollante's design was strikingly original, shifting away from the traditional reptilian kaiju style and emphasizing something more alien and unique. Godzilla retained his imposing, destructive presence, depicted as a natural force rather than a villain or hero. Since the film's initial release, it's gained widespread acclaim for its bold creativity, dramatic story, and complexity. Today, Godzilla vs. Biollante is remembered as one of the most unique and artistically ambitious entries in the franchise. 1989 brought us Kido Keiji Jiban, or Mobocop Jiban. Being the first Metal Hero show of the Heisei era, this project was heavily inspired by the 1970s Toku show Robot Detective, as well as the American film RoboCop, with many similarities in both the premise and general style. Our hero, Naoto Tamura, is a rookie police officer who's tragically killed while on duty before being turned into Jiban. Jiban offered fans another cop-themed hero, although with a grittier premise that was ripped straight from Hollywood. 1989 brought us a vehicle-themed Sentai in Kosuku Sentai Turbo Ranger, or High Speed Sentai Turbo Ranger, kicking off the Heisei era. This season would start with a continuation of Sentai's 10-year anniversary celebration, where in the very first episode we would see previous teams alongside Turbo Ranger. It's worth noting that this was not the 10th Sentai, but at this time, Go Ranger and Jaka were still not officially recognized as Sentai seasons yet. In Turbo Ranger, a team of high schoolers are brought together by Dr. Dazai and a fairy named Silon to become Turbo Ranger and fight against the 100 Boma tribes. This season sadly had 0 roll calls. 1989's Turbo Ranger featured the Turbo Brace, another 2-piece transformation device. The 2 braces serve different functions, as one of the brace acts as a communication device and the other brace actually initiates their transformation. The main transformation sequence for Turbo Ranger started with each Ranger bringing up their braces and pressing the turbine button. We then see the Ranger's car-like mecha before it charges forward to become their helmet. The team's transformation sequence would inspire other transformations in the future. In 1990, Tsuburaya formed a partnership with the South Australian Film Corporation to co-produce a new Ultraman series called Ultraman Toward the Future. This series follows the adventures of Jack Shindo, a member of UMA, or the Universal Multi-Purpose Agency, who bonds with Ultraman Great. Ultraman Towards the Future would initially only release on home video and Laserdisc within Japan in 1990, before being televised in Japan during 1991, and later released in the USA in 1992. Despite Tsuburaya's partnership with the Australian Film Corporation, this show did not initially air in Australia. At only 13 episodes, this series was quite a bit shorter than what Japanese fans were used to, but its success would lead to the possibility of similar projects in the future. 1990 brought us Tokei Winspector, or Special Rescue Police Winspector, featuring an armored human, codenamed Fire, and his robot allies. Winspector took place in 1999, the near future at the time, and would kick off the Special Rescue subseries within the franchise. This show was also the first one that was titled after a team, instead of an individual hero. Interestingly enough, Winspector would recycle most of its music from Metalder. Winspector featured realistic premises and intense action mixed with fantasy elements, making for a really dynamic combination. Winspector's unique formula would prove to be extremely successful with fans. In 1990, Super Sentai introduced a team of siblings who work as teachers when they aren't fighting the Zone Empire. The Hoshikawa siblings were the first sibling team in the history of Sentai, and in pre-production, this show had the working titles of Vector Man and the hilariously bad Brother Man. Kicking off the 90s, 5-Man brought another new transformation sequence with V-Changers. The males and females of 5-Man had different V-Changers, with the males using the V-Changer braces and the females using the V-Changer compacts. This season was the only season in which the transformation device was different between the males and females of the team. Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah continued the Heisei era by experimenting with themes of time travel and the origins of Godzilla himself. The plot centers around visitors from the future who claim they want to prevent Japan's destruction, but instead secretly plan to erase Godzilla and replace him with a monster they can control. Their actions lead to the creation of King Ghidorah, now reimagined as a bioengineered anti-Godzilla superweapon. Eventually, Godzilla is restored and he returns stronger than ever, leading to the two titans clashing in some of the Heisei era's most iconic large-scale destruction sequences. The film expands Godzilla's backstory, revealing that he originated from a dinosaur mutated by nuclear testing, reinforcing the series' themes of unintended nuclear consequences and military escalation. King Ghidorah's later transformation into Mecha King Ghidorah raises the stakes even further. Though the film was somewhat controversial for its depiction of wartime history, it was a major box office success and solidified Godzilla's role as a cultural symbol of power and resilience. Today, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah is remembered for its ambitious storytelling, bold reinterpretation of the series' origins, and one of the franchise's most memorable monster rivalries. In 1991, Metal Hero fans were treated to Winspector's sequel series, Tokyo Shirei Soulbrain, or Special Rescue Command Soulbrain, a direct sequel to Winspector that would continue the Special Rescue subseries. Soulbrain would focus on some new human teammates and a form-changing robot named Souldozer, before Fire from Winspector would return later in the season as Nightfire. Soulbrain would continue the success of Winspector and lead to yet another sequel series the following year. 1991 saw the introduction of a dynamic and exciting bird-themed Sentai called Chojin Sentai Jetman. After gaining powers via birdonic waves, Jetman would take on the dimensional war party Vyram, and this series was famously inspired by Kagaku Ninjatai Gatchaman, the classic anime that inspired Sentai, featuring a squad of bird-themed heroes. After Five-Man failed to achieve the success that Toei had hoped, Jetman was planned to be the final Sentai in the series, but due to Jetman's success, the Sentai franchise would obviously continue. Jetman would make a few changes from the previous seasons, and those changes, along with the unique bird theme, resonated strongly with fans. When the season began, the team was incomplete until recruiting 2 additional members, and this was a first for the series. Additionally, before Jetman, heroes were referred to mostly by their color on the team, but this show featured the heroes being referred to mostly by their names, something quite unusual at the time. Jetman also borrowed from romantic dramas that were very popular in Japan at the time, even featuring a love triangle that turned out to be one of the most interesting aspects of the story. The series featured Tetra Boy, the first ever third Robo in Sentai. This was also the last time that a core team member dies, where after this, they were all 6th or extra rangers. This series turned out to be extremely popular and just might have saved the Super Sentai franchise. Next is an evil team who made a brief but memorable appearance on Jetman. This was Shadow Jetman. Created by a monster named Light Armadillo, the Shadow Jetmen represented opposite versions of 4 of the Jetmen, due to Guy or Black Condor being absent at the time of the cloning. As the Shadow Jetman gained strength, it would simultaneously weaken the real Jetman. This was due to Maria creating a field of light. After Maria's light field is disabled, Jetman was able to defeat Light Armadillo and rid the world of the Shadow Jetman forever. Their suits are black, but also feature the original Rangers' colors on their helmets and chest. Although this was a temporary Dark Ranger team, their premise and design were something to take notice of. The Rangers of Jetman used a cool bird-themed transformation device called the Cross Changer, based off the G bracelet from an anime series called Gatchaman, which was of course the inspiration for Jetman in general. During the transformation sequence, the Cross Changer would expand once activated, giving the appearance of a bird, before their suit would materialize over their bodies via birdonic waves. Jetman was stylish as hell, and the team's transformation was no exception. Godzilla vs. Mothra returned the franchise to one of its most classic rivalries, reframing it through an environmental lens. The story begins when an ancient egg containing Mothra is discovered, along with a darker counterpart, Batra, a guardian monster created to punish humanity for damaging the Earth. As Godzilla awakens and begins causing destruction once again, the 2 creatures clash before eventually turning their attention to Godzilla himself. The film reintroduces the Shobijin, whose role is to communicate Mothra's peaceful intentions and warn humanity of the consequences of ecological imbalances. The battles are huge and emotional, emphasizing themes of natural harmony versus human exploitation. Godzilla is positioned as an unstoppable destructive force, while Mothra becomes a symbol of sacrifice and renewal. This entry was one of the biggest commercial hits of the Heisei era, resonating strongly with audiences due to its environmental messaging and nostalgic return of Mothra. Godzilla vs. Mothra stands as a spectacle-driven kaiju film and a reminder of the fragile balance between humanity and the natural world. In 1992, Godzilla took an unexpected turn with Godziland, or Gojiland, a series of educational specials aimed at young children. Instead of destructive terror, this version of Godzilla is a friendly cartoon dinosaur who sings, plays, and teaches lessons alongside cartoon versions of other kaiju, like Mothra, Rodan, Anguirus, and Ghidorah. The goal wasn't action or drama, it was to help kids learn numbers, shapes, and social skills. This project reflects how deeply Godzilla had become a cultural icon in Japan. By this point, the character wasn't just a monster, he was a mascot. Toho embraced the idea that Godzilla could be many things to many audiences, including a fun children's character. The tone of the show was playful, and it featured a lot of sing-alongs. While completely different from any standard Godzilla film, Godziland is remembered fondly for showing the franchise's flexibility. It represents the era where Godzilla wasn't just a movie monster, he was a beloved part of everyday Japanese pop culture. 1992 was an absolutely packed year for the Kamen Rider franchise, featuring Shin Kamen Rider Prologue, a film celebrating the 20th anniversary of the franchise. Because this was 20 years later, this film was meant to attract fans of the original series that had now grown into adults, and that's why the film was a lot darker and more violent. Our protagonist here is Shin Kazamatsuri, who is fused with grasshopper DNA against his will, leading him to fight against the Institute of Super Science, or ISS. Shotaro Ishinomori originally planned for him to be called Kamen Rider Gaia, with a more traditional look, but later on they changed this to Kamen Rider Shin and gave him a suit that was more biological and insect-like. Ishinomori himself even appears in this movie as a spy. 1992 saw the release of the final series in the Rescue Police sub-series with Tokusatsu Exceed Draft, or Special Rescue Exceed Draft. Exceed Draft featured an all-male team with a slightly different tone and story than the other Special Police series. This was due to the show being originally titled Kinkyu Shirei Triangler, with the intent to make it completely separate from its predecessors. This was evident by the story being largely unconnected to previous seasons, until characters and elements from Wind Spectre and Soul Brain would return later on. Exceed Draft paid homage to previous seasons and looked forward to the future of Metal Hero at the same time. You asked for it and it's here. Introducing the Shogunate, the official Acrimony Discord, a chill place to hang out and talk about anime, gaming, and of course all things Toku. You can even drop me content ideas and be a part of some exclusive streams. So if that sounds cool, join up today. Link is in the description. 1992 was the year of Kyoryu Sentai Zyuranger, themed around prehistoric dinosaurs and other large creatures. This series focuses on a team of ancient warriors from 170 million years ago who henshin into Zyuranger and take on the witch Bandora, played of course by the masterful Machiko Soga. This series is notable for featuring the very first official 6th Ranger and Dragon Ranger, a man named Burai who is the brother of Geki or Tyrano Ranger, leading to an explosive and impactful story between them filled with heart-stopping action and a premise that's easy to invest into. This was the first season themed around dinosaurs or prehistoric creatures. This was also the first season to focus on fantasy instead of science fiction, and this was the first season to be given an American adaptation. In Zyuranger, a monster named Dora Mirage created a team of fake rangers to serve the will of Bandora. They would try to frame the Zyurangers before Dora Mirage was ultimately defeated 4 episodes later. This show also had Dragon Ranger, the legendary first official 6th Ranger within the franchise and brother to Geki. As a child, Burai was a member of the Yamato tribe and his father was the Black Knight. The king and queen of the tribe decided to take Geki as their own son against the will of the Black Knight, the boy's father. The Black Knight died while trying to prevent this from happening, with Burai bearing witness. He vowed revenge against the king and trained tirelessly to accomplish his goal. After the Zyurangers entered a state of suspended animation, Burai did the same so that he could one day exact his revenge against his brother Geki, who he viewed as loyal to the king. Burai was one of the strongest martial artists in the history of Sentai, with an epic and heartbreaking story, and he was easily the best thing about Zyuranger. His suit is one of my favorites, with a green color scheme featuring a golden shield on his chest and a sleek helmet design. He also had awesome equipment like Devil's Sword Helfriede and Jusoken, plus Dragon Caesar, his legendary mecha. Burai was played by Shiro Izumi, who also played Change Pegasus and Changeman. He also had a small role in Kaku Ranger and O Ranger. Burai is easily one of the most legendary rangers in the history of Sentai, one of my favorites, and no video about evil rangers would be complete without him. Zyuranger released in 1992, bringing with it a new and extremely unique transformation device with the Dino Buckler. This device featured medals with the Rangers' respective dinosaurs, and it was stored on the Rangers' belts like a belt buckle. When transforming, the Rangers held the buckle in front of them, and it opened before emitting light and materializing their suits. Dragon Ranger had a slightly different buckler that functioned the same but was gold instead of silver. This transformation featured another unique device that was completely different from the ones featured in previous seasons. In the West, this design was reused for our next series on the list, and it would go on to become one of the most iconic transformation devices of all time. In 1993, the franchise returned to high-powered spectacle with Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, a Heisei-era entry that reimagined Mechagodzilla not as an alien weapon, but as a human-built defense machine designed to finally stop Godzilla once and for all. The story centers on G-Force, a global military unit constructing a new Mechagodzilla from the remains of Mecha King Ghidorah. But Godzilla's return complicates everything, especially when a newly discovered baby Godzilla emerges. This film also introduced Rodan back into the continuity, now dramatically reworked with a new empowered form. The narrative about baby Godzilla forming connections with humans and Godzilla protecting it helped audiences see Godzilla as a living creature with instinct and purpose, rather than just a destructive monster. The special effects team delivered some of the best suitmation and miniature work of the era, with Mechagodzilla's bulky military-industrial design standing out as one of Toho's most ambitious creations ever. The movie performed strongly and reinforced the Heisei series as a more serious, character-driven continuity. Going forward, this shift in tone allowed Godzilla to evolve into a conflicted guardian, a theme that would define the remainder of the Heisei era. In 1993, Toku fans would be treated to a groundbreaking and exciting crossover with Ultraman vs. Kamen Rider. This project was a small, self-contained story delivering everything that fans could want from these heroes, including an action-packed story and tons of fan service. Seeing Ultraman fight alongside Kamen Rider marked a milestone within Toku and gave fans a chance to see their favorite heroes in a cool new way. In 1993, Tsuburaya produced a unique Toku project with Gridman, the Hyper Agent.
Access! Run!
Though not technically an Ultra project, this series was extremely influential to future series, as Tsuburaya would adopt a new kind of video technology for animating special effects. This project became very popular over the years and is definitely worth mentioning here. Also in 1993, we had the release of Kamen Rider on the Super Famicom. This was a game based on the original Kamen Rider series, released 20 years after the show that it's based on. It was a beat-em-up style game, allowing two players to play as Kamen Rider Ichigo and Nigo respectively. This game made it possible for a new generation to experience the universe of the original Kamen Rider series, and you can even play it with a friend.
As Power Rangers, you will have access to a universe of power and will command a fleet of fighting machines called Zords.
I don't get it.
1993 saw the culmination of Toei and Saban's continuous effort to bring Super Sentai to television in the West with Saban's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Power Rangers would utilize various types of footage from Zyuranger, including Henshin footage, mecha footage, and footage from the villains. However, new scenes with American actors would be added. The show would focus on a team of teenagers with attitude who were summoned by Zordon and Alpha 5 to defend the city of Angel Grove from Rita Repulsa and morph into the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Alright, let's
Power Rangers became an absolute cultural phenomenon in the West and would continue to spawn semi-annual releases well into the future.
Behold, my Rangers! The Dark Rangers!
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers featured 3 different fake teams during its run. One of these fake teams was created by a monster named Primator. We also had the Mutant Rangers led by Commander Crayfish, then we had the Dark Rangers, students at Angel Grove High School that were turned by Lord Zed. They would eventually be freed from their corruption and make nice with the real Rangers.
How can I serve my Empress?
I definitely can't make a list of evil Rangers without Tommy, the man himself that had a multi-episode story arc called Green with Evil. He was a new student at Angel Grove High School, presented as a potential love interest for Kimberly, but was put under a spell by Rita that made him absolutely ruthless in his mission to destroy the Rangers.
To the fall of the Power Rangers! I'll destroy you, one and all.
Jason David Frank was the man, and Tommy would of course go on to become good and wear the suit of several other Rangers, staking his claim as the most legendary Ranger in the history of Power Rangers.
Alright then, it's morphin' time! Dragon Sword! Mastodon!
Pterodactyl!
Triceratops!
Saber-tooth tiger!
Tyrannosaurus!
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers debuted in 1993, reusing footage from Zyuranger, with American footage edited in.
Look out, Rita! We're not backing down, 'cause we're the Power Rangers!
Power Rangers created a new transformation sequence, with the Dino Bucklers being changed to Power Morphers, and these Morphers said Power Rangers on the front, with animated electricity and the color of each Ranger framing them while they morph. They also reused the roll call from Zyuranger.
It's morphin' time! Tiger Sword!
Pterodactyl!
Triceratops!
Saber-tooth tiger!
Tyrannosaurus!
Season 2 of Power Rangers introduced the White Ranger, based on Kiba Ranger from Die Ranger, and he was added to the morph sequence, but it was largely unchanged.
Alright, let's do it now!
Goldar! You've had it!
A lot of the roll calls in Season 2 were filmed specifically for Power Rangers, but the White Ranger was frequently in a different location during this time, so they could use Die Ranger footage of him.
Ninja power now!
Ranger Ninja Power now!
Season 3 of Power Rangers essentially had 2 different morphs, as they introduced Ninjetti mode and also changed the morph in a more substantial way.
It's morphin' time! White Ranger power! Black Ranger power! Blue Ranger power!
Yellow Ranger power!
Red Ranger power!
Instead of calling out their respective dinosaurs like before, they instead called out the power associated with their colors.
Let's do it, guys! Right. It's morphin' time!
Pterodactyl!
Mastodon!
Saber-tooth tiger!
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie featured a similar morph sequence, but with much higher production values, awesome suits, and a different order of the Rangers for the morph.
Tyrannosaurus! Triceratops! White Tiger!
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers as a whole had some awesome morphs, and these transformations have to be some of the most iconic of all time within the West. 1995 brought fans in Japan a series called Ultraman Powered, also known as Ultraman the Ultimate Hero within the West. This show was a co-production between Tsuburaya and a company called Major Havoc Entertainment, later known as Steppin' Stone Entertainment. This was only the second live-action Ultraman series produced outside of Japan.
Ultraman!
Running for 13 episodes, this series would take cues from the previously released Ultraman Towards the Future, but would surprisingly never air in the United States.
Jumpasun fights for justice!
After the conclusion of the Special Rescue Trilogy, Metal Hero would return in 1993 with Tokuso Robo Jan Person, or Special Investigation Robo Jan Person.
Such.
Jan Person features a slick purple robot hero who takes on crime in Japan and uses technology to his advantage. Reminiscent of Jiban, Jan Person would also feature many callbacks to other previous seasons, with tons of classic actors returning for guest appearances and heavily leaning on previous successes within the series in terms of tone and theme. Despite its somewhat derivative nature, Jan Person was a cool and entertaining take on the Metal Hero franchise. Back in Japan, 1993 was looking great with an epic new season of Super Sentai in the form of Gosei Sentai Dai Ranger. This season utilized some unique themes such as Chinese mythology and kung fu, with some of the most hard-hitting and visually dynamic action that the series had ever seen before. This show features a team of heroes assembled by Master Kaku because of their high levels of ki, so that they can battle an ancient threat known as the Gorma tribe. This show's mecha and villain footage, as well as Kiba Ranger, were used for Season 2 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Kiba Ranger was a young boy named Ko, and he appeared to grow into an adult when Henshining. Dai Ranger added a more aggressive edge to the series, and fans loved it. Featured on Dai Ranger, the Copy Dai Rangers were another doppelganger ranger team with a short but memorable story. They were created by Copy Empress to be exact copies of the Dai Rangers. They were nearly equal to the Dai Rangers in terms of power and fighting ability, making them an imposing force before ultimately being defeated when Copy Empress's copy machine was destroyed. With Dai Ranger, the main team used the Aura Changer to transform, a two-piece system featuring a key that extends out from one brace before being inserted into the other to initiate the transformation. Kiba Ranger, the 6th Ranger, used a similar device to transform called the Kiba Changer, and when he transformed, he would grow from his normal size into the size of an adult. Dai Ranger was really stylish, and the transformation sequences featured here had excellent visual flair, and it was edited in a really interesting way. In 1994, the Heisei era continued with Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, introducing one of Godzilla's most unusual adversaries. The story follows Space Godzilla, a mutated clone of Godzilla formed when Godzilla's cells drifted into space and were transformed by a black hole. Space Godzilla arrives on Earth with overwhelming power, threatening both humanity and Little Godzilla, who was still developing under Godzilla's protection. This film also features the return of Mogera, a revamped mecha from Toho's 1957 film The Mysterians, now reimagined as humanity's newest anti-Godzilla weapon. The conflict becomes a three-way struggle: humanity's attempt to stop Godzilla, Godzilla defending Little Godzilla, and Space Godzilla attempting to conquer the planet. The emotional hook centers on Godzilla's growing role as a protective parent, which built on themes established in the prior film. While reactions were mixed, the movie stands out for its ambitious premise, striking monster designs, and the memorable visual contrast between Godzilla's raw power and Space Godzilla's crystal-based abilities. The film continued the Heisei era trend of developing Godzilla as more than just a force of destruction, setting the stage for the series' final arc. In 1994, Tsuburaya would create a direct-to-video series called Heisei Ultra 7, a sequel series to 1967's Ultra 7 that would diverge from the established story and exist within its own alternate timeline. Heisei Ultra 7 was originally conceptualized as a pair of 2 TV specials with a focus on teaching viewers about environmental causes. Several years later, the series would continue as a way to celebrate Ultra 7's 30th anniversary. More entries were added later to wrap up the story and give the series a proper ending. Due to Ultra 7's popularity within Toku, a continuation of his story within the Heisei era was a treat for fans. Rounding out 1994 was an American adaptation of Gridman called Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad.
Think is a servo program. Oh, cool battle armor.
This series was co-produced by Tsuburaya, DeK, and Ultracom. It was distributed by All American Television, which is now Fremantle Media. Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad wasn't as popular as the Saban shows in America, but this show introduced a lot of Western fans to Gridman and the Ultraverse by extension.
Kamen Rider J!
1994 was the year of Kamen Rider J, the first rider to be able to grow into a giant. Koji Segawa is a photographer who is killed while attempting to protect his little sister named Kana. He's thrown over a cliff and Kana is captured. The Earth Spirits resurrect Koji and he becomes Kamen Rider J, who is assisted by his aide Barry. J is played by Yuta Mochizuki, who also played Geki in Zyuranger. 1994 brought Metal Hero fans a more realistic and gritty take on the formula with Blue SWAT. Blue SWAT would emphasize realistic elements with a focus on weaponry and hand-to-hand combat. This approach was received well by older longtime fans, but kids and parents were turned off by it, which resulted in a tone shift halfway through the season, with a new character being added as well. This show is unique in that the heroes are referred to by the same name while Henshin and non-Henshin. Blue SWAT brought a fresh new tone, and although it wasn't the most successful series in the franchise, a certain portion of the Toku fandom still holds this show in high regard. Also in 1994, Toei would release a film called Toei Hero Daishugo, a team-up film featuring Blue SWAT, Jan Person, and many Super Sentai teams. The project was shown as a triple feature alongside Super Sentai and Kamen Rider World, and was shown primarily at theme parks throughout Japan. Although this project was small, it was a cool team-up at a time when these characters were yet to really intermingle very much. 1994 would also see the release of Saban's VR Troopers, an American adaptation of the Metal Hero franchise. Due to the success of Power Rangers in the West, Saban and Toei decided that they liked money, and a sister series based off of Metal Hero was agreed upon. VR Troopers would utilize footage from multiple different Metal Hero seasons, including Spielban, Scheider, and Metalder. This show incorporated similar elements to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, such as the fact that this is a team of young adults with a mentor that Henshin, but VR Troopers also featured a talking dog. VR Troopers would see moderate success in its 2 seasons and would introduce many Western fans to the Metal Hero franchise in much the same way that Power Rangers had done with Super Sentai. After Dairanger focused on Chinese themes and story elements, Toei would pivot to Japanese themes with the Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger. Kaku Ranger featured a unique and charismatic team of ninjas as they would fight against the yokai. Although this show focuses on Japanese themes, it is partially inspired by the famous Chinese book Journey to the West, a story about a varied mix of personalities joining together to go on a journey. Footage from this show was used for Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers, and the working title for this show was Ninja Sentai Go Ninja. Our next evil Sentai is a female team of ninjas called the Flowery Kunoichi team from Kaku Ranger. Within the series, young Noble Jr. created this group from cats, and as such they're extremely quick and agile, making them absolutely deadly. They have the ability to shapeshift and use magical abilities, making their presence a pervasive threat for the Kaku Rangers to have to overcome. These female warriors had unique suit designs with helmets reminiscent of a cat, and their colors were different than that of the Kaku Rangers, making them the first evil Sentai to fit that description. They were also the first all-female Sentai team. Two of the members were played by actresses that appeared in other Sentai series, with Keiko Hayase playing 5 Yellow in 5-Man, and Chi Tanabe acquiring the powers of Go Pink temporarily in Go-Go 5. These ladies were deadly, unique, and historic in terms of firsts.
行くわよ。スーパー変化。ドロンチェンジャー。
Kaku Ranger used a device called a Doron Changer, designed after a small Chinese item called an inro, meant to carry small objects. The Doron Changer was plated in gold and featured the symbol of each ranger on the front. It was even used as a communication device.
忍者レッドサスケ忍者ホワイト鶴姫忍者ブラック
When transforming, the front plate of the Doron Changer would slide down to unveil each ranger's respective Kakure medal, and we would see their suits cover them in a swirl of light. The front of the Doron Changer featured the kanji meaning shinobi, and within Japan the term Doron is associated with the sound of a ninja vanishing from within a cloud of smoke. This was the first ninja-themed Sentai, and Toei completely nailed the style of the team's transformation. In 1995, the Heisei era reached its emotional and dramatic finale with Godzilla vs. Destroya. The film sees Godzilla's body undergoing a catastrophic meltdown, glowing with unstable, burning energy as he approaches a state that could destroy the entire planet. At the same time, a new monster emerges, Destroya, a creature born from the same weapon that killed the original 1954 Godzilla, bringing the franchise full circle. The story also continues on Godzilla's bond with Little Godzilla, now called Godzilla Jr., who's targeted by Destroya in a brutal and emotional conflict. Godzilla's struggle becomes not just survival, but the protection and legacy of his successor. The film was remembered for its heavy tone, high stakes, and one of the most impactful endings in Godzilla's history. The end of this film closed out the Heisei continuity with a sense of tragedy and respect. It marked a deliberate pause for the franchise, with Toho retiring Godzilla for several years after this, letting this finale stand as the definitive conclusion to that era of the character. 1995 would live in infamy with Saban's Masked Rider, one of the largest blemishes on the resume of Kamen Rider.
I have traveled a vast distance from the planet Edenoi.
Huh?
After the success of Power Rangers during the 90s, Saban and Toei decided to team up in order to bring Kamen Rider to the English-speaking world. This resulted in what is widely considered to be one of the worst adaptations of all time. This show is about an alien named Dax from planet Edenoi who travels to Earth alongside his companion Furbus, who looks like a giant Furby, and he meets a family who are pretty much devoid of personality and acting skills.
Ecto Bay, activate!
They tried to shove Kamen Rider and a family sitcom together, and it just doesn't work. An unfortunate blemish to the legacy of Kamen Rider in the West.
許さない！中国！
1995 was the year of Juko B Fighter, or Heavy Shell Beetle Fighter. Juko B Fighter focuses on a team of soldiers called B Commanders, donning insect-infused heavy armor created by Earth Academia. These B Commanders would Juko and take on one of the most well-written villain factions in the series with Jamal. Eventually, this series would introduce a dark B Commander named Blackbeat, who had a really interesting story with a twist that was unlike anything else in Toku. The Blackbeat story angle, to me, is quintessential 90s Toku, and the story featured visually dynamic suits and abilities that would contribute to the show's success. 1995 brought us Choriki Sentai O-Ranger, a season themed around ancient civilizations. In this season, the O-Rangers would take on the machine empire Baranoia. This show was the 20th anniversary of Go-Ranger, and consequently Toei wanted to have a darker tone that would appeal to older audiences. However, some saddening real-life circumstances occurred, such as a chemical attack in a subway and an earthquake in Kobe that both unfortunately ended the lives of many people. This resulted in a tone shift during the season in response to these events. In the West, this show was adapted into Power Rangers Zeo. O-Ranger struggled in terms of television ratings, but actually broke records in regards to toy sales. Also in 1995, Super Sentai began what would become a tradition with the very first installment of the Versus series of movies, in O-Ranger Ole vs. Kakuranger. This was a non-canon Sentai project in which both teams would team up together to fight a strange new yokai. This film would lay the groundwork for how Sentai team-up projects would work in the future. O-Ranger used a two-piece wrist-mounted system called the Power Brace, in which one piece is called the Energy Brace and the other piece is called the Back Brace. The Rangers would align the two pieces to initiate their transformation. The Ranger's power was stored inside of a crystal housed within the Energy Brace. King Ranger used a similar transformation device called the King Brace, but it was gold and featured the kanji for king. The transformation sequence for O-Ranger featured a wireframe model of the Rangers overlaid on their bodies before materializing into their respective suits. This marked the first time within Sentai that they used the term Henshin during transformation, something usually associated with Kamen Rider. In 1996, after a 15-year hiatus, a new Ultraman project would debut on Japanese television, Ultraman Tiga, marking a fresh and exciting new chapter in the legacy of Ultraman. With an updated look and a new take on the Ultraman formula, Tiga was out to revitalize the franchise in ways never seen before. This show was set in a different universe than the previous Ultra series, offering the writers limitless possibilities for crafting the stories that they wanted to tell. Set in the near future, the story of Tiga focuses on Daigo Madoka, a kind-hearted and heroic TPC officer who later joins GUTS, or the Global Unlimited Task Squad. Daigo's courage, along with the genes of an ancient civilization, allows him to transform into Tiga. Tiga was the first Ultra with multiple combat modes, and this show has remained one of the most popular entries in the series since its debut, resulting in many films and crossovers, plus a full-on reboot years later. Also released in 1996 was a film serving as a parody of the Ultraman franchise with Ultraman Zearth. Hailing from the land of Bright, Ultraman Zearth was extremely strong and very skilled in combat, but he would be heavily affected by anxiety. Ultraman Zearth's name originates from the word zenith, which means pinnacle or peak. He's also a germaphobe who's obsessed with cleanliness. Zearth would also get a sequel film called Ultraman Zearth 2, Superman Big Battle, Light and Shadow. 1996 saw the explosive follow-up to Juko B-Fighter in the form of B-Fighter Kabuto. B-Fighter Kabuto would feature a new team of heroes, although with several returning characters, and slick new purple, silver, and gold armor for our protagonists. B-Fighter Kabuto was bigger than its predecessor in nearly every way, from the detailed suits to the explosive action, the cool weapons, and the large amount of heroes featured. Much like its predecessor, this show also featured vehicles called the Neo Beat Machines, and even featured two giant mechas called Shell Gods. B-Fighter Kabuto would be a memorable follow-up to Juko B-Fighter, but this project would be bittersweet, as in Japan, the franchise was winding down a bit. 1996 would also see the American adaptation of Juko B-Fighter with Saban's Big Bad Beetleborgs, serving as a successor to VR Troopers. This show follows three average kids, Drew, Roland, and Joe, who become the Beetleborgs after freeing a ghost named Flabber that they use to obtain the powers of their favorite comic book heroes, the Beetleborgs. Flabber lived inside of a haunted house filled with some hilariously wacky monsters that would give the show a vastly different tone than other shows at the time. Beetleborgs brought a lot of unique things to the table, and it would make this show very successful. While Metal Hero was losing steam in Japan, Beetleborgs looked to have a very bright future. 1996 saw the release of one of the funniest seasons in the history of Sentai, the vehicle-themed Gekiso Sentai Car Ranger. Being a parody of Turbo Ranger, Car Ranger leaned heavily into comedy and featured some unique elements that would differentiate this season from others, one of which was a wannabe 6th Ranger named White Racer. Car Ranger was adapted into Power Rangers Turbo, which even got its own movie in the West. Car Ranger featured a lot of slapstick-type humor and took quite a few chances with the story, delivering a charming and lighthearted season at a time when Japan needed it. In 1996, the franchise returned to a car theme with Car Ranger, and they would use the Axle Changer. And this device was thematically pretty fitting because it featured a key that was inserted into the brace and turned like a car's ignition. The transformation sequence here was reminiscent of Turbo Ranger, where we see the Ranger's cars in the distance before they visually become the Ranger's helmet design before our eyes. Despite Car Ranger's transformation sequence being so similar to Turbo Ranger's, the addition of the key to their device made it pretty unique nonetheless.
It's morphin' time! Black Avatar Ranger power! Blue Avatar Ranger power! Yellow Avatar Ranger power! Red Avatar Ranger power!
Based on Kaku Ranger, the Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers served as a mini-series to bridge the gap between Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 3 and Power Rangers Zeo. The formerly called Kakure medals were now called the Aquatar Power Coins.
Rangers of Aquatar, full power, power of water, power of light, powers unite!
The morph sequence was unique from Kaku Ranger, featuring a vertical water tunnel, but overall fairly basic. The roll call was taken from Kaku Ranger footage as well.
It's morphin' time! Steel Ranger 5, red! Gold Ranger power!
Power Rangers Zeo featured pretty much the same sequence as O-Ranger, including the wireframe models, but of course with different actors.
Power Rangers Zeo!
Using the Zeonizers, the Rangers called out their respective numbers and colors, while the Gold Ranger called upon Gold Ranger power. Most of the roll calls were reused from O-Ranger.
Shift to the turbo!
Based on Car Ranger, Power Rangers Turbo debuted with an original movie. Turbo created an original morph sequence all its own, featuring the Turbo Morpher.
Shift into turbo!
Power Rangers Turbo the TV series used the same morph sequence found in the movie, but eventually some of the cast was replaced, creating a new variation of the morph.
What's the matter, Rangers? You look like you've just seen a ghost!
In Power Rangers Turbo, Shadow Chromite created the Shadow Rangers. Similar in look to the Turbo Rangers, but with gray helmets. They were voiced by their Ranger counterparts and only lasted one episode. It turned out that they were made of light, and to defeat them, they just had to be fought in the darkness. From 1997 to 1998, the franchise took a unique turn with Godzilla Island, a daily short-form TV series composed of nearly 250 episodes. Instead of using actors in suits or animation, the show was filmed using detailed action figures. The story takes place on Godzilla Island, a place where Earth's kaiju live in relative peace, until alien invaders begin causing trouble, prompting Godzilla and his fellow monsters to defend their home. The cast of creatures is massive, featuring nearly every major Toho kaiju of the era: Godzilla, Rodan, Mothra, Anguirus, King Caesar, and many others, plus several new kaiju made specifically for the show. The series embraced serialized storytelling, strong characters, and a surprisingly playful tone. Godzilla Island reflects just how culturally embedded Godzilla had become in Japan. This wasn't about destruction or horror, it was about fun. The show was inexpensive to produce, but it turned Godzilla into a staple of TV, just like he had become in movies. In 1997, Tsuburaya released Ultraman Dyna, taking place 7 years after the events of Tiga, where a new team called Super Guts would battle against an alien race called Spheres. Our main protagonist in the series is Shin Asuka, a member of Super Guts and human counterpart to Ultraman Dyna. This series worked to continue the story that Tiga had started, and Dyna would deliver a plot rich with heart and emotion. In 1997, Metal Hero would completely abandon the older audience to focus exclusively on young viewers with B-Robo Kabutak.
Huh?
Although Kabutak did feature appearances from previous Metal Heroes, the tone, format, suit designs, and story were completely different than before, causing many people to not even consider this part of the Metal Hero franchise, but officially it is. 1997 also saw the follow-up to Saban's Beetleborgs in the West with Beetleborgs Metallics, based off of B-Fighter Kabuto. Following the same heroes and many of the same characters from Beetleborgs, Metallics would up the ante in terms of style and action just like Kabuto did for B-Fighter. All of the cool additions that B-Fighter Kabuto enjoyed are also present here, such as the awesome suits and vehicles. This show enjoyed moderate success in terms of viewership and toy sales, but never reached quite the same heights as Power Rangers in the West. With the release of 1997's Dingy Sentai Mega Ranger, the fandom would be treated to a cool new show themed around virtual reality, video games, and space, paying homage to Bioman and featuring a team of high school students as they take on Nezarigia. Mega Ranger would feature many high-tech gadgets and advanced technology that had never been seen before. This series also featured holograms on the helmets of each Ranger to denote their ability, and featured the first Silver Ranger in the franchise, as well as the incredibly cool and evil Neji Ranger. This show was adapted into Power Rangers in Space, the final season of the Zordon era of Power Rangers. Mega Ranger was another dynamic and exciting season of the franchise, and the future of Super Sentai looked brighter than ever. Next, we're going to look at one of my favorites, Neji Ranger, an evil and maniacal ranger team featured in Mega Ranger. Created by Dr. Hinelar, these vicious cyborgs existed for the sole purpose of destroying the Mega Rangers. They were initially born from strengthening suits before Dr. Hinelar fed them energy via Javius, strengthening them and giving them autonomy. They were capable of shapeshifting, being responsible for framing the Mega Rangers due to imitating them. They would ultimately attack their respective counterparts before they were destroyed by the Mega Rangers, partially because of the Neji Rangers' pure lack of teamwork and patience. The Neji Rangers were twisted and evil, and they featured unique ranger suits with a sinister-looking helmet design and a jet black color scheme. Their suits were original designs that weren't based on the suits of their heroic counterparts. Neji Ranger was a dark and maniacal Sentai team that was above all things evil. Mega Ranger used the Digitizer, a wrist-mounted brace with a panel that opens to reveal a keypad. The Rangers could also use different codes to transform or summon their vehicles and weapons. The transformation sequence also featured unique graphics that gave the show a futuristic and technological feel that fits extremely well within Mega Ranger. On the screen we see various pieces of information, including the Rangers' respective holographic symbol, their weapon, and stats. We also see the holographic symbol lit up from within the crown of their helmets. The Silver Ranger used a flip phone device called the K-Tizer, which was the first cell phone transformation device in Sentai. Also, the Digitizer was the first talking transformation device in Sentai.
Alright, let's rock it!
Power Rangers in Space used the Astra Morpher, based on the Digitizer, and their morph sequence was nearly identical to that of Mega Ranger.
Power Rangers! Yeah! Red, blue,
Yellow, pink, black.
Power Rangers in Space also reused roll call footage from Mega Ranger.
They can't be.
But we are Rangers!
And we're here for one reason, and one reason only.
To destroy you.
When Mega Ranger was adapted into Power Rangers in Space, Neji Ranger would be renamed to the Psycho Rangers, a name that I like quite a bit. They were created by Astronema, and they had just as much hatred and psychopathy as their Japanese counterparts. In 1998, Hollywood attempted its own take on the franchise with a film simply titled Godzilla, directed by Roland Emmerich and starring Matthew Broderick. This version reimagined Godzilla as a giant mutated iguana created by French nuclear testing. The story follows Godzilla arriving in New York City, where a team of scientists and military forces attempt to study, track, and eventually eliminate the creature as it nests and reproduces within the city. Unlike the Japanese version, this Godzilla was portrayed as an animal driven by survival, rather than a symbol of nuclear trauma. The change in design and characterization drew strong backlash from longtime fans and Toho themselves, who later reclassified this creature as Zilla to distinguish it from the original character. Despite negative reviews from critics and audiences expecting a traditional Godzilla, the film was a major financial success and launched an animated sequel series that embraced more classic Godzilla traits. But within the greater Godzilla legacy, the 1998 film is remembered as a bold but controversial reinvention that emphasized Hollywood spectacle over the thematic depth that the franchise had already established. Following the controversial 1998 American Godzilla film, the franchise took a new turn with Godzilla the series. This animated continuation picks up directly where the film ends, with a surviving Godzilla hatchling imprinting on a scientist. Unlike the movie version, this Godzilla grows into a powerful creature who protects humanity rather than destroys it, restoring the character's more heroic and kaiju-like traits. The show follows a research team as they travel the world confronting new monsters and threats. This version of Godzilla was capable, intelligent, and loyal, able to fight a wide variety of enemy kaiju including cybernetic creatures, alien beasts, and even deep-sea monsters. The series leaned heavily into adventurous storytelling and kaiju action, earning praise for treating Godzilla with more respect than the film that inspired it. Although it existed outside of Toho's main continuities, the series became well regarded by fans for essentially correcting the 1998 redesign and re-establishing Godzilla's identity as a force of nature and protector. Today it stands as a rare example of a sequel project outshining the film it followed. 1998's Ultraman Gaia took the franchise in another new direction, as this series would move to a different universe from the ones established in the Showa era series, or the one found in Tiga and Dyna. This series is also unique because there are two Ultras with conflicting viewpoints named Ultraman Gaia and Ultraman Agul, and their power is bestowed upon them by the will of the planet itself. In this series, Gamu Takayama and Hiroya Fujimiya henshin into Gaia and Agul respectively, and our defense team for this series is named GUARD, or the Geocentric Universal Alliance Against the Radical Destruction. This series also featured Takashi Ukaji as Sechiro Tsutsumi, better known to fans of Kamen Rider Oz as Kogami-san. Ultraman Gaia continued the recent trend of innovation and risk-taking by the Tsuburaya production team, and Ultraman was heading into the 2000s with tons of momentum. (1998) saw the release of a Kamen Rider game on a brand new cutting-edge system, the PlayStation, allowing fans to experience the original Kamen Rider series all over again. This was a fighting game featuring characters and locations that fans of the original series would be really excited to see. The gameplay was nothing revolutionary here, but this was definitely a noteworthy release in the history of Kamen Rider. 1998 was also a year that would go down as a sad one for Kamen Rider fans, as we lost Shotaro Ishinomori due to heart failure on January 28, 1998. It was unclear what would come of the Kamen Rider franchise with the loss of its creator and visionary. (1998) brought us Tetsuan Tante Robotak, or Iron Bark Detective Robotak. This show was quite similar to Kabotak, being focused once again on small children, and consequently this show would underperform. Due to Toei's failed experiment at trying to appeal to very young children, Robotak would be the very last series in the Metal Hero franchise, but these characters would continue to appear in other projects for years to come.
We can avenge your untimely destruction, King Mondo. Let's begin!
In the classic Power Rangers episode Forever Red, several suit designs for Metal Heroes history were featured. Most notably were Black Beat and G-Stag from Juko B-Fighter. Forever Red is an absolutely legendary and classic episode in Power Rangers history, and I always thought it was funny that they expected us not to recognize the green Beetleborg walking around.
What?
You know, if you miss King Mondo that much, I promise we can help you join him.
Forever Red is an awesome episode in its own right, but whenever you add these classic Metal Hero suits into the mix, it was just a nice little cherry on top. 1998's Super Sentai release was Seiju Sentai Gingaman, or Star Beast Squad Gingaman, featuring a team of warriors who take on the space pirates Balban. Gingaman uses quite a few motifs and themes, many of which are callbacks to the earlier Sentai seasons, such as legendary warriors, knights, and pirates. This was the final Sentai series to air alongside a Metal Hero show, and the final season to feature the word man in the title. This was also the last Sentai series to use illustrated eye catches before and after commercials. Gingaman was adapted into Power Rangers Lost Galaxy, and Gingaman was the first Sentai season in which the episodes weren't referred to as episodes, but instead chapters. In 1998, Gingaman introduced the Warrior Bracelet Ginga Brace, featuring a dial and a communication function. Their transformation sequence was somewhat simple, but at least looked visually dynamic with a flash of light and excellent effects. The Black Knight actually used Bull Riot, his sword, to transform, and this was the first time that a sword was used to transform within Sentai.
Ready? Go! Galactic!
The morpher of Power Rangers Lost Galaxy was the Transmorpher, and this show featured a dynamic, original transformation sequence that I actually like a little bit better than the one on Gingaman. This morph was graphically impressive, and the look and energy was definitely there. In 1999, the franchise returned to Japan with Godzilla 2000 Millennium, marking the start of a brand new continuity separate from the Heisei era. This film re-established Godzilla as an unpredictable force of nature, while also introducing a new human organization, the Godzilla Prediction Network, dedicated to studying and tracking him rather than destroying him. The story centers on an ancient alien probe that awakens, evolves, and ultimately transforms into the kaiju Orga, leading to a dramatic clash with Godzilla. The film was a deliberate response to the 1998 American adaptation, returning Godzilla to his powerful, territorial, and awe-inspiring roots. Godzilla's design featured sharper dorsal plates, a more rugged body, and a dramatic spine glow during his atomic breath, becoming one of the most recognizable looks of the Millennium era. While not a massive blockbuster, the film succeeded in resetting the tone of the series and restoring audiences' trust. Godzilla 2000 proved that Godzilla's core identity still resonated with fans. It opened the door for the Millennium series to explore bold standalone interpretations of Godzilla, each one reinventing the lore in its own distinct way. In 1999, during the broadcast of Ultraman Tiga reruns, a new hero would be revealed with Ultraman Nice. These short 1-minute TV spots were basically ads for Bandai toys that showcased Ultraman Nice and other characters with unique stories. Ultraman Nice has a transformation limit of only 1 minute, and he is considered a parody Ultra, leading to him being frequently paired beside Ultraman Zerth. 1999 brought us a Sentai themed around emergency services in QQ Sentai Go-Go 5. This show featured a team of 5 siblings as they battle against the Saima clan. Being themed around emergency services and rescues, this show featured heart-stopping action and a true sense of danger for our heroes. It was very clear from the first episode that this would be an action and drama-heavy season, but Toei would be sure to add just enough charm to keep things optimistic. This show was adapted into Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue, and Go-Go 5 was the last Sentai series to only feature 5 Rangers, with none being added later. Go-Go 5 used the Go-Go Brace, another wrist-mounted transformation device that required the user to open a plate and press a button in order to initiate the transformation. Activating the Go-Go Brace allows us to see the Rangers surrounded by fire, before their suit materializes onto their body. After that, we see their gas mask attached to their face before the helmet covers their head and the visor finishes the sequence. Go-Go 5's transformation sequence was really unique and perfectly fitting for this series.
I guess you didn't learn the first time. That? Ready? Right! Lightspeed! Rescue!
Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue used the Rescue Morpher, and this was a unique morph featuring a shield of color flying backwards through the Ranger before their suit is applied onto their body.
Titanium power!
This show also featured the Titanium Ranger with a completely new transformation because he wasn't based on any characters from Sentai, but was actually created just for Power Rangers. In the year 2000, the Millennium Era continued with Godzilla vs. Megaguirus, a standalone alternate continuity that reimagined Japan's history with Godzilla. In this version, Japan develops a superweapon called the Dimension Tide, a satellite device capable of creating miniature black holes to wipe out Godzilla once and for all. But the experiment unintentionally opens a rift that allows giant prehistoric insects to re-emerge, leading to the rise of Megaguirus, a massive queen dragonfly-like kaiju that feeds on energy and becomes a direct rival to Godzilla. The film emphasizes military technology and experimental sci-fi themes over traditional monster tropes. Godzilla's personality here is aggressive and territorial, while Megaguirus is swift, predatory, and almost parasitic, leading to a unique kaiju battle. The human side of the story centers on an anti-Godzilla strike unit seeking revenge, adding emotional stakes to the conflict. This film is remembered for its unique monster choreography, practical effects, and its bold attempt to explore new science fiction ideas. It continued the Millennium trend of restarting continuity for each new film, allowing the franchise to stay fresh and experimental. Originally conceptualized as a traditional Ultraman TV series, 2000's Ultraman Neos would instead be repackaged into a direct-to-video miniseries. Set in a self-contained timeline, this show follows the story of Genki Kagura, a member of Hearts, or the high-tech Earth Alert and Rescue Team, who henshins into Ultraman Neos. Ultraman Neos exists in a parallel universe to the Ultra Brothers universe, and although this project didn't receive a full series, it was still a memorable chapter in Ultraman's history. In 2000, Kamen Rider would return inside of the Heisei era with a new hero, a new legend, in Kamen Rider Kuga. This was the first series in 11 years. The main protagonist in Kuga is Yusuke Godai, who finds an ancient artifact that allows him to become Kuga in order to battle the Gyorongi, or unidentified lifeforms. This was the final Kamen Rider season to feature only a single rider, as every season following Kuga would feature multiple riders. Kuga would also feature multiple forms that were different color swaps and featured different weapons. And this was also the first season to air alongside a Super Sentai season on the same network, leading to Superhero Time. With 2000 being the last year of the millennium, the world was obsessed with time, and Japan was no different, leading to the release of Mirai Sentai Time Ranger. Asking fans to grasp the infinite future, this show had a time travel theme, and as such, it featured a team of time-traveling soldiers, with 4 of them being from the year 3000, as they take on Don Donero and the Launders. Time Ranger went in bold new directions with the story, unafraid to explore a darker tone, and this season would go down in history as one of the most mature Sentai seasons of all time. This Sentai was adapted into Power Rangers Time Force in the West, and Time Ranger was the first Sentai season to feature the now iconic Super Sentai series logo at the beginning of every episode. This was also the first Sentai season to have a red 6th Ranger, as well as the first season to air alongside a Kamen Rider show, which was Kuga. Time Ranger featured an evil team called Copy Time Ranger that possessed vastly superior strength compared to their counterparts, but they existed within Master Ginbu's pocket dimension, and once it was destroyed, these fake Rangers died with it. This show also featured Captain Yuya Asami, the original Time Red and Time Fire. Captain Yuya observed multiple timelines resulting in his death due to V-Rex. Because of this, he was responsible for the V-Rex disappearance for the purpose of someone else from the past becoming Time Red and preserving Yuya's life. Yuya was cold and selfish, working to save his own life while at the same time caring little for innocent people in harm's way. He would later become fatally wounded and die, making all of his effort to change the future a complete waste. Yuya was played by Masaru Nagai, who also played Tatsuya or Time Red from the past, as well as appearing in Yu Soldier. Captain Yuya had a creative premise based around time manipulation, and he did a lot to add to the gritty tone of Time Ranger. Time Ranger featured the Chrono Changer, and this is one of my favorite transformation sequences in history. This sequence featured the Rangers unveiling their inner suits before leaping into the air as their main suit is applied to their body. At this time, Toei was clearly putting a lot of thought and creativity into the transformations of Sentai, and when Time Ranger debuted, it was unlike anything seen before. Time Fire used the V Commander, featuring a different transformation sequence from the other Rangers, and Chrono Changer was later reused within Lupin Ranger vs. Pat Ranger as an item from the Lupin collection.
Let's do it! Time Force! Time Force!
Power Rangers Time Force featured a unique transformation with double helixes and numerical code.
Quantum power!
Time Force used the Chronomorpher, and both Time Ranger and Time Force had cool and well-edited transformation sequences.
Look out!
Power Rangers Time Force featured evil Rangers as well, with a similar premise to that of the copy Time Rangers.
Guys, look!
Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue had an original Evil Ranger team that was created just for this show. They were made to be replacements for the real Rangers, but after becoming damaged, they would rage out and be indiscriminate in who they attacked. They had a single horn on their helmet along with black gloves, and they were defeated in a single episode.
Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Lightspeed Rescue also featured the Titanium Ranger. Ryan was originally hostile to the team due to Diabolico's brainwashing, but he eventually joined as the 6th Ranger. He was also completely unique to Lightspeed Rescue and had no counterpart within Super Sentai. In 2001, the Millennium Era took a dramatic shift with Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, giant monsters all-out attack, often shortened to GMK. This film reimagines Godzilla as a malevolent, vengeful spirit created from the souls of those who died in World War II, returning to punish modern Japan for forgetting its past. In this continuity, Mothra, King Ghidorah, and Baragon are recreated as ancient guardian beasts destined to defend Japan from Godzilla's wrath. Unlike other projects where Godzilla is neutral or just misunderstood, GMK portrays him as deliberately destructive and almost supernatural, with glowing white eyes and a relentless presence. The battles are intense and tragic, with the guardian monsters fighting not out of aggression but duty, as Godzilla leaves devastation in his wake. This project was directed by Shusuke Kaneko, known for revitalizing the Gamera franchise. GMK is widely regarded as one of the strongest and boldest reinterpretations of Godzilla's character, proving that the franchise could still deliver powerful thematic impact while reinventing itself for modern audiences. 2001 brought fans another main entry into the Ultraman franchise with Ultraman Cosmos, a series meant to celebrate Ultraman's 35th anniversary. Cosmos was a more empathetic Ultra than most, and he rocked a unique blue color scheme, making him very different from other Ultras at the time. This series follows the story of Musashi Haruno, the human host of Ultraman Cosmos, as well as a group called EYES, or the Elite Young Expert Squad. Cosmos aired for a massive 65 episodes, making it the longest running series in the entire franchise. In 2001, Toei released a direct sequel to Kuga titled Kamen Rider Agito, and this show features 4 very different riders. Shoichi becomes Agito, a magic-based rider whose name is Latin for move or keep moving. Makoto becomes G3, a mechanical and technology-based rider who's based off of Kuga and actually puts his suit on. Ryo is Gills, a biological rider whose armor actually grows from his body. And Kaoru is the incredibly cool Another Agito. This was the final Kamen Rider season to feature the Ishinomori-style belt design. Also in 2001, the Ishinomori Manga Museum, named after Shotaro Ishinomori, opened in Ishinomaki, Miyagi Prefecture, Japan, to showcase some of the most culturally significant manga in history and to educate people on an art form that Shotaro Ishinomori himself loved so much. Even though Shotaro was gone, his legacy was well remembered, and the franchise he created was headed in an exciting new direction. In 2001, Toei released Hyakuju Sentai Gao Ranger, an animal-themed Sentai. This series followed a group of warriors as they fight against Org. Being an animal-themed Sentai, Gao Ranger had a wild tone and style that really worked well. The show would also feature some unique elements that hadn't been seen before. Gao Ranger was the first Sentai to feature auxiliary mecha that can interact and combine with the other mecha featured on the show. This was the first Sentai where the entire team used cell phones to Henshin, and this was the first Sentai to have longer, extended roll calls for each Ranger. Gao Ranger was adapted into Power Rangers Wild Force, and this was the first Sentai season to be released on DVD. Gao Ranger had two separate imitation teams, the first of which was created by Copy Org, who made copies of the Rangers, and these guys were appropriately called the Copy Rangers. They looked the same, but they had horns on their helmets. The Shade Rangers appeared in Gao Ranger when Doro Doro created evil clones of the team. The premise was that if the Gao Rangers destroyed them, it would result in their own death, creating an interesting predicament for the protagonists. I also really like how the black suits had high contrast colored sections on their helmets. In 2001, Gao Ranger used the G-Phone, another cell phone device that could be used for communication and of course for transforming. During the transformation, we see the cell phone grow large and take on the appearance of their respective animal, before their suit and helmet are materialized. Gao Silver used the G-Brace phone, a device that was similar to the G-Phone, but it could be worn on the wrist and featured wolf sound effects.
Meet your dark side, the Shadow Rangers.
Shadow Rangers?
Power Rangers Wild Force featured the Shadow Rangers, a team of evil imitation rangers created by a monster named Onekage, and they were based on the Shade Rangers from Gao Ranger. They were defeated along with Onekage in one episode. Power Rangers Wild Force used basically the same sequence as Gao Ranger. The Rangers here used the Growl phone, and as I said, the morph sequence was largely unchanged from its Japanese counterpart. In 2002, Godzilla against Mechagodzilla brought the King of Monsters back in one of Toho's most inventive reimaginings yet. Directed by Masaki Tezuka, the film exists in an alternate timeline where only the 1954 Godzilla is canon. After decades of peace, a new Godzilla emerges to threaten Japan once more, prompting the government to construct a powerful biomechanical weapon built with the bones of the original Godzilla, codenamed Kiryu. When Godzilla returns, Kiryu is unleashed, but the spirit of the original monster within the machine awakens, causing it to go berserk and reminding humanity of the dangers of tampering with nature. The cast here was great, and they added emotional depth and a sense of realism to the sci-fi spectacle. Godzilla against Mechagodzilla stood out for its sleek visual effects, impressive suit design, and grounded military drama. The Kiryu design quickly became a fan favorite, blending classic Mechagodzilla elements with modern technology. While not the highest grossing Godzilla film of the era, it received strong praise for its tone, character-driven story, and spectacular battles, leading directly into its sequel and cementing Kiryu's legacy as one of the most beloved Mechagodzillas in the franchise. 2002 brought Kamen Rider Yuki, a very popular season, especially amongst fans that enjoy having a lot of riders.
Henshin!
Riders travel to the mirror world via reflective surfaces, and these riders compete in the Rider War, a winner-take-all competition where the victor will be granted a single wish. Yuki is known for having a very unique style, and this series has a lot of cool attributes, like being the first season to use cards, and it was also the first season where riders had a device that activates and announces their abilities and attacks. This was also the first season to feature villain riders. It was around this time that the team at Toei started getting more experimental and creative with suit designs, as evidenced by the unique and elaborate helmet designs showcased within Yuki.
Sentai!
2002 saw the release of another ninja-themed Sentai, in Ninpu Sentai Hurricaneer. This series had a focus on elemental ninjutsu powers and followed the students of a ninja academy as they fight against the group that killed many of their fellow ninja students, the evil space ninja group Jakanja. This series took what worked with Kaku Ranger, but dialed up the action and charm to deliver an incredibly well-balanced and memorable season, complete with a stellar cast and several unique new characters that would further differentiate it from other seasons. We would start with 3 Rangers, before adding the insect-themed duo, the Go Rangers, and the incredibly cool and entertaining Shurikinger.
I am Ninja of the Ninja, Tenku Ninja, Shuikinja!
Eventually adapted into Power Rangers Ninja Storm, this is the first season to feature 2 Red and 2 Blue Rangers on the same team. And this show was originally planned to be called Dainin Sentai Ninja Man or Great Ninja Squad Ninja Man.
Ninpu Sentai
Hurricaneer also had a team of fake rangers created by Modogi, but they only lasted 1 episode. Also within the show, we got the GARO Rangers, an intimidating duo that would eventually become good. These brothers, named Iko and Ishu Kasami, were brought up to be cold and heartless warriors from a young age. Their father demanded perfection from them and implemented training techniques that were harsh and borderline abusive. When their father died, the brothers would align themselves with Jakanja, serving as a primary antagonistic force for the first half of the series. Due to their cold nature and fighting skills, they were truly a force to be reckoned with. The Go Rangers wore stylish red and blue ninja outfits accented by gold trim. These suits were similar to the Hurricaners, but with a slightly more elaborate design. It's even been speculated that they may have been the inspiration for Kamen Rider Kabuto and Gatak due to their similar beetle-theme aesthetics. Iko was played by Yujiro Shirakawa, and Ishu was played by Nobuo Kyo, who also appeared in Kamen Rider Kiva, Amazons, and Shinobi. In 2002, the Hurricaners used the Hurricane Gyro, a brace that was capable of shooting shuriken and performed the Ranger's transformation by spinning the Shinobi medal on their device.
Hurricane Red!
Hurricane Blue!
Hurricane Yellow!
The team's transformation shows their suits materializing and the helmet is applied in stages, with the face being visible until completion.
I am Ninja of the Ninja, Tenku Ninja, Shuikinja!
Additionally, the Go Rangers use the Go Rai Changers to transform, devices that were designed after a rhinoceros beetle and a stag beetle respectively, and the beetle's wings would open during transformation. Shurikinger used the spin transform Shuriken ball for transforming and other functions like cloning people's appearances or as a thrown projectile weapon.
Ninpu Sentai
Hurricaneer's transformation sequence was stylish as usual, with some really creative transformation devices that were very different from the ones that came before.
Lucky for you, we're ready to go. All the pieces are in place. Let the games begin.
Excellent!
Power Rangers Ninja Storm would of course feature the Thunder Rangers. They were also brothers Blake and Hunter Bradley to be exact, with a similar premise to the Go Rangers, and these motocross-loving brothers also became good eventually.
Ready? Ninja Storm! Thunderstorm! Sarah Storm! Ranger Storm!
Power Rangers Ninja Storm featured similar transformations, but with greater emphasis on showing the Ranger's face.
Power of water!
Power of air! Power of earth!
The main Power Rangers of Ninja Storm used the Wind Morpher. Released in 2003, Godzilla Tokyo SOS served as a direct sequel to Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, continuing the Kiryu saga with even higher emotional stakes and spectacular action. Once again directed by Masaki Tezuka, the story picks up 1 year after Kiryu's first battle with Godzilla. Japan's nearly repaired the mechanical titan, but a new crisis emerges when the Shobijin warned humanity to return Godzilla's bones to the sea, or face destruction. When the government refuses, both Godzilla and Mothra return to Japan, resulting in a three-way clash that pushes Kiryu and his pilot to their limits. Visually, Tokyo SOS is one of the most polished entries in the Millennium series, blending practical effects and miniature work with refined suitmation. The emotional highlight comes in Kiryu's final act of self-awareness, choosing to carry both himself and Godzilla into the ocean, allowing the monster's souls to finally rest. With its strong themes of respect for the dead, responsibility towards nature, and redemption, Godzilla Tokyo SOS became a fan favorite, often hailed as one of the most heartfelt and masterfully executed films of the Millennium era. 2003 was the year of Kamen Rider Phase, a show in which Smart Brain Org is trying to take over the world with Orphanox, who are the next stage of human evolution. They create 3 suits called Rider Gear, which are Phase, Delta, and Kaiza. Our main protagonist in this series is Takumi, who along with his allies would fight against Smart Brain to prevent them from replacing the world with Orphanox. Phase brought with it a dark, quality story, with excellent acting and explosive action, and 2003 was another great year for Kamen Rider. Toei would release another Dino-themed season in 2003 with Bakuryu Sentai Aba Ranger, following a team of heroes brought together by their dino guts to fight against the Evolians. The premise of this show was very unique, having to do with a parallel Dino Earth that was created when a meteor struck Earth millions of years ago. Aba Ranger would also introduce the world to one of the coolest, most intimidating villains in the history of Sentai that would eventually become an ally and an Aba Ranger himself, Abare Kira. Footage of this show would be used for Power Rangers Dino Thunder, and this was the first season where the only female ranger on the team is a Yellow Ranger.
change.
Next up is the man himself, Mikoto Nakadai, better known as Abare Killer, from Aba Ranger. Mikoto was a surgeon who was good at everything he tried to do, and this caused him to become bored. Because of this, he decides to transform and fight just for the entertainment value of a challenge. Throughout his introductory story arc, he shamelessly displays his narcissistic and sociopathic personality, causing full-on conflict with the Aba Rangers, where Aba Red would say, which means you aren't human, due to his unfeeling attitude towards the plight of others. He became leader of the Evolians, but would eventually turn against them and fight alongside the Aba Rangers. Abare Killer was one of the strongest 6th Rangers ever in terms of skill, intellect, and pure power, and he of course looked cool as hell. This was easily the most aggressive looking suit design in Sentai history. The black and white monochromatic color scheme, with a slight bit of red serving as an accent on his helmet, is near perfection. Mikoto was played by Kotaro Tanaka, and as I've said before, this ranger fits the name Abare Killer perfectly, and he looks like he would just rip your head off for fun. He's absolutely legendary. Aba Ranger's main transformation device was the Dino Brace, featuring the heads of dinosaurs portrayed on the device. Abare Black used the Dino Commander, and Abare Killer used the Dino Minder. The transformation sequence featured on Aba Ranger was dynamic and aggressive, complete with the roaring silhouettes of the Rangers' respective dinosaurs.
I've only just started. You want some more?
Power Rangers Dino Thunder featured Trent, the White Dino Ranger who was the main antagonist of the White Thunder 3-part story arc, and after turning good, he was cloned to create a new evil version who lasted 8 episodes before being defeated. Trent was played by Jeff Parazzo. The main Rangers of Power Rangers Dino Thunder used the Dino Morpher, and this morph was very similar to Aba Ranger.
Tornado power! Tricera power!
Yeah! Terra power! Ha!
Brachio power! Dragon power! Dino Rangers!
This was a cool morph sequence and featured roll calls taken from Aber Ranger.
Godzilla Final Wars.
Released in 2004 to commemorate Godzilla's 50th anniversary, Godzilla Final Wars served as the grand finale to the Millennium Era, a massive, over-the-top celebration of everything the franchise had built up to that point. Directed by Yuhei Kitamura, known for his hard-hitting action style, the film combined sci-fi, martial arts, and classic kaiju spectacle into one explosive crossover event. In this story, humanity's entered a new era of peace protected by the Earth Defense Force, or EDF. But when aliens suddenly appear, they unleash dozens of kaiju across the globe, including Rodan, Anguirus, King Caesar, and even the 1998 American Godzilla, rebranded as simply Zilla. At this point, humanity's last hope becomes clear. They have to release the original Godzilla from his icy prison. What follows is an all-out global rampage as Godzilla fights nearly every major monster from the franchise's history, culminating in a final showdown against Monster X, who transforms into Kaiser Ghidorah. The film features cameos and tributes from across Godzilla's cinematic legacy, alongside a high-energy soundtrack by Keith Emerson and a fast-paced, anime-inspired tone. Though divisive for its wild tone and stylized human action scenes, Godzilla Final Wars is often celebrated as a love letter to fans. A massive, chaotic send-off to the Showa, Heisei, and Millennium eras before the franchise would go into hiatus for a decade. In 2004, Tsuburaya looked to reinvent Ultraman for an older audience, and the first step in that initiative was titled Ultraman the Next. This project focuses on a fighter pilot named Sunichi Maki who becomes Ultraman, this time with a way more aggressive and complex aesthetic. Ultraman the Next took the successful Ultraman formula and repackaged it in a cool and creative way. 2004 also brought fans Ultraman Nexus. This show would also be made for an older audience, marking a new direction for Ultraman on television. Focusing on Kazuki Komon, this series abandoned the long-established Monster of the Week formula in favor of longer developing stories that would appeal more to the show's target audience. Tsuburaya originally meant for the series to air in primetime, but they had to settle for a Saturday morning slot, reducing how many people could even watch. Due to the change in the show's format and a less than ideal time slot, Nexus would fail to reach Tsuburaya's viewership expectations and only received 37 episodes. Also releasing in 2004 was Ultra Q Dark Fantasy, a project made to celebrate the original Ultra series from the 1960s. Remaining consistent with the original series' tone and look, Ultra Q Dark Fantasy did a great job at delivering what fans wanted, but it took place in an alternate timeline and it wasn't actually a sequel. In 2004 saw the release of Kamen Rider Blade, a playing card themed season featuring multiple riders that represented different suits from the card deck. Our main protagonist is Kazuma, who becomes Kamen Rider Blade after being ordered, along with Sakuya, by Board to fight against creatures called undead. This series featured some really cool riders, including Garen, Chalice, Ryongo, and of course Blade himself. The show featured 2 intros, and the second intro looks cool, and you could tell their focus was just on making it look cool for the audience. But the first intro is genuinely hilarious to me, and it's really unique in its weirdness. Kick that napkin. Kick it. This was the first season to have 2 intros since Skyrider. 2005 2004 would see the release of Tokusatsu Sentai Deca Ranger, featuring a new mystery theme along with other police elements. Deca Ranger follows a charismatic group of officers from SPD as they take on space criminals called alienizers. The word Deca is Japanese slang for detective, hence the name. Deca Ranger utilized several unique mechanics to help the team solve crimes, including Jasmine's ability to use ESP via touch, as well as Sin standing on his head in order to figure things out. All of the Rangers featured on the show are overflowing with personality, and the likability and charm of the show would keep it popular for years to come. Deca Ranger is also notable for featuring several auxiliary Rangers who make limited appearances while Henshin. Doggy Kruger, also known as Deca Master, is a dog who serves as the mentor for Deca Ranger. Swan becomes Deca Swan, and we even see Deca Bright, who is Deca Break's superior officer. This series featured the most protagonist Rangers ever at the time. Deca Ranger would be adapted into Power Rangers SPD, and Deca Ranger featured 2 separate outros, both of which are of extremely high quality and very catchy. This season is unique in the fact that there isn't really an evil organization, but rather they tend to fight alienizers who are operating in their own interest. Deca Ranger is also the only Sentai where every main ranger goes by a nickname. Now we look at one of my favorite seasons with Deca Ranger, and they transform using the SP license, a device that looks like a cross between a police badge and a flip phone that even features flashing lights. It had 3 modes: change mode for transforming, phone mode for communication, and judge mode to determine the innocence or guilt of a given alienizer.
SPD! Deca Red! Deca Blue! Deca Green!
Deca Yellow! Deca Pink!
Deca Break!
Deca Break used a device called a brake throttle, a brace that featured a throttle. During the transformation, the Rangers stand in front of their respective colors before jumping into the air and flying forward as their suits cover their bodies. The transformation sequence within Deca Ranger was cool and fit well within the police theme. Power Rangers SPD saw the Rangers do a backflip before their suit covers their body and face, and we see them standing on a Deca Ranger badge in front of their designated numbers.
SPD Red Ranger!
SPD Pink!
Shadow Ranger!
SPD used the Delta Morpher.
Let's do this!
Next up is the A Squad Rangers from Power Rangers SPD. These were the original SPD Rangers before embarking on a mission that would result in them missing with unknown whereabouts. They would be replaced by the official team of the show, and we would find out that the A Squad Rangers betrayed SPD and became loyal to Emperor Groom.
You'll be coming with us, Commander Kruger. You have an appointment with Emperor Groom.
This was actually the first team with a female Red Ranger, and their helmets were reused designs from Mega Ranger and Power Rangers in Space. These guys were a major part of the show's plot and were unique to Power Rangers, meaning they had no counterparts within Super Sentai. In 2005, the original, groundbreaking GARO series debuted, introducing the world to Koga Seijima, a Makai Knight, played by Ryosei Konishi. Due to the dark and negative thoughts of humans in this show, creatures called horrors constantly manifest into existence, preying on these humans and turning them into horrific abominations. Koga pursued these horrors and lived a life committed to snuffing them out. Trained since childhood, Koga was a highly skilled and honorable warrior who wore the mantle of GARO. He's relentless, focused, and oftentimes cynical, but he has a noble and heroic heart, plus an awesome talking ring named Zaruba. During Koga's journey, he encounters a woman named Kaoru, played by Mika Hiji, who was also featured on Kamen Rider Blade as an orchid undead. Kaoru becomes stained by horror blood, prompting Koga to eliminate her, but he decides to spare her instead, treating her at times like horror bait, and they eventually catch feelings for each other. The original GARO series also featured Rei Suzumura, also known as Silver Fang Knight Zero, played by Rei Fujita, who also appeared in Kamen Rider Phi's at only 14 years old as Kitazaki, the dragon orphanok that becomes Delta. Zero is a silver Makai Knight with a more laid-back personality compared to Koga's, although he can still handle himself in a fight when the time comes. Zero uses a Mado necklace called Silva. This show also featured Barago, played by Masaki Kyomoto. GARO also dealt with the Three Priestesses, a villainous faction of 3 young girls who would eventually combine into an entity named Gulm. This action-packed series set the tone for the entire franchise, and in my opinion, it's a modern classic. Interestingly enough, the title cards for this show were read by a voice actor named Ward Sexton, the same voice actor who famously reads the title cards of the Resident Evil games.
Where there is light, shadows lurk and fear reigns. Yet by the blade of night, mankind was given hope.
Fans would witness the culmination of this story when GARO defeated a being called Messia, the mother of all horrors, and this show brought something new and fresh to Toku, but GARO was just getting started. In 2005, Ultraman would return to the classic Monster of the Week format with Ultraman Max. Our main protagonist for the series is Kaito Toma, a recent recruit of the Team Dash, or Defense Action Squad heroes. Due to a childhood tragedy, Kaito has a strong sense of duty and justice, and these qualities made him the perfect choice to be an Ultra host as he transformed into Ultraman Max. This series was a welcome return to the classic Ultra format, and fans received it well. In 2005, Toei released Kamen Rider Hibiki. This show wasn't even originally designed to be a Kamen Rider series, and in pre-production many different themes were tossed around, including ninjas and yokai, but when Bandai demanded that the Kamen Rider name be attached to the project in order to sell more toys, the original themes would be dropped, and the character would become an Oni-themed Kamen Rider. By episode 29, chief producer Shigenori Taketera was fired, and this was unofficially attributed to low ratings and low toy sales. After the firing, there was a visible tone shift on the show, and it began to resemble a more traditional Kamen Rider series. Hibiki introduced a lot of unique things into the franchise, including the fact that there are no belts to Henshin, and this is the only series with an instrumental theme.
Kamen Rider, the first.
2005 would continue with Kamen Rider the First. Kamen Rider the First was a modern-day reimagining of Shotaro Ishinomori's classic original series. This movie took some liberties in regards to story, but ultimately serves as a creative and well-made Kamen Rider project that shows a lot of love and respect for the original series.
溢れる勇気を魔法に変える
In 2005, Toei would head in yet another bold new direction with the wizard-inspired Mahou Sentai Magi Ranger. This show would follow the Ozu family as they utilized their magical abilities to fight against Infertia. This season capitalized on Harry Potter mania by utilizing various themes that you would expect from a magical Sentai, such as magic wands, known as Magi-Sticks, cloaks, and the ability to cast wacky and entertaining spells to turn the tide of battle. Magi Ranger was a fun and whimsical take on the Super Sentai formula. Magi Ranger would be adapted into Power Rangers Mystic Force, and Magi Ranger is unique in having the 6th Ranger known as Magi Shine marry a core member of the team in Urara, or Magi Blue. This was the final season to be shot in standard 4:3 aspect ratio, and this was also the final season to be released on VHS. Magi Ranger had the evil Magi Rangers, a short-lived group of Ranger clones created by Hades' god Toad that were quickly defeated. This show also of course featured Wolzard. As the Heavenly Saint's noble and honorable master warrior, Blego took on the human form of Isamu Ozu, who fathered the Magi Rangers. In a battle against Infertia, he became critically wounded, resulting in Inma focusing darkness directly into his wound. This resulted in him becoming Wolzard, a dark warrior helplessly commanded by Inma. He would seemingly unalive his wife and battle against the Magi Rangers. Over time, Wolzard would regain his old memories and slowly show signs of his true self. He went from battling against the Magi Rangers to eventually aligning with them in a dark and intense story. His dark form is a purple and gold suit of armor that really stood out amongst the other suit designs on Magi Ranger. He also returned later in the series as Wolzard Fire, a heroic red form that he used alongside the Magi Rangers. Isamu was played by Tsutomu Isobe, who also appeared in Kamen Rider Kuga. Wolzard was one of the most highly skilled and dangerous Sentai villains of all time. Magi Ranger used the magic cell phone Magiphone. This device could detect the Infertia, could be used as a wand, and of course be used to transform. The Rangers could input various codes into the Magiphones to aid them in combat. Magi Mother eventually used a silver variant of the Magiphone, Magi Shine used the Griffon, and Wolzord used the Wolzophone. The transformation sequence in Magi Ranger featured excellent visuals for the time, representing the different elements of the Rangers, and the combination of a cell phone and a magic wand was an interesting choice creatively.
It's me!
Whoa. And me! What?
What?
Yeah!
Power Rangers Mystic Force featured the evil Mystic Rangers, based on the evil Magi Rangers, and just like in Japan, they lasted for only one episode. Mystic Force also featured Korag, based on Wolzard. Both Korag and Wolzard were a huge part of their respective shows. Power Rangers Mystic Force used the Mystic Morpher and featured a semi-unique morph sequence.
Fluid as the sea, blue Mystic Ranger.
Strong as a tree, green Mystic Ranger. Fast as lightning, yellow Mystic Ranger.
Ever-changing as the wind, pink Mystic Ranger.
For Mystic Force, Saban used a combination of footage from Magi Ranger and new elements created for this show specifically. The next GARO project was a two-part special called Beast of the Demon Knight, also called Beast of the White Knight and Beast of the Midnight Sun. Continuing the story of the original series, this special sees the reassignment of Koga to the Northern District. A young priestess in training named Rin, played by Yuzumi Shibamoto, desperately searches for Koga. When meeting Koga, she insists that she has a message from Amon, who wanted him to rescue Jabi, who is supposedly trapped in the spiritual realm. Although he's hesitant, Koga agrees to help Rin. At the same time, another horror named Legulis comes to life and begins building his army of minions. Legulis was played by Masashi Hirose of Ultraman Zoffi fame. Koga and Rin went to the Makai realm to save Jabi, and although it's a perilous journey full of danger and conflict, they are eventually able to rescue her. In the climax of this story, Legulis attacks, and after an intense battle, Koga defeats him. Afterwards, Rin continues her training under Jabi. Beast of the Demon Knight was a cool follow-up with intense action and an interesting story, and it expanded the lore of the GARO franchise. GARO got a PS2 game in 2006 called Golden Knight GARO. This was a fighting game featuring multiple game modes and 15 of the most popular characters in the franchise, like Zero, Kiba, and GARO himself. It also featured special features like a gallery. This was a fun Toku fighting game that's remembered fondly by fans that actually got the chance to play it. Celebrating the 40th anniversary of the franchise, 2006's Ultraman Mebius was a huge and historically significant season, resulting in the show moving to a new Saturday evening time slot. As an anniversary season, this series frequently referenced previous characters and events from Ultraman's history. This show follows Ultraman Mebius as he tries to live up to the Ultraman legacy. Mebius tried and failed to save a man, but used his likeness when creating a human form named Mirai Hibino. As a member of Guys, or Guards for Utility situation, he would join the battle against Kaiju. Ultraman Mebius told a timeless story that honored the franchise's legacy while being unique and modern at the same time. Henshin. 2006 was an important year for Kamen Rider, as we would be introduced to the very first HD Kamen Rider series in Kamen Rider Kabuto. Henshin. This series takes place 7 years after a meteorite hit Shibuya, and shape-shifting creatures known as worms emerged from the disaster. This show added a cast-off feature, giving a unique external layer of armor over the rider's base armor, something completely fresh and new to the franchise. This show is notable for having a lot of unique riders with varied story arcs. The main protagonist is named Soji, and he's very unique within the franchise due to being extremely arrogant most of the time. Kabuto is also very unique due to its food and culinary focus. 2006 saw the Super Sentai franchise enter a new era with Go-Go Sentai Bokenger, the first season to be filmed in 720p HD. This show was an anniversary season and featured a team of adventurers as they hunted for treasure and battled against the negative syndicates. With the word Boken meaning adventure, it was clear that Toei wanted to invoke the same sense of exploration and excitement present in Western projects like Indiana Jones and Tomb Raider. Our heroes would search for powerful artifacts called Precious, and the search for these items would often lead our rangers to exotic new locations that gave this show a ton of excitement. Bokenger would be adapted into Power Rangers Operation Overdrive in the West. In addition to the new HD resolution, Bokenger was also notable for having the first 9-piece mecha fusion and a 10-piece mecha fusion. Bokenger featured the Evil Bokengers, a short-lived evil Sentai created by Oga.
Ready, Bokenger, up!
In 2006, Bokenger used the Excellular, another cell phone-like device, but this one was usually stored on a ranger's upper arm. Upon initiating transformation, the Rangers run the Excellular down their arm, and then we see a speedometer before the suit is applied and the helmet manifests on their head. Bokenger's vehicle-themed transformation was similar to some previous seasons, but the production value had improved by a large amount over the years.
What the? Great! Now we have to fight ourselves! Meet your match!
They were also adapted into the Evil Overdrive Rangers and Power Rangers Operation Overdrive. Both teams were defeated quickly, and they looked similar to the real Rangers, but with the addition of black collars on their suits.
Ready! Overdrive! Accelerate!
Power Rangers Operation Overdrive used the Overdrive Tracker, and there were a lot more instances of the Rangers activating it off of different surfaces besides just their arm.
Kick into overdrive! Red Ranger!
Pink Ranger!
Blue Ranger!
Yellow Ranger!
Black Ranger!
All to adventure!
Power Rangers Operation Overdrive!
The morph was slightly different, but the difference was minimal, with reused roll calls from Bokenger. 2007's Ultra 7X was a darker and more adult-oriented continuation of 1967's Ultra 7. Following a man named Jin, an amnesiac who transforms into Ultra 7X, as well as an investigation team named Deus. This series was quite different from the original, despite the similar name. Ultra 7X was a dark and mature reimagining of the 1967 classic. / 2007 also saw the release of a new spin-off series set in the Ultraverse titled Ultra Galaxy Mega Monster Battle. This project would focus more on the kaiju of the universe, as well as follow the adventures of a man named Rei. Originally airing as part of a pay-per-view service, Ultra Galaxy Mega Monster Battle carved a unique place for itself within the larger Ultraman universe, and would even continue on into its own successful franchise going forward. 2007 would bring with it an absolute cultural phenomenon within Japan in Kamen Rider Den-O. Ryotaro is a huge wimp until he's possessed by the Taros, because they imbue their own personality unto him and even change his non-Henshin look. Ryotaro travels with Hana and the Taros through time on the Den Liner to fight against evil Imagins, and they also encounter Kamen Rider Zeronos. Takeru Sato, who plays Ryotaro, claims that the reason for the show's success was the comedic timing. Because the show was so successful, it would lead to a mountain of revenue for Toei and more crossovers than any other Kamen Rider series in history. Following on the heels of Kamen Rider the First, 2007 would continue the anniversary celebration that the first started with the release of Kamen Rider the Next, a reimagining of Kamen Rider V3 with a much darker and more intense tone featuring horror themes. Like the Next, this movie introduced these characters to a new generation and put them in an interesting premise set in the Heisei era. Tsuburaya Productions actually helped with visual effects for this movie, and they are of course known for being the makers of Ultraman.
燃え立つ劇は正義の証純剣戦隊激レンジャー
2007 was the year of Juken Sentai Geki Ranger, an incredibly unique kung fu and animal themed season focusing on key and various aspects of Chinese mythology. In this series, our heroes would utilize their powers to battle against the evil schools of martial arts. Geki Ranger had a new tone that was completely unlike anything that preceded it, and even featured a cool new wolf-themed Violet Ranger. This show was adapted into Power Rangers Jungle Fury in the US and was released as a dubbed version in South Korea as Power Rangers Wild Spirits. This was the first Sentai to not feature belts on the Rangers' suits, and also the last season to only have 5 total Rangers. Geki Ranger used the Geki Changers, designed after martial arts arm guards. Representing a new and unique transformation device, the Geki Changers were worn on the Rangers' forearms and hands, and this sequence was unlike anything ever seen before. The Rangers put one fist into the other hand before punching the air. After that, we see the Geki Beasts charge forward and the Rangers' helmets materialize. The martial arts theme was on full display during the transformation sequence, and overall it was pretty solid. In 2007, we had the Renjuken Warriors, also known as Leo and Melee from Geki Ranger. As members of the Renjuken Akugata, or the Confrontation Beast Fist Akugata, Ryo and Melee would hone their fighting abilities and force their followers to endure their intense and brutal training methods to master the group's fighting style. Ryo had a dark origin, as his family was unalived, leading to him becoming obsessed with power and becoming as deadly as he possibly can so that he never suffers in the same way again. He uses an aggressive-looking black and gold suit of lion-themed armor, and he was played by Hirofumi Araki. Melee was a fierce tactician who had a deep, unrequited love for Ryo. Eventually, Ryo would turn good, leading to conflict between the two, but Melee would end up saving Ryo, and the two would fall in love and align with the Geki Rangers. Melee has a green chameleon-themed suit, and she was played by Yuka Hirata. The Renjuken Warriors were a deadly, highly trained duo that served their role as antagonists well before coming full circle as allies to the Geki Rangers. Power Rangers Jungle Fury featured an adaptation of the Renjuken Warriors with Jared and Camille, or the Fury Warriors, with a similar premise to their counterparts. Jungle Fury also featured the Spirit Rangers, a corrupted trio created by the Phantom Beasts that would eventually become good when RJ frees them from control. This trio was exclusive to Power Rangers.
Ready! Jungle Beast! Spirit unleashed!
Power Rangers Jungle Fury left the Geki Changers behind and instead optioned for morphers that also functioned as sunglasses called solar morphers.
With the strength of a tiger, Red Ranger!
With the speed of a cheetah, Yellow Ranger!
With the stealth of a jaguar, Blue Ranger!
Aside from the new morpher, this was a similar transformation sequence, but cool nonetheless. 2008 was a huge year for Ultraman with the release of a film called Superior Ultraman 8 Brothers. This movie joins the Showa-era Ultras with the Heisei-era Ultras in a team-up for the ages. Superior Ultraman 8 Brothers delivered with big action and loads of fan service. This was a movie that fans both young and old could enjoy. 2008 was the year that Kamen Rider would take on a campy vampire theme with Kamen Rider Kiva. The tagline for this series was "Wake up, break the chains of destiny." This show takes place across two time frames simultaneously, being 1986 and 2008, allowing the audience to experience the cause and effect of certain story beats. Our soft-spoken protagonist is Wataru, an introvert who's a human and Fangire hybrid, and this is actually a huge part of the plot, where we would explore Wataru's family history and his place within the hierarchy of the Fangire species. This show introduced some really unique elements to the franchise, featuring Wataru's ghostly allies called the Arms Monsters, who provide Kiva with power-ups and live in a building that turns into a dragon. This show also introduced us to Kibot, a bat that bites Wataru's hand to facilitate his henshin. Although Kiva failed to achieve the same levels of success as Deno, this show introduced fans to some fresh and interesting new things that had never been seen before within the Kamen Rider franchise. 2008 was a high-octane thrill ride with Engine Sentai Go-Onger, another car-themed Sentai with an eccentric cast, explosive action, and tons of hilarious comedy. This series followed a group of heroes chosen by mechanical beings called engines to become Go-Onger and fight against the GARO. In addition to vehicles, Go-Onger also featured an animal motif and incorporated themes like pollution and conservationism. Every element of the show is enhanced by a charismatic cast and a story that's consistently fun and entertaining. Go-Onger would be adapted into Power Rangers RPM, and this is the first Sentai season to feature 2 6th Rangers in Go on Wings, consequently making it the first season with a female 6th Ranger as well. 2008's Go-Onger featured the Go Phone, another cell phone transformation device, as well as the Shift Changer and the Wing Trigger for Go on Wings. The cool feature of Go-Onger's transformation sequence is that they physically put their helmets on. I also like the car sound effects during the roll call. Go-Onger was a great season, and this transformation sequence was a big reason why.
Ready? Ready! RPM!
Power Rangers RPM used the Cell Shift Morpher and the Rev Morpher with a transformation sequence that was a little bit different. This morph was decent for what it is, but in my opinion it wasn't quite as charming as that of Go-Onger. In 2009's Mega Monster Battle, Ultra Galaxy would prove to be one of the most significant projects in the history of the franchise, as 2 characters would be introduced who would become iconic within Toku: Ultraman Belial and Ultraman Zero. This project was a continuation of a direct-to-video special called Ultraman Maybu's side story Ghost Reverse, and this project would usher in an exciting new era for Ultraman. Going into 2009, no Rider fan knew just how huge it would end up being, with several awesome projects to keep the fanbase happy. One of which was Kamen Rider G, a TV special meant to celebrate the 50th anniversary of TV Asahi, as well as promote Kamen Rider Decade. This special followed Goro, a sommelier who henshins into Kamen Rider G as he takes on the organization's shade. Kamen Rider G is a wine-themed rider who literally uses a wine bottle and corkscrew to henshin, and he even has a sword with a corkscrew attached to it. This special is often overlooked, but it brought the fandom something incredibly unique with a wine-themed rider, and was just one part of what would be a great year for Kamen Rider.
Decade.
In 2009, we of course got Kamen Rider Decade, an anniversary season celebrating 10 years of the Heisei era. This show had 2 catchphrases. One is "Connect everything by destroying everything," and "Heisei Rider 10 years early." Although the show only had 31 episodes, it was stuffed full of fan service and was focused primarily on making longtime fans happy. This show exists amongst the larger Riderverse, where our main protagonist named Tsukasa, also known as the Destroyer of Worlds, henshins into Kamen Rider Decade, and he travels to the universes of other Heisei-era riders as they are converging into one. He can even henshin into other riders from the Heisei era. Although Decade was a shorter season, the impact of the show was undeniable, as Decade would be featured in many crossover projects over the years.
ようこそ大ショッカーへ。
大ショッカー
2009 also brought a huge team-up movie in Kamen Rider Decade: All Riders vs. Dice Shocker. This project served as the official movie adaptation of Decade that gave the audience some additional context about Tsukasa and featured a team-up of every rider from the history of the franchise up to this point. In addition to all of the Henshin riders throughout history, this movie also featured the nostalgic appearances of Tetsuo Kurata as Kotaro Minami, or Kamen Rider Black, and Toshiki Kashu as Shoichi Sugami, or Kamen Rider Faiz, as well as tons of classic villains from the franchise. When this movie released in theaters, it actually beat Harry Potter in the box office, earning over 2 billion yen, making it a huge success for Toei commercially and a memorable part of 2009. Also in 2009, Kamen Rider would have another chance at winning over Western fans with a new American adaptation titled Kamen Rider Dragon Knight. Using footage from Kamen Rider Yuki, this show aired on the CW television network during its CW for Kids programming block, but it was ultimately cancelled before the final 2 episodes aired on TV.
Kamen Rider.
Producer Aki Komine convinced Toei to let him make a pilot for an American adaptation of Kamen Rider in the same style of Power Rangers, and ultimately Ryuki was chosen for the adaptation due to the large quantity of riders and the fact that Ryuki has a female rider. Despite the show's cancellation, Dragon Knight actually won a Daytime Emmy Award for stunt coordination, and it's remembered mostly positively by the community. There was also a Kamen Rider game released in 2009 that would lead to quite a few sequels and spin-offs, Kamen Rider Climax Heroes on PlayStation 2. This was a Kamen Rider fighting game commemorating 10 years of the Heisei era and featuring all of the primary Heisei riders up to this point. This game series has become extremely popular in the fandom, and it was another thing that made 2009 such an awesome year for Kamen Rider, but it wouldn't be the last. Also releasing in 2009, a fresh take on the Kamen Rider formula, Double is a detective show featuring 2 people that share the same rider body, hence the name Double. The catchphrases for the show were, "We are the 2-in-1 Kamen Rider," and "This clinches it." Kamen Rider Double uses Gaia memory sticks to swap left and right side forms that also provide him with different color combinations. Shotaro is what I like to call a detective's detective. He considers himself hard-boiled, although he gets called half-boiled through a lot of the show, something he's not a huge fan of. He's one stylish dude, and his surname Hidari means left, as he becomes the left side of Double's body. He constantly struggles to live up to his dead mentor's legacy, whose daughter Akiko becomes his landlady, and she has the personality of a young child.
Cyclone!
Then we have Philip. He's the right side, and he searches for useful information and does a lot of research involving key words to solve cases. He's definitely not what he seems, and his story has an excellent twist. Kamen Rider Double featured some excellent lead protagonists that are very easy to root for. This show also features Ryu, also known as Axel, who's a cool rider that's based around speed, and he eventually falls in love with Akiko. We also have Museum, one of the most memorable and interesting evil organizations in the history of Toku. This show has several loving nods to the creator of Kamen Rider, Shotaro Ishinomori, including Shotaro Hidari having the same name, the green and black color scheme reminiscent of the Showa era, and Kamen Rider Skull, a reference to the Skullman manga that Ishinomori created so many years prior. This was the first Kamen Rider series to use the term Kamen Rider in English letters on the logo and in marketing, because before this it was always Masked Rider. Double will always be remembered as a cool, fresh, and well-written entry into the franchise. 2009 would see the release of a Super Sentai season with a brand new samurai theme in Samurai Sentai Shinkenger. This show follows samurai clan leader Takeru Shiba and his loyal retainers as they henshin into Shinkenger and fight against the Godoshu. Shinkenger sliced a special place for itself within the franchise due to it being so different from many of the other seasons. This show would creatively add the lighthearted Sentai formula to a classic Japanese drama, and somehow it worked perfectly. Shinkenger's entertaining formula proved to be extremely successful with fans, with the show's likable cast, well-choreographed action, and traditional Japanese style making this one of the most popular seasons in history. Shinkenger would also be featured in an exciting and memorable crossover with Kamen Rider Decade, a first for both franchises. Shinkenger was adapted into Power Rangers Samurai in the West, and this show famously featured a temporary female Red Ranger in Princess Kaoru. As time has gone on, Shinkenger has cemented itself as a truly legendary entry into the franchise. 300 years ago, Japan was faced with the emergence of the Gedoshu, which are evil creatures from the underworld. In order to combat them, the Emperor of Japan called upon the heads of 5 samurai clans to oppose the Gedoshu and form Shinkenger. These samurai practice Mojikara, the art of using kanji and magical ways to imbue themselves with power and to use different abilities provided by the kanji. This battle between the Shinkengers and the Gedoshu has waged on for 17 generations, until the Gedoshu were temporarily defeated before re-emerging years later. As Dokoku and the Gedoshu terrorize the population and seek to flood humanity with the underworld's Sanzu River, the 18th head of the Shiba clan, Takeru Shiba, calls upon his retainers to fight against the Gedoshu and defend the world against this threat. On a side note, this show even shares a crossover with Kamen Rider Decade, which is pretty freaking awesome. Toei really went all in for the theme here, but in a way that is unique to Sentai. Unlike a show like Kamen Rider Gaim, where the riders in that show resemble fully armored samurai, the suits in Shinkenger are a lot more reminiscent of a samurai's kimono, from the robe-like look of the chest to even the look of the gap on their hip. Each ranger's visor is in the shape of a kanji, which represents their various elements. As we know, it's hard to be a samurai without a katana, and this show features the Heiden Seisetsu Shinkenmaru, or the secret playback katana Shinkenmaru, representing the signature weapon of a samurai. And as far as just the packaging of this show, it's almost perfect. From the graphics to the intro and just the general vibe, they are all very reminiscent of feudal Japan, even though this show takes place in modern day. And we even have G, who dresses like he is straight out of a Kurosawa samurai film. In my opinion, this show has one of the best casts of all time. Everybody here just kind of plays off each other really well, and there's a lot of variation in their personalities. First up we have Kotoha, Shinken Yellow, played by Suzuka Morita, and she uses the Earth kanji. Kotoha is an extremely sweet girl who is also very skilled at combat, but she's often self-doubting due to replacing her older sister as Shinken Yellow when her sister becomes ill. She spends a lot of time admiring Mako, and she tends to see her own flaws more than others do. In fact, she's so hard on herself that the powers of Zuboshimeshi were useless against her. This was a monster that used to tell people truths about themselves that they didn't necessarily want to hear. But this monster was unable to be harder on Kotoha than she was on herself, completely negating his attacks. She is the youngest member of the team, who is very close in age to Shiaki, and they tend to be pretty tight throughout the show. Eventually, Kotoha received a letter from her sister stating that she was the true Shinken Yellow, and we would see an upswing to her confidence when this happened. Kotoha is just a very kind-hearted and lovable character with a great story arc, and she might even inspire people that are a little down on themselves. Kotoha! Next up we have Shinken Blue, Yunosuke, who is played by Hiroki Aiba. His kanji represents water. Early on in the show, we see Yunosuke practicing kabuki, which is a form of Japanese theater, until he receives the call to be a shinkenger. Despite wishing to be a kabuki performer, when the time comes for him to answer Takeru's call, he does so without hesitation, and he is fiercely loyal to Takeru, oftentimes bowing and referring to Takeru as Lord a lot more than the other rangers here. He takes his responsibilities very seriously. He is very, very smart for the most part, and he's usually the one to figure out different combinations with their origami. He's very skilled at combat, second only to Takeru. And like I said, he is probably the most respectful member of the team, especially towards Takeru. He truly embodies what being a loyal retainer means. Next up is Shinken Green, Chiaki, played by Shogo Suzuki. Chiaki's kanji represents wood. Chiaki is the second youngest member of the team, and because of this, he would much rather play Tekken most of the time than train to be a Shinkenger. Early on in the series, it's initially shown that he has little or no respect or adoration of Takeru. You know, he kind of views him as just another dude. He's brash and immature and would much rather play Tekken, as I said, and this lack of motivation results in him being noticeably weaker than his counterparts when it comes to combat and just general focus. Because of this, he often gets scolded by Takeru early on in the series. Over time, he goes through his own character development, and we see him mature and start to take his war with the Gedoshu more seriously. Despite how brash and immature he is, he's shown to actually have a pretty big heart, especially when it comes to Kotoha. After rewatching this series, I would say that he's one of my favorite Green Rangers, and over time he turns into a very likable character. Next up is Shinken Pink, or Mako. Played by Rin Takanashi, Mako's kanji represents heaven. Mako was abandoned as a young child, and she was raised by her grandmother while training to become a samurai. She has a lot of love for the world, particularly children, and she even worked at a kindergarten school prior to becoming a Shinkenger. On surface level, it's easy to see that she has tons of personality and likability. In fact, Kotoha is often seen admiring her, even for her cooking, which everybody else in the group pretty much agrees that it sucks.
Mako!
Mako has a very heavy story arc involving her father suddenly reappearing after all these years and trying to get her to move to Hawaii. Her mother was a Shinkenger who was injured, and I guess their solution was to move and abandon their daughter, because logic. But anyway, her dad is kind of a buffoon, and this story arc will genuinely make you feel bad for her. She is a very empathetic character and attempts to help those that are down. And as I said, she is a terrible cook, even making Takeru pass out from one of her awful dishes at one time. Next up we have Shinken Gold, Ginta, played by Keisuke Soma. Ginta's kanji represents light, and he is sushi and fish themed. Ginta is a sushi chef that was the childhood friend of Takeru, and he used to watch young Takeru train, and this made him want to also be a samurai. He uses similar equipment to the other rangers here, but with slight sushi-themed changes. This guy is constantly talking, and he's full of pep and personality, even to the point of being pretty damn strange sometimes. And he uses a technique called Aido, or Ai, but this is a Japanese martial art that has to do a lot with sheathing and unsheathing the sword very quickly. And while using Aido, he uses both the Sakanamaru and its saya in both an offensive and defensive style. And of course, it's very fast. Interesting note, Keisuke Soma would appear in Kamen Rider Saber as Isaac or Master Logos. His suit looks pretty cool, but if you replace the blue on the suit with some black, I think it would be even better. Just some personal preference. Next up we have Shinken Red, or Takeru, and he is played by Tori Matsuzaka. His kanji represents fire.
Shinken Red, Shiba Takeru.
He was raised by Hikoma to function as the 18th head of the Shiba clan. He has a very cold facade, laser-focused and disciplined, unwavering in his duties, and he's often very strict with the others.
Shinken Red, Shiba Takeru.
He was raised by Hikoma in a very different way than the other Rangers were raised up, practically devoting his entire life to being a samurai, and he greatly enjoys the thrill of combat.
Shinken Red, Shiba Takeru.
Takeru functions very well as the leader of this group because of his steadfast demeanor and commitment to what needs to be done. Over time, we do see some flaws in his personality, making him even more human and thusly even more endearing to the audience. The enemies in this show all look incredible, and the lore and story associated with them is dark and interesting. The Gedoshu are based on the yokai of Japanese mythology, which are evil spirits from the underworld. These Gedoshu reside inside of the Rokumansin, which is a ship that sails along the Sanzu River. And the Sanzu River is a river containing the souls of humans as well as some Gedoshu. After a short period of time inside of our world, these Gedoshu dry up, and they must return to the waters of the Sanzu River. In an effort to be able to fully invade without this fear of drying up, they seek to raise the waters of the Sanzu and flood the world. This leads to them terrorizing the world in order to accomplish this. Though the previous generation's Shinkengers were able to defeat them and seal them away, the Gedoshu reawaken in the present time to resume their havoc, only to face the current incarnation of the Shinkengers. Dayu is the right hand of Dokoku, and she is extremely subservient and loyal, which is actually quite reminiscent of the Shinkengers dynamic, and the way that Yunosuke is constantly demonstrating his loyalty to Takeru. She was once a human, as she murdered a man as well as his wedding party guests due to her unrequited love for him. When this happened, her soul became corrupted, turning her into Dayu. She's constantly petting her little Furby and playing music on her shamisen, which expresses her sadness as well as eases Dokoku's rage momentarily. Next up we have Hone no Shitari, or Shitari of Bones. He is a researcher and a strategist for the Gedoshu, and extremely loyal to Dokoku. He seeks to use humans for his own research, and I can't help but think of a Seeker from Skyrim whenever I see this guy. We have Juzo, a somewhat rogue Gedoshu. He lived as a master swordsman that disregarded the samurai Bushido due to his love of violence and killing. He wields an incredibly sick-looking katana named Urumasa with a red serrated edge on the backside of the blade. And this blade was forged from the souls of his family who tried to free him from his violent ways. To escape death, he willingly entered the Sanzu River, thus erasing any good left in his heart. And this turned him into a Gedonin, a half-Gedoshu that can exist for an indefinite time in both worlds and assume a human form. He can also live for a seemingly infinite amount of time, and because of this, he searches relentlessly for a worthy opponent. Not to mention, this guy, when he's Henshin, looks freaking awesome. Easily one of the coolest looking villains in the history of Sentai. And of course we have the big man himself, Dokoku, who is also one of the coolest looking villains in the history of Sentai. Dokoku has an insane level of rage, which can often be personified by him taking his anger out on his fellow Gedoshu. And whenever he's this pissed off, he can only be calmed by sake or by Dayu's shamisen music. He was never a human and was actually born in the Sanzu River, which is why he's always angry, because the Sanzu River is the personification of rage. In the past, he was temporarily defeated by the 17th head of the Shiba clan, which cost this clan leader his life. After this, Dokuku would spend many years rebuilding himself in the Sanzu River before re-emerging, giving us the pissed off rage monster that we all know and love. This show has some incredibly awesome and unique equipment as well. Basically everything that was designed here for the show fits in very nicely with the samurai motif, and I think that this was also around the time where Bandai and Toei decided, hey, let's make a lot more money. So we started seeing the emergence of auxiliary pieces of equipment for what I assume is to sell more toys. But this equipment is really cool, so I don't really mind it. For our main Henshin devices, we have the Sodaphone, which is of course used to Henshin and to draw kanji with different effects while in brush mode, but it can also be used in cell phone mode so that our rangers can communicate with each other. To Henshin, they transform the Sodaphone from phone mode into brush mode, and then they write their respective kanji in the air and say Sodaphone Ipitsu Sojo, which means one stroke Imperial Report. The Sodaphone is also capable of spawning in other things when writing the kanji, such as rocks or even a horse, and it also enlarges the ranger's different origami. Genta uses the Sushi Changer, a slightly different variation of the Sodaphone. Because Genta never had formal kana training, instead of writing the kanji in the air, he types into the phone like texting. He then shouts Sushi Changer, Ikan Kanjo, before henshining into Shinken Gold. This series also features secret discs, which are tons of multifunctional discs that house Mojikata, which are character or kanji powers, and they serve different functions such as attacks, powers, and for use with their mecha. Basically, our rangers here use discs for almost everything. Of course, we have the Shinken Maru, which integrates with the secret discs and can also be transformed into the ranger's signature weapons, and they also use it to control their origami. And then we have what I lovingly refer to as the big-ass sword, which is the Sumodo Hinkai Reka Daizanto, or 2-mode Transforming Reka Daizanto. This thing is so huge and awesome, it can transform into a cannon, and at one point it even cut a car clean in half. Shinken Blue gets Water Arrow, which resembles a Japanese longbow with a big-ass water kanji right in the middle. Pink gets the Heaven Fan, which resembles a Japanese war fan, and given Mako's personality, it kind of fits. Green gets the Wood Spear, which is a spear, it's a spear. And then Shinken Yellow gets the Land Slicer, which is basically a giant shuriken that can be used in melee combat as well as ranged combat. And then we have Genta's Sakanamaru, or Laceration Calculating Sword Sakanamaru, and because Sakana means fish, Sakanamaru is a pretty fitting name for this weapon. Additionally, they have the Secret Analyzer Inromaru, which is a transformation device that allows the Shinkengers to assume a Super Shinkenger form. And the Kyoryumaru, which is a sword which allows the Shinkengers to reach hyper mode. Each ranger here is given their own origami, which they carry around with them, but they can also use their brush to make it grow large and enter mecha mode. As I said, each ranger has their own individual origami, but there are also a large number of auxiliary origami that are able to form and enhance their mecha known as Shinkino. This mecha is armed with the Daishinken, or the Great True Sword, and a giant secret disc that doubles as the secret shield. This mecha system is cool as hell. Shinkino looks like an armored samurai, and there are tons of cool-ass combinations, including Shinken Hao, which is an incredibly elaborate form that looks like he would barely be able to move, but it's insanely powerful and visually incredible. Princess Kaoru, one of the best story arcs in Toku and incredibly engaging. The 17-year-old true heir to the Shiba clan grew up in hiding due to her knowledge and stature until she re-emerged to fight the Gadoshu. Throughout her very short story arc, we can see that she's extremely graceful. She carries herself like someone that grew up inside of royalty. She has very few wasted motions while she's Henshin, reflecting on her quality of training. The reason the story arc works so well is because of how well written Takeru's story arc is. We see Takeru grow throughout the season from somebody that's simply stern and focused into somebody that has a lot more depth to his personality, which garners the loyalty of his fellow Shinkingers. So when Kaoru shows up, they view her as a usurper or someone that stole his role, despite the fact that she is the rightful heir, and they are sworn to follow the head of the Shiba clan regardless of who that person is. The other Rangers would fight alongside her, but in their hearts they still remained loyal to Takeru, as he had earned their loyalty throughout the show. So they weren't just following the clan head, but him as a person. In the meantime, Juzo chooses his ultimate and final opponent in Takeru, and we would have a long, super hype sword fight sequence that was spread out over the course of several episodes. And Juzo lost. I really like this story arc at the end of the series because it serves multiple functions. It gives us some payoff to Juzo's storyline. It gives Takeru something to do while Kaoru and the other Shinkingers are off fighting evil, and it serves as a great bridge between where Takeru was to where he needed to be in order to finally defeat Dokoku. So it's just one more excellent layer of character development onto Takeru's story. Eventually, after Kaoru was injured by Dokoku while attempting to seal him away, she would actually adopt Takeru, despite the fact that he is older than her, thus making him her son and an official heir to the Shiba clan. The Rangers would eventually defeat Dokoku, and they would reunite once more inside of their dojo before ultimately leaving one by one. And this is a very, very somber end. To say that it's bittersweet would be an understatement. The cast here is really, really good. They all have excellent character development. So while they're all saying goodbyes, while Yunosuke does his farewell dance, I challenge you to not feel anything in that moment. Next up, I want to talk about some movies and crossovers. We have Shinkinger the Movie, The Fateful War. This is set between episodes 24 and 25, in which the Rangers have a battle with Manpuku, and they seek the hidden Founder's Disc used by Retsudo Shiba 300 years ago. It turns out that this disc is inside of enemy territory, and since they're already injured from a previous battle, they decide to sneak in by pretending that they're Nanashi in order to sneak past and retrieve the disc. Only to see a message from Retsudo talking about how they will only see the power in time. They charge into battle against Manpuku, with Takeru seemingly losing, only for him to use the Founder's Disc and find the power that they were seeking inside of Manpuku, which he managed to extract via a stabbing through the heart. This turns his Shinkinmaru into the Kyoryumaru, and he goes hyper mode. This movie is pretty sweet, despite being on the shorter side. Next we have Shinkinger Return Special Act. This one is really strange but also very entertaining. It's mostly comedy focused for the first half of the movie, and we find out that this is because of a Gadoshu named Dame Bakuto who sends the Rangers to different dimensions, represented by different film genres. Starting out with a samurai film, where each of these Rangers turns into an absolute assassin, with my favorite of which being the Kotoha segment. This movie goes through many different settings and styles that you probably wouldn't expect from a Sentai movie, and I really love the sushi showdown and the forest animals. Eventually, this becomes more like traditional Shinkinger, which is also pretty fun and entertaining, but the first half is definitely what will make this memorable for you. Next up is Shinkenger vs. Go-Onger, and this is set between Acts 35 and 38 of Shinkenger, in which the Go-Ongers get sucked through a portal, and then we see the Shinkengers meeting Sosuke, or Go-On Red. Sosuke and Takeru clash because of their personality differences, which isn't super surprising. And it's Christmas time in Japan. Time to get some KFC.
Merry Christmas!
And eventually we have both teams uniting to take on both villain factions with a great, memorable Henshin sequence. This one's really entertaining. Next we have the Light Samurai's Surprise Transformation, and this is a really short and strange DVD in which Genta befriends a Nanashi that gives him a sob story about what a terrible upbringing he had. And then Genta moronically brings the Nanashi to the Shiba clan dojo, where, understandably, Takeru doesn't let him stay. So Genta decides to take care of him by teaching him different things to make him useful. But ultimately, this Nanashi steals the Inromaru and henshins into a Super Nanashi. Before eventually, we see Genta henshin into Hyper Shinken Gold. This is basically like a half episode. Like honestly, if you just cut off the climax of a normal episode and sold it by itself, that's pretty much what this feels like. But it is pretty entertaining to see Genta act like a total moron for 15 minutes. Next we have Go-Sager vs. Shinkenger, Epic on Genmaku. Yeah, the Go-Sagers are here, which is cool. But the biggest reason that you're probably going to want to watch this movie is because of Gedo Shinken Red. He looks like a total Sith Lord, like Darth Takeru. To be honest with you, evil Takeru alone is pretty much worth the cost of admission to see this movie. As I mentioned earlier, there was a crossover event between Shinkenger and Kamen Rider Decade, where the characters from both of these series were featured within multi-episode story arcs of each other's shows, which is pretty damn awesome. I really wish they would do this more often. Anytime Toei decides to cross over their projects, it obviously gives a lot of fan service to the community, and it makes the respective series feel like they're larger than themselves.
Samurai warriors defeated them with power symbols passed down from parent to child.
Next up, let's talk about Power Rangers Samurai, which in my opinion is quite a watered-down version of Shinkenger. I think the cast here is pretty mid. It seems like these characters have a lot of the same character traits, but the acting just isn't good enough to portray these archetypes as well as their Japanese counterparts.
We are the Power Rangers Samurai.
But they actually did leave a lot of the character names the same for this show, and even utilized shot-for-shot recreations of specific scenes from within Shinkenger. I'm also a big fan of these armored forms that they use from within their mecha. It's just not something we see very often from within Sentai, so maybe it's just the uniqueness of it. This series, of course, had a second season called Power Rangers Super Samurai, and both of these seasons would utilize footage from Shinkenger. I find it kind of funny that in Power Rangers Samurai, instead of the Rangers wearing kimono like in Shinkenger, they're wearing what appears to be pajamas with a belt tied around the waist. I find the tone kind of off with this show most of the time, and just to set that precedent early in the series, we have the Blue Ranger getting pantsed almost immediately after becoming a Ranger. If I was to assign a number rating to Power Rangers Samurai / Power Rangers Super Samurai, I'd probably call it a 5.5. But most of the things that I positively attribute to this series were simply reuse of the Japanese footage, such as a lot of the fight scenes and costume designs. So what were the things that made Shinkenger so awesome? It had an exciting and unique plot. It had excellent theming that really went all the way with the samurai theme. We had an excellent cast full of likable characters that were all different from each other, and they were able to stand out on their own but also function really well within a team. We had some really cool enemies that were based on Japanese mythology, and their lore was very dark and interesting. We had some really cool and unique equipment, like their Sodophones, Shinkinmaru, and other weapons. And they also had one sick-ass mecha. This show also had one of the most unique final story arcs in the history of Sentai, and I think this is a season that we're going to be talking about for a long time. Shinkenger featured a monster named Narisumashi that had the ability to shapeshift. He took on the appearance of the Shinkengers in a short-lived story arc. Later on, fans were treated to GARO Shinkenred, a dark and corrupted version of Takeru that I like to call Darth Takeru. GARO Shinkenred was featured in the Goseiger vs Shinkenger movie, where Takeru became corrupted and came within inches of destroying both teams, before Arata would heroically sacrifice himself to take the brunt of Takeru's attack. Normal Shinkenred is undoubtedly an ass-kicking machine, and with that kind of power and ability serving as a force for evil, it was something truly intimidating. GARO Shinkenred featured a black robe, black gloves, and a black collar, and since Shinkenred was already such a great-looking ranger, these new details made him a sight to behold. Takeru was played by Tori Matsuzaka, and to see this side of his character was a cool contrast to the stoic and disciplined demeanor of normal Takeru. GARO Shinkenred was awesome, and there are very few evil rangers with this level of aura. Marking one of the most loved seasons of all time, Samurai Sentai Shinkenger continued the tradition of excellent transformation sequences with the Shodophone, a multi-use device that could function as a phone or be used as a paintbrush. The Rangers used the Shodophone by drawing kanji in the air, and they could even summon objects this way. Shinken Gold used the Sushi Changer, a device resembling a piece of sushi that could be used by pressing the keypad. The transformation sequence itself was fairly impressive, featuring the Rangers' respective kanji spinning and becoming their visor, and it had an epic feel for the ages.
Samuraiser! Go, go, Samurai! Go power!
Just like Shinkenger's transformation, Power Rangers Samurai had a cool morph sequence that perfectly incorporated Japanese elements and featured an undersuit beneath the Rangers' uniform.
Rangers together! Samurai forever!
The Rangers used the Samuraiser to morph, and this season continued Shinkenger's graphically impressive legacy.
Shogun mode! Power of the ancestors!
Samurai also got a sequel season with Super Samurai, a trend that would continue into the future, and although the morphs were quite similar, we were also introduced to the Rangers Shogun mode. In 2010, GARO returned with the very first theatrical film in the franchise. This was GARO: Red Requiem. Ryosei Konishi returned once again to play Koga, and he was joined by new characters in Reka, a Makai priestess played by Mary Matsuyama, as well as a Makai priest named Shiguto, played by Masahiro Kuranuki, better known for playing Time Green from Time Ranger. Following the events of Beast of the Demon Knight, Koga gets sent to a new city in order to battle the Apostle Horrors and Karma. Koga shows up to help Akaza, Shiguto, and Reka, but they inadvertently rescued a baby that's actually the Apostle Horror Bebel. After defeating Bebel, Koga finds out that Reka wants to kill Karma as revenge for Karma killing Reka's father. Reka wants to hunt horrors despite being a Makai priestess, but Koga reminds her that this is the responsibility of Makai Knights. Eventually, Koga enters Karma's mirror, and Akaza betrays them in order to see his dead family. Eventually, within Karma's realm, Koga transforms into GARO, and with help from Rekka's flute, becomes Dragon GARO to defeat Karma. Afterward, with a heart of regret, Akaza sacrifices himself to help them. For being the first film in the franchise, Red Requiem had an excellent story, and I really like the new characters featured here, especially Rekka, as she shows a different side of a Makai priestess, one bent on revenge and extremely confident in her abilities. Interestingly enough, Karma is played by actress Miyavi Matsunoi, however her voice is performed by Mika Hiji, the same actress that played Kaoru. Serving as Ultraman's 45th anniversary celebration was Ultraman Zero: The Revenge of Belial. This film continued the story of Belial and Zero, and even added a cool look for Belial with Galactic Emperor Kaiser Belial. Zero wouldn't be left out though, and would gain access to his ultimate form called Ultimate Zero. As a sequel film, this project delivered what fans were looking for in an Ultraman movie. "2010 brought us Eiji, also known as Kamen Rider Oz, a nomad with a tragic past who dresses like a hobo and has a not-so-secret obsession with underwear. Eiji encounters Ankh, the arm of a greed, which is a creature made of metals that feed on the desires of humans, played by Ryosuke Miura, who also played on a show called Caesar X, and the charisma and the interactions between Eiji and Ankh would be a standout of the season. Our two leads encounter Kogami-san, who assists them by providing various resources and equipment, but clearly he has ulterior motives, and this guy also loves to say, "Happy birthday." Kamen Rider Oz also features Kamen Rider Birth, an incredibly unique rider with multiple users, who's themed around capsule toys. One thing that's really unique about Oz is that he's able to mix and match metals to combine different forms, but he becomes really cool and powerful when he combines three of the same type, like Tajidor. This show is critically and commercially successful, and Oz would continue the streak of excellent Kamen Rider seasons at the time. In 2010, Toei would try to follow up on Shinkinger's success with a brand new angelic Sentai in Tensou Sentai Goseiger. This show follows a group of Gosei angels as they fight against the evil spirits, and incorporates a playing card theme into the formula. Although Goseiger never reached the same heights as Shinkinger, this show would still deliver a lot of things that made Sentai popular, including a charming cast, a lot of exciting action, and a sense of wonder. Goseiger was adapted into Power Rangers Megaforce in the West. Goseiger is also unique in the fact that the Red Ranger, Alata, is not officially recognized as the leader. In fact, there isn't an official leader of this team. This was also the first season where all of the Rangers on the team used cards to Henshin, as opposed to just one of the Rangers, as was the case with Magi Shine of Magi Ranger. Although Goseiger isn't remembered as well as Shinkinger or some other seasons in the franchise, there was a lot of quality in this series, and it did a good job continuing the legacy of Super Sentai.
Gotcha.
In 2010, Goseiger used the Tensoder, a talking transformation device designed to look like a face, whose mouth would open to accept Gosei cards. During transformation, the Rangers would hold up their respective cards before closing them in the tin solder. We also see the group's angel wings and a silhouette of their protective animals moving forward and manifesting into the Rangers' helmet designs. Gosei Knight used the Leon Cellular, another cell phone device. These devices could also perform other functions as usual. Goseiger's transformation and roll call was fairly unique, and I really like the animals flying forward to become the Rangers' helmets.
It's morphin' time! Go, go, Mega Boy!
Power Rangers Megaforce used the Gosei Morpher, but the rest of this morph was pretty much unchanged from Goseiger, aside from the use of new actors.
Earth Defenders, never surrender!
Power Rangers, Megaforce!
To be fair, Goseiger's transformation sequence was pretty impressive, so I don't blame Saban for sticking with a style that worked. "2011 brought fans a side story taking place during the events of the original series. This was Kiba Dark Knight Side Story. Actor and musician Masaki Kyomoto returns to the GARO franchise as psychologist Karune Ryuzaki, who is also the villainous Makai Knight Barago, in a film that explores his backstory and motivations during the original GARO series. Mika Hiji also returns as Kaoru, Ryuzaki's patient, whom Barago plans to use to revive the horror Messiah. This project added singer Leah Dezong to the cast as Makai Guide Elda, a woman who serves to help Barago achieve his ambitions. This film is presented in 3 acts: Memory, Night, and Makai. Kaoru wakes up in captivity with Barago and Elda, when Barago explains his choice to pursue darkness for strength. He tells Kaoru about his tragic origins, where his mother was killed by a horror, causing him to hate them and seek power for himself, even going so far as to try to absorb Messiah. Over time, Kaoru learns more about Elda's past and the dark things that Barago has planned, before eventually Barago would battle GARO. But this destroyed his last connection to light, causing him to become completely ruthless, solely driven by his lust for power. This project added some cool and interesting context to the events of the original series, and Kiba himself looks awesome. One of the coolest Makai Knights ever in my opinion. "2011 brought fans the second TV series in the GARO franchise with Makai Flash Knight, also known as Makai Senki. Taking place after Red Requiem, Koga met a masked magician who curses him with the Seal of Destruction, weakening his fighting abilities. Now a senatorial knight, Koga is tasked with special missions from the Senate, assisted by a Makai priest named Leo, played by Ozuno Nakamura, who appeared in Godzilla -1. Despite the curse causing him immense pain, Koga perseveres, and learns that several knights are also marked for death. Throughout the series, the Makai Knights and priests would battle against Sigma, the twin brother of Leo, also played by Ozuno Nakamura, who transforms into Jaku. Sigma made it his mission to bring the Makai Knights to their knees by turning them against each other and causing deep conflict within the order. This led to an explosive final battle between Koga and Sigma, and the culmination of the romance between Koga and Kaoru. But due to an agreement he makes with an entity named Gajari, Koga would have to leave Kaoru once again to go to a place called the Promised Land. Makai Flash Knight was a worthy successor to the legacy of the original GARO series, and this show had an excellent balance of action, horror, and emotional elements. At this point, Koga's story was entering its climax, and there was still more to come. 2011 would see the release of a huge team-up movie in Oz, Dino, All Riders, Let's Go Kamen Riders. This movie of course featured Oz and Dino, but it also featured the double riders of the original Kamen Rider series, plus all of the other riders throughout history. Serving as a celebration commemorating the 40th anniversary of the franchise and the 60th anniversary of Toei Company, this movie continued the tradition of fan service and crossovers within the franchise. The fandom was also treated to some nostalgic appearances from other non-Rider Toku characters like Kikaider, Inazuman, and Zubat, in a cool new form from Oz using the Imogen and Shocker medals. Appropriately, the catchphrase for the movie is "Oh the world, these are Japan's heroes," due to the large amount of legendary heroes featured here, and this movie served as a great showcase of the Kamen Rider franchise to new fans. Later on in 2011, we were introduced to one of the most unique and fresh Kamen Rider seasons of all time in Kamen Rider Foze, a 40th anniversary project themed around space and centered around the Kamen Rider Club of Amanogawa High School. Our main protagonist is Gintaro, an eccentric and charismatic new student who recently transferred and is determined to be everyone's friend. Yuki is Gintaro's childhood friend, and she is just as quirky and fun on screen as Gintaro, making for an excellent cast that portray their characters with enthusiasm. This season took a lot of risks in regard to theming and style, but it resulted in a very memorable season that was consistently entertaining and really fun in general.
Nintendo DS に集結 1号からオーズまで全てのライダーが登場
Also released in 2011 was the game All Kamen Rider Rider Generation for the Nintendo DS system. This was a fun arcade-style beat-em-up game that also received a sequel later. In 2011, the world wasn't ready for the phenomenon known as Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger, a pirate-themed anniversary season and one of the most popular Sentai seasons of all time. This season follows a group of charismatic space pirates as they take on the evil space empire Zanyak. This season celebrates the rich history of Sentai and incorporates many elements, characters, and suit designs from previous seasons. In fact, the Gokaigers themselves had the ability to henshin into all of the previous rangers from the series by utilizing various ranger keys. Gokaiger was led by Captain Marvelous, an eccentric anti-hero with no fear and tons of style and flair. This team is extremely endearing, despite them not always acting like heroes. These rangers take what they want by force, but defend what they believe in fiercely, and always make a show of things. This season was so popular that Gokaiger would appear in more crossover and team-up projects than any other season in history, and it would be adapted into Power Rangers Super Megaforce in the West. This was also the first Sentai season to be released on Blu-ray. Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger arrived in 2011 as the 35th anniversary of Super Sentai, designed from the ground up to celebrate the franchise's legacy while giving it a fresh and modern twist. Toei wanted a new concept that was unique within the franchise, and they decided to go with a crew of space pirates looking for treasure. This was a huge departure from the usual hero archetypes that fans were used to, giving the team a fun and rebellious edge. These rangers weren't fighting for justice in the traditional sense, they were chasing their dreams and treasure while becoming heroes over time. The pirate motif gave them striking visuals with coats, hats, and a ship. It fit nicely into the treasure hunting theme of gathering past Sentai powers, allowing for an anniversary gimmick that worked extremely well. What led to this concept was Toei's desire to showcase every Sentai team that came before, and they built a narrative where the legacy itself was the prize that the team would be chasing after. Framing that quest around pirates gave Gokaiger its identity as the ultimate celebration of the series' adventurous spirit. The flashy and unique Gokaiger suits were designed to instantly convey the legacy of the franchise as well as the swagger of the team itself, blending classic Sentai elements with a pirate aesthetic that set them apart from any team that came before. The design team at Toei intentionally gave the suits a more formal, almost uniform-like aesthetic, with coattails, gold trim, and sharp cuffs that perfectly evoke the look of classic pirates. The helmets were styled to look like a tricorn hat, made famous by legendary pirates like Blackbeard, and it was emblazoned with the team's logo. Unlike previous Sentai, where the suits varied from ranger to ranger, Gokaiger's designs were deliberately cohesive, making them look like an actual crew rather than just individuals. This was also in part a reflection of the anniversary. Toei wanted them to look elegant and timeless, while their pirate coat silhouette gave them a look that fans would instantly recognize. The end result was a team that looked both stylish and rebellious, perfectly balancing the celebration of Sentai's legacy with the thrill of adventure. The transformation devices used in Gokaiger are as unique and interesting as the team itself, built to fully embrace the show's pirate style. The main 5 rangers use the Mobiles, a flip phone that opens up to reveal the team's logo when they insert a ranger key. These keys represent the power of the Gokaigers as well as past Sentai heroes. This allows the team to not only transform into their base forms, but also transform into tons of classic rangers from the franchise, making this device a huge part of the anniversary concept. Gokai Silver wields the Gokai Cellular, a more advanced device with a unique style and screen. It also featured the helmets of past 6th Rangers from the franchise, reflecting Gokai Silver's role on the team. These devices not only allowed for transformation, they perfectly represented the show's pirate theme and the legacy of Super Sentai. The Gokaiger's arsenal also reflects their pirate theme, providing a fresh new take on Super Sentai's classic weaponry. Each main ranger wields a Gokai saber that's based off of a pirate's cutlass, as well as a flintlock-inspired Gokai gun, invoking the weaponry of the legendary pirates that inspired the series. These were simple but effective tools that the rangers would swap around with each other, creating unique combat opportunities with dual wielding. Their designs featured silver blades and ornamentation, accented with gold trim, and the pirate aesthetic came through clearly without any overcomplication of the design. When the team needs even heavier firepower, they can combine their weapons into the massive Gokai Galleon Buster, a cannon modeled after the cannon of a ship. Gokai Silver uses his unique Gokai Spear, a trident-like weapon that shifts between spear, blaster, and anchor modes, representing his individuality and his role as the outsider of the crew. All of these weapons can be used to perform various attacks and a final wave that obliterated the enemy. The Gokaiger arsenal was stylish and effective, further adding to the overwhelming power of the team. The cast of Gokaiger is the stuff of legend, with a charismatic and likable group of actors that gave life to these excellent characters. Luca Milfi, or Gokai Yellow, is the street-smart shit-talker of the group, a former thief who survived a hard childhood on a war-torn planet before eventually discovering a life of freedom among the Gokaigers. She's clever and confident, with a love of adventure and treasure, giving her teammates a hard time, but showing fierce loyalty in battle. Luca has an obsession with jewelry and can be pretty greedy on the surface, but underneath all that is a deep compassion due to the pain of losing her younger sister, a tragedy that gives weight and complexity to her character. On the battlefield, she's agile and cunning, making her a force to be reckoned with, both physically and mentally. She finds creative ways to deal with enemies, fully embodying the spirit of a pirate. She's played by actress Mao Ichimichi, who gave Luca a lot of charm that resonated with fans. Mao went on to become a prolific voice actress in anime and toku, and she even did the voice of Washi Pink in Q Ranger. Luca's mix of swagger, heart, and compassion made her not only an integral part of the crew, but one of the most beloved Sentai characters of all time. Don Dogoyer, better known as Doc, transforms into Gokai Green. He's a resourceful mechanic that brings a lot of heart and humor to the team, and he usually gets himself into chaotic situations despite being overly cautious. Unlike the others, Doc isn't a hardened fighter, but he proved himself to his teammates with his intelligence rather than brute strength. Sometimes he can be really anxious and clumsy, but in battle his skills with technology and creative problem solving make him a crucial part of the team's success. His awkward attempts at being brave, his comedic overreactions to situations, and his ability to fix just about anything give him a lot of charm. And he's one of the most relatable members of the crew. He was played by Kazuki Shimizu, a controversial actor that brought a perfect blend of slapstick humor and sincerity to the role. Doc showed that even someone who doesn't see themselves as a hero can still rise to the occasion when the situation calls for it. His journey captured the series' spirit of growth and adventure. Next we look at Princess Ayame de Famille, who becomes Gokai Pink. She brings vibes of elegance to the eccentric and rowdy pirate crew. Her calm demeanor was a reflection of her royal upbringing. Once the princess of the peaceful planet Famille, she lost her family and home when the Zongyak Empire invaded. But instead of giving up, she chose to fight back by joining the Gokaigers. Ayame's personality is gentle and composed, serving as the crew's moral compass and emotional anchor. Despite this, she has strong willpower, and when the situation calls for it, she proves that she's a capable and fearless fighter. Throughout the series, we see a lot of quirks tied to her royal upbringing, like the formal way she speaks. She's played by Yui Koike, who brought warmth and dignity to the role, making Ayame a really endearing character. Her presence on the team shows that strength isn't always overly aggressive. Sometimes it's about resilience, compassion, and the courage to keep standing tall despite loss. Joe Gibkin is Gokai Blue, and he's the cool and disciplined swordsman of the crew, a soldier who's defined by his skill and a quiet intensity born from his tragic past. Once a soldier in the Zongyak Empire, Joe defected after refusing to follow their orders, making him a fugitive who now channels his guilt and regret into every battle. His personality is usually focused and serious, and he acts as the level-headed counterpart to the more eccentric members of the team, but flashes of dry humor and warmth show his character depth throughout the series. Joe's relentless with his training. He's obsessed with dual-wielding swords, and a lot of the time he's unable to relax even in lighthearted situations. Joe was played by Yuki Yamada, who brought a grounded and charismatic energy to the role, and he quickly became a fan favorite for embodying the archetype of the cool secondary hero while still feeling human and vulnerable. His journey from a man burdened by his past to a trusted, unshakable right hand to Captain Marvelous was an epic journey about finding freedom, redemption, and a new family amongst the stars. Guy Ikari, better known as Gokai Silver, is the team's energetic and charismatic Sentai fanboy. Before joining the Gokaigers, Guy was just an ordinary citizen of Earth who idolized the legendary Super Sentai teams, until a near-death accident brought him face-to-face with the spirits of Abare Killer, Time Fire, and Dragon Ranger, who granted him the power to fight alongside his heroes. His personality is loud and over-the-top, but his infectious optimism and devotion to the Sentai legacy make him the emotional heartbeat of the crew. He tends to become starstruck when meeting past Rangers. He's an expert at Sentai trivia, and sometimes his over-the-top passion for Sentai can overcomplicate situations, but these traits also show his sincerity and determination. He's played by Junya Ikeda, who delivered a performance full of charm and comedic timing while still grounding Guy's character in genuine moments of courage. Gokai Silver stands out as the ultimate audience surrogate, representing the joy and love that keeps Super Sentai alive. Captain Marvelous is Gokai Red, and he's the fearless and charismatic leader of the Gokaigers, a pirate whose very name reflects his larger-than-life persona. Marvelous lives by his own code, choosing adventures and loyalty to his crew over any authority in the galaxy. He's bold, reckless, and extremely confident, usually diving headfirst into danger with a smile on his face, but beneath his swagger lies an unshakable sense of responsibility to his crew. Marvy drops cocky one-liners, he loves good food, and he recklessly refuses to show weakness. But in rare moments of vulnerability, he shows how deep his resolve is. He was played by Ryota Ozawa, whose commanding presence and charm made the character unforgettable. Over time, Marvelous cemented himself as one of Sentai's most iconic Red Rangers. With his blend of roguish pirate flair and genuine heroism, Gokai Red embodies the heart of Gokaiger, a man chasing treasure, freedom, and dreams, while forging a legacy worthy of the Super Sentai name. Gokaiger also featured Aka Red, the mysterious Red Ranger that served as somewhat of a mentor to Captain Marvelous. He represents the legacy of Super Sentai and all of the heroes that came before. He functions like a specter on this show, with no real identity or backstory. He gives Marvelous advice and serves to further the plot with exposition. Aka Red was voiced by Toru Furuya, a legendary voice actor who was featured in tons of Toku and anime projects like Dragon Ball. Aka Red himself was a celebration of Sentai, and he was one of the most unique Rangers in the entire franchise. The mecha of Gokaiger continued the season's theme of adventure and spectacle, with the Gokai Galleon serving as the team's ship and the core of their giant robo, Gokaio. Designed to resemble a towering pirate captain, Gokaio is built from the Galleon combining with 4 auxiliary mecha, each corresponding to the Ranger's colors that form its limbs. Its design is intentionally straightforward and striking, echoing the clean lines of classic mecha from the series, while adding a distinct pirate flair with a massive saber as its primary weapon. As the series progresses, Gokaio evolves through a variety of forms and combinations, each bringing new abilities tied to specific past Sentai powers, while massive crossover mecha like Kanzen Gokaio push the scale and spectacle to heights worthy of this anniversary season. The style of these mecha emphasized both nostalgia and novelty, giving longtime fans recognizable elements while keeping the visuals fresh with the signature pirate aesthetic. Gokai Silver also had his own mecha called Gojujin. More than just machines, the mecha of Gokaiger symbolized the crew's adaptability and the limitless possibilities of the Sentai legacy, turning every battle into a larger-than-life extravaganza. The Zongyak Empire are the primary villain faction of Gokaiger, an intergalactic army whose conquest of countless worlds set the stage for the Pirates' Rebellion. This faction represents overwhelming imperial might, with endless fleets of warships and soldiers, but its leadership is fractured by arrogance and incompetence. At the top sits Emperor Akudos Gil, the iron-fisted ruler whose greed drives the empire, but most of the Earth campaign is overseen by his spoiled grandson, Wars Gil. Wars is actually pretty ineffective, relying on his loyal strategist Damaris to carry out actual tactics. Other captains like the merciless Badazorg, a tragic figure revealed to be the brainwashed former comrade of Joe, add a darker, more personal edge to the conflict, while Insarn supplies the Empire's endless stream of giant monsters. The Zongyak have long been the galaxy's dominant military power, responsible for the Legend War where all past Sentai sacrificed their powers to repel the Empire's first invasion of Earth. In this way, the villains serve not only as the immediate threat to the Gokaigers, but also as the connective tissue tying together the legacy of the entire franchise, making their defeat as much a symbolic victory as it is a narrative one. Gokaiger starts with the Earth under attack. The Zongyak Empire launches a brutal assault to claim the planet as their own. Their conquest gets interrupted by the sudden arrival of the Gokaigers, not to defend Earth, but to seek the greatest treasure in the universe. The mysterious Ranger Keys give them the power to transform into any of the legendary Super Sentai heroes from the past, making them absolutely unpredictable in the fight against Zongyak. They're pirates through and through, and their first few battles on Earth mark the beginning of an epic and unforgettable story. At first, the Gokaigers focus mostly on their own goals. They don't care much about the planet or its people, instead hunting for clues to the treasure while Zongyak pursues them. But when they see innocent people suffering under Zongyak's cruelty, their actions and motivations start to change. Even though they still claim to only care about the treasure, they decide to fight for Earth, leading them down a path that would see the citizens of Earth look at them as heroes. During their journey, they add Guy or Gokai Silver to the crew, and they come across legendary members of past Super Sentai teams. Each of these legends holds the key to a greater power, a unique ability tied to the team's legacy, but the Gokaigers have to earn these powers by proving themselves. They're forced to face challenges that test their strength and character. These run-ins with the classic heroes connected the pirates to the decades of Sentai history that came before them, making them the inheritors of that legacy over the course of the series. In addition to the trials that the group goes through as a whole, each ranger also has their own challenges they need to overcome as an individual. Joe confronts his past as a former Zongyak soldier and sharpens his resolve through his dual sword fighting style. Luca, driven by her survival instincts from a harsh childhood, learns the value of trust and reliance on her team. Aim, a princess from a destroyed world, reconciles with her loss and finds dignity in fighting alongside her crewmates. Doc, the weakest among the crew, proves that courage isn't found in raw strength but in conviction. Guy, the most laid-back member of the crew, becomes more and more serious and focused throughout the season. And through it all, Marvelous grows from a carefree adventurer into a captain who carries the weight of leadership on his shoulders.
Basco.
At this point, Zongyak starts to view the Gokaigers as a legitimate threat to their power, rather than simply an annoyance, and they would use all of their power against them. Stronger generals arrive, their army grows, and their attacks on Earth become more brutal. But even as the Gokaigers rise to fight back against these threats, an enemy from Marvy's past arrives, Basco. They were once comrades, but Basco betrayed Captain Marvelous and Akka Red. Basco wields his own ranger keys with devastating effect. Unlike the Gokaigers, who grow stronger through unity, Basco operates with cruelty and betrayal, even killing former heroes to achieve his goals. His arrival marks a turning point in the story, transforming the treasure hunt into a desperate fight for survival. Basco's knowledge of Marvelous and his willingness to exploit it puts the Gokaigers at a disadvantage. The crew gets pushed to their limits, both physically and emotionally, as Basco forces them to question what they're fighting for. But it's through this conflict that their greatest strength is revealed. Where Basco's ambition isolates him, the Gokaigers' team unity carries them forward. Together they manage to defeat him, not just as pirates, but as a true team worthy of the Super Sentai legacy. With Basco gone, the Gokaigers turn their focus back to Zongyak. The Empire responds with overwhelming force, deploying its largest fleet and most dangerous commanders ever to finally get rid of the pirates. But by this point in the story, the Gokaigers aren't just a crew of selfish treasure hunters. Their resolve and willpower is off the charts. They embrace the role of being the defenders of Earth, even if they don't say it out loud. Drawing strength from both their personal growth and the greater powers they've inherited, the pirates stand ready to challenge the Empire at its peak strength. The final battles of the series test everything the crew learned and the power they've gained. Facing overwhelming odds, the crew pushes their abilities to the limit, cycling through the powers of countless Sentai while also relying on their own ingenuity and toughness. Each fight shows how far they've come, from outsiders chasing fortune to true warriors representing generations of heroes. Their fight against the Zongyak fleet isn't just about Earth's survival, it's the culmination of their journey to prove themselves worthy of the legacy they've inherited. Eventually, the secret of the greatest treasure in the universe is revealed. It's not a weapon or an object of material wealth, it's the combined power, spirit, and legacy of all of Super Sentai. This truth reframes their journey, not as a quest for their own personal gain, but as a responsibility to carry on the legacy of those who came before them. With this new understanding, the Gokaigers unlock the treasure's true potential, channeling the power of the entire franchise to finally destroy the Zongyak Empire and free Earth from its grasp. In the end, the Gokaigers stand victorious, hailed as the heroes who saved Earth. But true to their nature, they don't stick around just to be celebrated. They set sail to the clouds in search of new adventures. The pirates continue their voyage, leaving behind a safer world and carrying forward the spirit of every Super Sentai that paved the way. Next we look at the Gokaiger movies, specials, and crossovers, starting with 199 Hero Great Battle. This was a huge anniversary movie that celebrated the entire legacy of Super Sentai. It opens with a legendary team-up of every Sentai in history, only to raise the stakes by scattering their powers across the universe. From there, the story focuses on the clash between the Gokaigers and the Go-Sagers, a conflict born from distrust that would gradually transform into mutual respect. Their rivalry gets tested against a threat that unleashes clones of past Sentai, and both teams are forced into one of the largest battles in the history of Toku. The movie builds to an unforgettable climax, a roll call featuring Gokaiger, Go-Sager, and the legendary heroes of the past, followed by a mecha showdown that brings together every robo in Sentai's history. Beyond the action, the film focuses on themes of legacy, trust, and unity, ultimately passing the torch from one generation of Rangers to the next, while teasing the arrival of Gokai Silver. Gokaiger the movie, the flying ghost ship, takes the crew on a supernatural adventure that pushes them through illusions, trials, and battles from throughout history. Drawn in by the promise of the mysterious God's Eye, a jewel said to grant any wish, the Gokaigers find themselves facing Losdark, the ghost ship's evil captain, and a gauntlet of classic villains and settings from across the franchise. From battles in feudal Japan to a comedic baseball scene, the film blends nostalgia with over-the-top spectacle, showcasing the crew's resilience and adaptability. At its heart, the story isn't about claiming treasure, but about proving the Gokaigers' unity as they fight side by side against overwhelming odds. With an epic showdown against the corrupted Gokaio and the destruction of Losdark's ship, the film ends on a lighthearted note, reminding viewers that for this crew, the true prize is their ironclad bond and the journey they share together. Let's Do This Goldenly is a comedic side story that leans into the quirky chemistry of Marvelous and Guy. What starts out as a lighthearted adventure quickly spirals into chaos when Insarn and a rebuilt Barzorg fuse Marvelous and Guy into a single ranger. The film thrives on its humor, whether it's Insarn's failed experiments, the absurdity of Marvy Guy cycling through every Red Ranger in a frantic Gokai change, or the crew's over-the-top battles against increasingly bizarre enemies. Beneath the comedy, the story reinforces the trust between Marvelous and Guy, climaxing with the duo's flashy display of power. This project celebrates the bond and sense of fun that the two Rangers share, leaving its mark as a playful footnote in the Gokaiger legacy. Gokaiger had an epic Metal Hero crossover with a film called Gokaiger vs. Gavin. This project saw Gavin attempting to capture the Gokaigers, but eventually he's the one getting captured by a group of villains, and the Gokaigers of course have to rescue him. Legendary Toku actor Kenji Oba reprised his role as Gavin, and we were also treated to appearances from his other famous roles. This film was a generation-spanning adventure that introduced Space Sheriff Gavin to fans of Gokaiger at the height of this crew's popularity. Superhero Tyson was a chaotic crossover that brought together the worlds of Kamen Rider and Super Sentai in an all-out war. When Captain Marvelous declares war on the Riders and leads the Zangyak in an invasion of Earth, Kamen Rider Decade responds by rallying an army of Riders to oppose the Sentai. What follows is a massive clash of legends, filled with betrayals, shifting alliances, and a spectacle of transformations and finishers that only grows more explosive. Decade and Marvelous faked the conflict as part of a plan to unite Riders and Rangers against the true enemy of this film. By the finale, the two legacies merge into one, culminating in one of the most over-the-top battles in Toku's history, cementing Superhero Tyson as a wild and unforgettable celebration of both franchises. When I look back at Gokaiger, for me this was a season that had it all. The cast was perfect, the suits and mecha looked cool and unique, and this show had some of the most entertaining action of all time due to the mechanics of the Gokai change. Gokaiger set a high bar for quality that every other Sentai will be compared to. This is easily the most popular season of Sentai ever, and also one of the best. In Gokaiger, a commander named Vanane assumed the form of Luca so he could infiltrate the team, but he was found out due to having dinner with the team and eating broccoli, a food Luca herself would never eat. He then assumed the form of Gokai Silver, but in a classic who's the real one trope, he was exposed by not being able to transform into Mega Silver, while Guy, the real Mega Silver, could, and Vanane was ultimately destroyed. Also released in 2012 was the long-awaited and well-deserved big screen adaptation of Gavin, with Gavin the Movie. This movie features the legendary Kinji Oba to reprise his role as Gavin, and also featured the other space sheriffs, making for an epic celebration of the franchise. Tsuburaya released a new film in 2012 called Ultraman Saga, and this was another 45th anniversary project, focused on a clash involving many popular Ultras in a fight against Hyper Zeton. This film was set 15 years after the events of Ultraman Dyna and featured returning cast members from the series. This film also introduced Ultraman Saga himself, considered a super Ultraman who is a fusion of Ultraman Dyna, Cosmos, and Zero. At this point in time, the Ultraman franchise was experiencing a golden age in terms of high-quality films that Tsuburaya was delivering consistently. Tsuburaya also released a miniseries in 2012 called Ultra Zero Fight, starring Ultraman Zero. After Zero's rise in popularity, it was only natural to feature him in even more projects going forward, and a continuation of the Ultra Fight series was a natural fit. Ultraman Zero had become a worldwide icon, but it was unclear if Tsuburaya could keep that momentum that they built. In 2012, the franchise would go in yet another new direction with Wizard, a magic and fantasy themed Rider season with quite a bit of comedy and charm added on top of the Kamen Rider formula. The main protagonist for this season is named Haruto, and he uses rings of different elements to Henshin into Kamen Rider Wizard. This series also featured an incredibly likable secondary hero with a cool suit in the mayonnaise-obsessed Kosuke, also known as Kamen Rider Beast. This season also features a lot of quirky comedy, mostly delivered by Shunpei. Although this series didn't quite reach the same height as the previous few seasons, Wizard's uniqueness created new possibilities for what could be featured in Kamen Rider. 2012 also marked the 10th anniversary of TV Asahi's Superhero Time TV block, and to celebrate, Toei released Kamen Rider and Super Sentai Superhero Taisen, a crossover film featuring the company's two most famous franchises. This movie focuses primarily on Decade, Foze, Oz, Go-Busters, and Gokaiger, but the vast majority of riders and rangers throughout history are featured here. In this film, Captain Marvelous leads the Dai Zangyak fleet against all Kamen Riders, while Kamen Rider Decade leads Dai Shocker against all Sentais. This movie brought the stakes and intrigue of a heavyweight fight to the big screen and a love letter to both Kamen Rider and Super Sentai. 2012's official Sentai series was Tokume Sentai Go-Busters, a slick new Sentai themed around technology and spies. This series introduced a lot of new concepts, like the Rangers having machine partners and the numerous references to the Western Power Rangers franchise, due to this being the 20th anniversary of Zyuranger, the show that was adapted into the first season of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. In this series, our heroes would battle against Vaglas. The style of this show was fresh and exciting, and continued the streak of excellent seasons in recent years. Go Busters was originally skipped over for a Power Rangers adaptation, but after Hasbro bought the Power Rangers brand, Go Busters would be adapted into Power Rangers Beast Morphers and debut in 2019. This was the first season where the suits are made of leather, and the first season where the team's name is plural. And Go Busters even featured Hiroya Matsumoto as Masato Jin or Beatbuster, returning to the franchise years after playing Tsubasa Ozu or Magi Yellow in Magi Ranger. Next we're going to look at Inter, the Vaglas general from Go Busters. Although he looks like a normal human, Inter is actually made of pure data and code. Inter used his laptop to upload viruses and create metalloids. He was also known to steal large amounts of Initron. Inter would continue to evolve, with the intention of achieving perfection. He would eventually upgrade to Inter Unite, and later he would transform into a dark version of Red Buster called Dark Buster. He would also transform into Inter Beatbuster. Inter's different unique appearances and multiple ranger forms, along with the fact that he's made of pure data, made him a cool and memorable villain that was unlike the other villains in Sentai. Inter was played by Sho Jinai, and his unique premise made him unforgettable within the franchise. Also worth mentioning is Escape, another Vaglas general who has a somewhat uneasy working relationship with Inter. Although she doesn't have a true ranger form, she does have her evolved form, and I just thought it would be best to mention these two together. Go Busters also briefly featured some imposter rangers created by Filmloid. They were exceptionally weak and offered little challenge to the real rangers. With Go Busters, Toei used callouts and references that Power Rangers fans could appreciate, and one of those references was the Morphin Brace. Much like braces from previous seasons, this device was worn on the wrist, and this was another device seen in the Lupin collection. Beatbuster and Stagbuster used the Morphin Blaster, a cell phone device that could turn into a gun. During the transformation sequence, the Ranger's helmet is applied without a visor, and then we see that their visor is actually a pair of sunglasses. I think it's a nice touch. Go Busters vs. Gokaiger is a crossover that mixes high-stakes drama with the pirate vibes that Gokaiger fans are used to. The story starts off when the Go Busters face the revival of the Zongyak Empire, only to discover that the Gokaigers, thought to have disappeared after their final battle, are working alongside them. What follows is a tense clash of ideals, betrayals, and surprise twists as the truth behind the pirates' actions slowly comes to light. Packed with transformations, mecha battles, and the kind of team-up spectacle only Sentai can deliver, the film balances the Go Busters' more realistic style with the Gokaigers' over-the-top showmanship. By the end, the two teams unite against a common enemy in an explosive finale, solidifying the film as both a celebration of the Gokaigers' legacy and a passing of the torch to their successors. In 2012, we also got a hilarious new Sentai spin-off in Hikonin Sentai Akiba Ranger, a parody of the franchise. Being aimed at older fans of the series, Akiba Ranger was crude, creative, and unapologetically unique. This show would feature many elements and characters from the series, albeit with a very different tone than what fans were used to. This show is very meta in the way that it focuses on the team's delusions, and it makes it so you oftentimes don't know what's real and what's a delusion. This is the first Sentai where both the Yellow and Blue Rangers are female, it is the shortest Sentai, and it's the first one meant for mature audiences. This show also got a second season, a first for the franchise. 2012's Akiba Ranger, the unofficial Sentai, had a weird transformation made possible with their device. An anime doll called MMZ01 or MMZ01 Moi Moi Zukyun. To say this was unique is a huge understatement, but the strangeness worked really well given the nature of Akiba Ranger. Serving as an epilogue of Makai Flash Knight, 2013's Lament of the Dark Dragon saw Koga go to the Promised Land in order to find the Fang of Lamentation. As soon as Koga arrives at the Promised Land, he loses his coat as well as his sword and Zaruba. While investigating the area, he defeats some soldiers, freeing a blue-skinned girl named Meru, played by Anna Aoi, with Aoi ironically meaning blue in Japanese. Meru explains that the Promised Land is filled with spiritual versions of forgotten objects and warns him about Judam, the Queen of Green, who destroys anything beautiful. Koga searches for the Fang of Sorrow, and although Meru can't help, she suggests finding the Guardian of Wisdom. While on their journey, Koga restores a scarecrow-like creature by naming him Kakashi, played by Yuki Kubota, who also played Kamen Rider Zangetsu in Gaim. This character was reminiscent of the Scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz. He wanted to merge with a dark entity called Maryu, but he needs to use his special skill in order to do this, and it's stolen by the main antagonist of this film, named Judam, played by Keiko Matsuzaka, who also played a side character named Anna in previous GARO projects, and even appeared in episode 31 of Ultra 7. Once Koga arrives at the Temple of Wisdom, he discovers that its guardian is none other than Zaruba himself, who initially doesn't remember Koga, but this would eventually be resolved. Later in the film, with Meru in peril, Koga would recover his sword and equipment and go to battle against Judam. Koga was victorious, and he eventually reunited with Kaoru. This was easily one of the most colorful and fantastical GARO projects ever, at times giving the vibe that Koga is on an acid trip. But the contrast between this and the typically dark and grotesque themes of the franchise led to this film being one of the most unique Toku projects ever. Also in 2013 was a new series called The One Who Shines in the Darkness, following established lore but taking place in the future and starting a new continuity centered around Ryuga Dogai, played by Wataru Kuriyama. After proving himself worthy by retrieving the Garo Kin, Ryuga takes on the title of Garo and dons the legendary armor. After being lost to time for many years, Ryuga finds the armor has lost most of its power and is only partially golden to begin the series. Also featured was an excellent cast of characters portrayed by some familiar faces within Toku. Tsunemori Aoki, who previously featured in Gaim, played Agumi, who transformed into Heavenly Bow Knight Guy. Takeru Jakazure, also known as Flaming Blade Knight Zen, was played by Junya Ikeda, who previously played Guy Ikari or Gokai Silver within Gokaiger. This show also introduced Makai Priestess Rian, as well as Makai Priest Burai, and a cop named Inho, played by Hiroko Sato, who also appeared in Kamen Rider Phase and Kamen Rider Decade. Also rounding out the Kamen Rider alumni was Kanji Suda, portraying a character named Tosei, and this actor appeared in Kamen Rider Ryuki, Kamen Rider Gyo, Kamen Rider Phase Paradise Lost, as well as Shin Godzilla, and even Shinkenger as Takeru's father. This show would see Ryuga develop into his own well-rounded character that could stand alone, outside of Koga's shadow. He sometimes lets his emotions have too much control over his actions, but they can also be a source of great strength and determination. His skills in combat are unquestionable, and he would eventually lead a nomadic lifestyle, slaughtering horrors wherever he finds them. This was a cool show that took big risks by venturing into completely new continuity, but I think it paid off in a major way that saw the GARO franchise continue on into the future, full steam ahead. Taking place concurrently with Lament of the Dark Dragon, this film was called Garo Gaiden, the Togen Flute, and it continued the story of Jabi, Reka, Shiguto, and Rin. Many years ago, Higari, a fallen Makai priestess, was sealed by a priest named Sogen using 8 musical notes. Anybody who wanted to resurrect her has to play these notes on the Togen flute. In the present day, 2 lovers named Agi and Magi seek Higari's power in order to cure Magi's terminal illness. They manage to resurrect Higari, but have to find a priest who can see Sogen's remains as a flute, because most people who gaze upon him only see a pile of bones. Eventually the duo find Jabi and Rekka. The 2 priestesses are misled but eventually become allies. After a final battle, Agi and Magi are betrayed and killed by Higari, but Higari is defeated by Rekka and Jabi. Agi was played by Kumi Takeuchi, and Magi was played by Miku Oono, who also appeared in Kamen Rider Ex-Aid. This was an entertaining side story that featured the women of GARO in starring roles. "2013 would continue the trend of wild and fresh ideas being implemented into the Kamen Rider formula with the much-loved and very unique season, Kamen Rider Gaim. This show features dancing fruit samurai, which might sound childish on surface level, but this show actually has a surprisingly dark tone at times, with a lot of depth and weight to the story. In the universe of Gaim, reality has become almost unbearably hard and depressing for most people, so dance troupes are formed to liven up the community, and one of these troupes is called Gaim. Kota is our main protagonist who becomes Kamen Rider Gaim, and he displays a charisma and relatability that makes it very easy to root for him. This show was another treat for fans of Rider vs. Rider battles and infighting. And Gaim is generally remembered very fondly by most of the community, and it would be impossible to tell the story of Kamen Rider without Gaim.
Kamen Rider!
Kamen Rider.
In 2013, Toei and Bandai Namco released a game titled Kamen Rider Bat Ride War for the PlayStation 3. This game is considered a hack-and-slash style game and features every Heisei rider up until Wizard. This game lets you take on large groups of enemies at a time during battle scenarios designed to make you feel like a powerful Kamen Rider. The success of this game would lead to several sequels over the years. In 2013, the world would be introduced to Ultraman Ginga, a slick and futuristic-looking Ultra in a series that celebrated the 50th anniversary of Tsuburaya Productions. This series follows the adventures of Hikaru Raido, a member of UPG or the Ultra Party Guardians. Hikaru is a fearless and energetic 17-year-old ready to take on any challenge as Ultraman Ginga. Ginga was a successful series that would affect the future of the franchise in a huge way, and was also the start of Ultraman's new generation era. In 2013, Ultra Q got what was marketed as a sequel season in Neo Ultra Q. Neo Ultra Q kept the same style and tone of the original, but added slightly more comedy. This allowed a wider age range to enjoy the series. Neo Ultra Q kept the spirit of Ultra Q alive. "2013 brought us Superhero Taisen Zeto, a movie I've discussed quite a bit on this channel due to how many characters are here from all of Toei's properties. Superhero Taisen Zeto combined tons of characters from Metal Hero, Super Sentai, and Kamen Rider in an epic team-up that was perfect for the big screen. This film was an awesome and over-the-top celebration and a treat for Metal Hero fans and fans of Toei in general. 2014 saw the release of Uchu Keiji Charavan Next Generation, a V-Cinema release that would put the spotlight on Charavan. This movie would reunite classic characters from the series while introducing new ones and adding new elements that make this classic project even cooler. Also in 2014 was Scheider Next Generation, to continue the Next Generation celebration with a focus on Scheider. These Next Generation films would do their best to revitalize the franchise. Despite not leading to more series, they would pay homage and at the same time create new possibilities for Metal Hero going forward.
Sentai.
2013 marked the franchise's third Dino theme season, with Juden Sentai Kyoryuger, the first season to be broadcast in 1080p Full HD. Kyoryuger wowed fans with its energetic presentation and large cast of likable characters. And speaking of the large cast, there are 11 protagonist rangers in this series, the most ever at the time. The title of the show is actually a reference to Zyuranger, because they basically have the same name but reversed. Juden Sentai Kyoryuger versus Kyoryu Sentai Zyuranger. This show would be adapted into Power Rangers Dino Charge and Supercharge. Although this series had disappointing viewership numbers, its toy sales were exceptional, and Super Sentai was alive and healthy in 2013. Also in 2013, we got the first ever 10 Years After movie of the franchise, Hurricaneger 10 Years After. This takes place 10 years after the show, and would catch us up with what the Rangers were up to in 2013. This was fun to see where they are now, including Ikko's new band and Kota being a father now. This was an excellent celebration for fans of Hurricaneger. Kyoryuger featured another imitation ranger team created by Debo Yakigante. Made solely for the goal of deception, these fake Kyoryugers had no actual powers and were way weaker than the real rangers, leading to them being quickly defeated. Next was Ferocious Knight D, who became Death Yuger, the main antagonist of Kyoryuger Gaburincho of Music. In the film, D forces a new Judinyu named Tobaspino to bond with him so he could become Death Yuger. D was one of the earliest knights within the ranks of the Deboth army, and his twisted and sadistic persona would result in a terrifying villain for the Kyoryugers to battle against. Death Yuger featured a striking blue color scheme with red sleeves, red accents on his helmet, and golden shoulder armor. D was voiced by Mamoru Miyano, who is also well known for voicing Ultraman Zero in many projects. Death Yuger was a deadly and sadistic force within the world of Kyoryuger. Kyoryuger introduced another gun-based transformation device with the Gabu revolver. The Rangers would insert their Judinshi into the mouth of the revolver to transform or for other functions. Kyoryu Gold used the Gaburi Changer, a forearm-mounted gauntlet that could function as a projectile device in addition to being used for his transformation. Additionally, Kyoryu Silver used the Giga Gabu revolver, similar to the regular Gabu revolver, but with a red and blue color scheme. Due to the massive size of the team, the transformation and roll calls featured within the series were huge and epic. In 2013, we got a dark version of Hurricane Red, who would directly oppose his former teammates. This was Hurricane Dark. Featured in Hurricaneger 10 years after, the Hurricanegers investigate bombings happening throughout the world, when it turns out that Yosuke, or Hurricane Red, is the one responsible. He calls his time with the other Rangers a mistake and takes up the moniker of Hurricane Dark. It was eventually revealed that he was motivated to do the will of Frabijo and Windinu due to the kidnapping of a boy named Tenkai and holding him hostage to force Yosuke to carry out the bombings on their behalf. He was swayed back and would realign with the other Hurricanegers. He featured a dark version of Hurricane Red's suit, but with the addition of a kimono. Hurricane Dark's presence was an interesting mystery and the main driving force of Hurricaneger 10 years after.
Power up! Super Mega Mode!
The sequel of Power Rangers Megaforce was Power Rangers Super Megaforce, based on Gokaiger.
Us defenders never surrender.
The team switched to the Legendary Morpher this season and included a new morph and some fresh roll calls filmed just for Megaforce. In 2014, the film simply titled Godzilla marked the triumphant return of the King of Monsters to Hollywood, launching the Legendary Pictures Monsterverse and reintroducing Godzilla to a new generation with a grounded, realistic tone. Directed by Gareth Edwards, the film focused on atmosphere, scale, and humanity's insignificance in the face of nature's wrath. The story follows Navy officer Ford Brody as he becomes entangled in a global crisis when ancient parasitic creatures known as Mutos awaken and begin wreaking havoc. Their emergence triggers the return of Godzilla. The film's cast includes Bryan Cranston, best known for playing Walter White in Breaking Bad, and his emotional performance as Joe Brody set a tragic tone early on. Also featured was the legendary Ken Watanabe. Unlike earlier American adaptations, Godzilla from 2014 emphasized a sense of awe and realism, using restrained camera angles and sound design to convey the creature's immense scale. Godzilla himself was redesigned to be more faithful to his Toho roots, massive, reptilian, and regal, earning praise from longtime fans. Though some fans criticized the limited screen time of the monsters, the film was a critical and financial success, grossing over $529 million worldwide. Its success revived mainstream interest in the franchise, leading to an expansive shared universe, firmly re-establishing Godzilla as a global cinematic icon. Ultraman Ginga would get a sequel series in 2014 with Ultraman Ginga S. This series continued the story of Ultraman Ginga with many of the same characters, but fans would also be introduced to a prince named Sho who transforms into a new Ultra named Ultraman Victory. Ultraman Ginga S followed up on the success of its predecessor and gave fans an explosive chapter of the Ultraman saga. In 2014 would see the release of Kamen Rider Drive, a car and police-focused season. Shinnosuke is an officer that was demoted into the Special Investigation Division, where he investigates slowdown and fight against the Roid Mutes. He henshins into Kamen Rider Drive using Belto-san and drives around in a stylish red car. Takahito Omori, one of the producers of the show, called it a tribute to Knight Rider, a car-focused show from the 1980s.
Drive! Type! Speed!
The theme song for this season is sung by Mitsuru Matsuoka, who also played Kamen Rider Eternal in Double. Drive was a well-written and much-liked season that added to the Kamen Rider legacy in a positive way and kept the fandom entertained in 2014. In 2014 saw the release of a mini-series based around Zero. This was Zero Black Blood, returning once again to the Koga timeline. A decade before the beginning of the story, a Makai family was destroyed by a horror named Ring. The family included a Makai knight named Kurodo, his wife Iyu, a Makai priestess, and their daughter Yuna. During a battle, Iyu, the wife, was blinded and fell, leading to Ring saving and ultimately manipulating her. Both Kurodo, the father, and Yuna, the daughter, thought that Iyu was dead, fueling Kurodo's vengeance and hunger to defeat Ring. After losing his arm and getting killed in another confrontation with Ring, Yuna used her father's remains to acquire a sword. She aimed to take down Ring, who used Iyu's song to create a cult that required sacrifices.
Makai Kishi, you always seem to come just in time.
Meanwhile, Yuna, alongside a man named Kane, teamed up with Rei, better known as Zero, to defeat Ring and his cult. They fought against the cult but faced extreme odds. Eventually, after an explosive confrontation, Iyu allowed herself to be devoured by Ring, which broke his control over the cult. With Ring defeated, Yuna and Kane could start over in life, while Rei would continue hunting horrors as a Makai knight. Yuna was played by Riria Kojima, an actress who appeared in Kamen Rider Kabuto, as well as Goseiger and Tokuger. Kane was played by Naoki Takeshi, who appeared in the live-action Sailor Moon series, and he would later appear in Kamen Rider Drive. This series is written by Kobayashi Yasuko, who was also the main writer for Tokuger. This was a cool and unique series within the franchise, and it was awesome seeing Zero once again. 2014 continued with the Makai Flower, following the story of Raiga Seijima, son of Koga and Kaoru. When Raiga was 6, his mother was taken into a portal, prompting her father to follow and never return. Raised by Ganza, Koga's faithful butler, Raiga aimed to become the next GARO. He trained alone until Zero became his master. Raiga searched for the spirits of past Garos and in the process discovered his father, Koga, was still alive in another realm. After humans unsealed the horrors, an ancient evil entity, the demon beast Aerith, was awakened. Because of this, a Makai priestess sacrificed herself in order to give her daughter Mayuri the ability to seal horrors, thus making her a Mago. Raiga and Mayuri, along with fellow Makai Knight Crow, teamed up to stop Aerith, and after Raiga became Light Awakening Garo, the group was ultimately successful in defeating her. Raiga was played by Masai Nakayama, who also appeared in Kamen Rider Hibiki and Kamen Rider Kiva. Mayuri was played by Natsumi Ishibashi, known for her work in Kamen Rider Fozit, and Crow was played by Atam Mizuishi, who would later appear in Kamen Rider Gio, Kira Major, and Kamen Rider Gav. He also played Alphonse Elric in the live-action Full Metal Alchemist movie. After introducing a fresh new premise, the events of the series would see Raiga and Mayuri become close, and fans would look forward to the next project in the GARO franchise. Also in 2014 was the first GARO anime project with the Carved Seal of Flames, beginning a new continuity within the franchise, starring a new Makai Knight named Leon Lewis and Alfonso the King. This story featured a powerful Madogo ring known as Zirkel's Ring, created by Makai alchemist Mendoza, which is capable of controlling horrors and bringing the dead back to life. But in order to power the ring, Mendoza sacrificed people, which he viewed as a small cost for his power. But this would ultimately cause him to be shunned from the Makai Order and marked forever as punishment. Mendoza would eventually start a family, but his mark would cause him great humiliation and rage, and he unalived his family in cold blood in order to hide his past. In the aftermath, he would recruit horrors as minions and position himself as the king's advisor, leveraging his influence to destroy the Makai Order. He was nearly successful, with only a small number of knights remaining during these perilous times. Mendoza captured a pregnant Makai priestess named Anna and would execute her, but she used her magical skills to cast a protective aura over her child, who was rescued by Anna's husband and the child's father, named Germain Luis. Anna was the daughter of a GARO, and the child, named Leon, would train for the next 17 years to become a skilled Makai knight and take up the role of GARO. The father and son duo would travel and cut down horrors while plotting their vengeance against Mendoza. Eventually, the king, named Alfonso, fled his kingdom to find a Knight of Light and were introduced to Rafael Banderas, who's a Makai knight named Gaia. In time, Alfonso would discover that he's of Makai knight lineage, and Gaia trained him to eventually wield the GARO armor and battle Mendoza alongside Leon. This anime series had beautiful artwork, and it was a bold new direction for the franchise, within a new medium, serving to expand GARO's fanbase worldwide. 2014 brought us Reisha Sentai Tokuger, an imaginative and heartfelt Sentai season themed around trains. Tokuger offered fans a lighthearted and fun experience, complete with a charming cast that fans would largely respond well to. Despite this, the TV ratings were once again below Toei's expectations, and this series would be skipped over entirely by Power Rangers in the West. This season featured the Rangers' ability to swap colors with each other and featured the first Orange Ranger since Battle Fever J. Next up is the Dark Emperor Zet, who transformed into Zet Rokugo, featured in Tokuger. As the main antagonist of Tokuger, this evil force was ruler of the Shadow Line. He harvested darkness found in the hearts of humans in order to make the conditions of the planet capable of sustaining him upon his arrival. He would eventually gain possession of the Applet Changer and transform into Zet Rokugo, before attacking the Tokugers. As Zet Rokugo, he has the same appearance as the normal Tokyu Rokugo, which is orange in color with the signature Tokuger train theme design. Zet was played by Kingo Okuchi, who also appeared in Kamen Rider Phase, as well as Kamen Rider Cross Kamen Rider O's and Double featuring Skull Movie War Core. Zet was an awesome villain, and his ability to transform into Zet Rokugo made him truly memorable.
Defense!
2014 brought the train-themed Tokuger, and they used the Tokyu Changer, themed after a train station. The Rangers used their respective Reshas to transform. Tokyu Rokugo, as well as Tokyu Nanago, used the Applet Changer, a device resembling a smartphone. Tokuger had an excellent and exciting transformation sequence featuring great music and train tracks encircling the Rangers before they moved forward while being flanked by their train. I really enjoyed this transformation in Roll Call, and because it was the first train season, it was also the first season to have a train-themed transformation device. In 2015, Tsuburaya released Ultraman X. This show follows Daichi Ozora, human host of Ultraman X and member of Zio, or Xeno Invasion Outcutters. The show would explore deeper themes like existence and consciousness. After all this time, the Ultraman franchise still had a few tricks up its sleeve. Ultraman X continued the legacy of Ultraman in a way that was refreshingly deep and well written. "2015 was a bit of a slow year for Kamen Rider, with the only project of note being Kamen Rider Ghost. This series used themes revolving around the afterlife as our main protagonist Takeru searches for the icons that will prevent his permanent death. The suit designs of the season feature bold colors, elaborate helmet ornamentation, and hoodies, a look that I appreciate even today. In 2015, Toei introduced what would prove to be one of the least popular seasons in the history of Sentai with Shuriken Sentai Ninja, another ninja-themed season. This show is adapted into Power Rangers Ninja Steel / Power Rangers Super Ninja Steel in the West, and Ninja featured a lot of comedy and lighthearted antics with a focus on ninjas not hiding, but the cast and story unfortunately never connected with fans in the same way as other seasons. After this, we were treated to Deca Ranger 10 years after, in which 10 years after the show, after the Rangers have gone their separate paths, the Rangers have to investigate a corrupt head of SPD, as well as the evil Neo Deca Red and Neo Deca Yellow. This was a story that showcased the detective skills of the Rangers and put them in a scenario that's slightly different from the ones we had seen previously.
ジャスミンはエスパーである。その手を通して人の心が読み取れるのだ。
Deca Ranger was one of the most successful Super Sentai seasons of all time, and the quality that made it successful would continue with this film. Ninja had two monsters that could steal the appearance of Rangers in short arcs with Mujina and Yamibiko. We also had Dark Aka Ninja featured in Ninja vs. Tokuger the movie. Due to there not being an obvious conflict to be had between Ninja and Tokuger, the main writer created Dark Aka Ninja to be the main antagonist of this project. This fulfilled the versus element in the title. In the film, Dark Dr. Mavro creates several clones to do his bidding, and he tries to fuse them with Takaharu, Igasaki, or Aka Ninja. But this process fails and Dark Aka Ninja is born. Dark Aka Ninja is a soulless, unfeeling husk of a ranger that was deadly and dangerous, requiring both the Ninjas and Tokuger to combine their strength in order to defeat him. His look is similar to the regular Aka Ninja, but with a black collar, black gloves, and black boots. Ninja tends to get a lot of hate within the community, but Dark Aka Ninja had a pretty cool premise. Ninja used the Ninja Ichibanto as their transformation device. It was not the first sword to be used to transform, but it had been a while since we had seen one last. The Rangers attached their shurikens onto the sword and pressed a button to initiate the transformation. This was an energetic and colorful transformation sequence. While Ninja is a less popular season than some others, the transformation and roll call were pretty entertaining to watch. In 2015, fans would return to the story of the Yuga with a movie called Goldstorm Flight, also known as Goldstorm Show, setting the table for the next series on the list of the same name. Long before the events of this film, a Makai priest named Sotatsu created a Madogu, a magical tool named Ago, to eradicate the world of all horrors. Unlike many other Madogu, Ago was humanoid and could even wield a sinister-looking suit of armor that resembled that of a samurai. Along with Sotatsu, Ago was defeated by a horror named Degol before awakening in the modern day, where he would continue his mission of destroying all horrors. He came to believe that humans must be destroyed due to their inga, or negative emotions, being responsible for spawning these horrors. Ago would clash with Hyuga, returning to the franchise following The One Who Shines in the Darkness. Despite both of them seeking a world free of horrors, they couldn't agree on how to deal with the human population, and this intense clash would lead Ago to realize the error in his ways. The climax would lead to a fight between Ryuga and Dego, the horror that killed Ago's creator Sotatsu. Ago would sacrifice himself to provide Ryuga with an empowered sword in order to defeat Dego. This film features Sakina Kue as a priestess named Ryume, and she also appeared in Geki Ranger and Akiba Ranger. Ago was played by Shunya Isaka, best known for appearing in the Caesar X movie. This was an explosive and interesting film, and it was an excellent introduction to the next GARO project. Goldstorm Flight, the series, continued Hyuga's story directly after the events of the film. After an intense battle with Ago and Dego, Hyuga and Ryan become the guardians of Lion City, always ready to defend the city from the threat of horrors. The duo must recover an item called the Hoken sword, which has been divided into a set of 2 daggers. During the events of the show, they meet a Makai priest named Gald, as well as a Makai knight named Daigo, played by Tomohito Wakizaki, who appeared in Ultra 7X and Don Brothers, and he wields the armor of Giga, the Beast Form Knight. Fans were also treated to the appearance of Masahiro Inoue as a Makai knight horror named Jinga, and he's most famous for playing Kamen Rider Decade himself, one of the most recognizable and prolific Toku characters of all time. This story revolves around the pursuit of the fabled weapon, as well as the overarching villainy of Jinga, which would eventually lead him into a final confrontation with Ryuga. This resulted in Ryuga believing that Ryan was dead, but she would be resurrected, and the duo, along with Ryume, would continue their sacred mission into the future. This was another great entry into the GARO franchise, with a great cast of Toku veterans, and Ryuga's story would continue forward.
Spirits are nothing more than illusions created by the human heart. But some of these illusions are so tainted with misery they can consume humans. These are known as horrors.
Crimson Moon was the second anime series in the franchise, released in 2015, but it served as a prequel. This story centers around a beautiful city, full of life and lush greenery, that's suddenly introduced to the threat of horrors. As a result, a secret sect of Makai Knights and Makai Priests would wield their immense power to destroy the threat and restore beauty to the city. Taking place during Japan's Heian era, this story featured real-world characters who were actually alive during this time. Our main protagonist is named Raiko, who wields the power and title of Garo. Raiko is voiced by Masai Nakayama, who also played Raiga in the Makai Flower. Also featured in Crimson Moon was a noble warrior from the Fujiwara clan who called himself Hakamadare, and he transformed into Zanga, the White Lotus Knight. Hakamadare is voiced by Daisuke Namikawa, who actually did the voice of Leon in the carved Seal of Flames.
This is merely the beginning, a taste of things to come.
The story editor for this anime was Sho Aikawa, who also served as a prominent writer in many great Toku projects such as Aba Ranger, Kamen Rider Blade, Bokenger, Geki Ranger, Go-Anger, Kamen Rider Decade, Kamen Rider Wizard, and Tokuger, in addition to writing 30 episodes of Full Metal Alchemist. This project gave GARO fans some more context surrounding the earliest events within the franchise's lore. Once again, this anime series delivered beautiful animations and stellar voice acting. Closing out 2015 was Biku Darkness Slasher, also known as Biku the Movie, a spin-off set after the events of the Makai Flower. Biku is a darkness hunter with the ability to weed out corruption and evil that hides within the Makai Order. Throughout this film, we see her investigate and prosecute this corruption, and use her abilities as a Makai priestess to accomplish her goals. Biku herself was played by Sayaka Akimoto, who also appeared in Ultraman Saga. Also featured here is a number of new and interesting characters to give life to this spin-off. A character named Daichi was played by Kinta Suga, who previously appeared in Kamen Rider Kuga as a young boy. Zeshin was portrayed by Shiro Sano, who handled the narration of Ultra Q Dark Fantasy and Ultraman Max. He also appeared in Kamen Rider Ex-Aid as Michiko Zaizen or Dr. Pac-Man. Azusa was played by Kazue Ito, a prolific Toku actress who appeared in many projects such as Kamen Rider V3, Go Ranger, Geki Ranger, Shinkenger, and Kira Major. This project offered fans a chance to learn more about the characters and world within Raiga's continuity, with a different tone and style compared to the mainline GARO projects.
Hey, isn't that us? Whoa, I look pretty sweet.
Power Rangers Dino Charge featured evil Dino Charge Rangers called the Copy Rangers. They were created by Duplicon and were actually Vivix, or the show's foot soldiers. Next we look at Neo Deca Red and Yellow, from Deca Ranger 10 years after. 10 years after the events of the show, the regular Rangers have gone down different paths, and SPD employed the corrupt Kite Raidlik to oversee operations. He installed Asam Asimov and Mugi Grafton, also known as Neo Deca Red and Yellow respectively. These two pretended to be good, but were secretly doing the corrupt bidding of Kite while serving as replacements for Bon and Jasmine. They would eventually go mask off and battle against the other Deca Rangers. The Neo Deca Rangers wore the SWAT mode suits with no difference from the originals. Neo Deca Red was played by Rakuto Tochihara, and Neo Deca Yellow was played by Mizuho Hata, who was featured in small roles for many Super Sentai series. The Neo Deca Rangers were interlopers that used their positions for personal gain, and they were easy to root against, making them really memorable. 2016's Shin Godzilla was a bold reinvention of the franchise. This was a complete reboot that returned Godzilla to his Japanese roots. The story follows Japan's government as they scramble to respond when Godzilla emerges from Tokyo Bay and devastates the city. Told through the lens of bureaucracy, the film focuses on government officials and scientists desperately trying to understand and contain the creature, culminating in a plan to freeze it before it can evolve further. This version of Godzilla was grotesque, constantly evolving, and equipped with devastating atomic powers like a beam that cuts through Tokyo with surgical precision. The film also heavily draws from Japan's real-world experiences with the 2011 Fukushima disaster and Tohoku earthquake, making its political undertones all the more powerful. Shin Godzilla was a massive success, winning awards like Best Picture and Best Director, and reigniting Toho's Godzilla legacy with a serious modern edge. Its mix of realism, social commentary, and horror-focused cinematography made it one of the most critically acclaimed Godzilla films ever. "2016 was the year of Ultraman Orb, a series made to commemorate the Ultra franchise's 50th anniversary. This show focuses on Gai Kurene, the human form of Ultraman Orb, as he takes on Juggless Juggler. This season also featured a team of 3 independent investigators called SSP, or the Something Search Party. As a 50th anniversary project, Orb did a great job of carrying forward the legacy of Ultraman. "2016 saw the introduction of one of the most bold, colorful, and fun Rider series of all time in Kamen Rider Ex-Aid. Celebrating the 45th anniversary of Kamen Rider, this is a show that takes place mostly in a hospital and focuses on a group of gaming doctors that battle against the Bugsters. This cast is loaded with charm and personality, especially our main protagonist, Emu. The suits have a really unique anime look, and almost everything has a look that you could perhaps best describe as being part anime and part retro gaming. It might sound like a strange combination, but it works really well, and the aesthetic of Ex-Aid makes the show an incredibly memorable entry into the franchise. 2016, the Kamen Rider fandom was also treated to a new Rider series for adults called Amazons, based on the classic Kamen Rider Amazon, and streaming on Amazon Prime Video. This show featured a distinctively more violent style compared with the mainline series, something that this show shares with the original. In fact, there's a lot of things from this show that I just can't show you on YouTube, because if I did, Kane Janai. This show featured only 12 episodes, but would get renewed for a second season. This series brought new attention to the classic Kamen Rider Amazon series, as well as attention to the Kamen Rider franchise as a whole, due to how prevalent Amazon Prime Video is throughout the world. 2016 saw the release of an animal-themed Sentai with a bit of Minecraft thrown in for good measure. This was Dobutsu Sentai Zyuohger, a 40th anniversary season. This series followed a group of humans and Jumins, who are animal-like creatures, as they take on the space outlaws Death Galleon. This season, although somewhat divisive, still saw an uptick in viewership, and the Jumins, cubic theming, and the suit designs made this one of the most unique seasons of all time. Zyuohger featured another fake ranger team and a short arc that saw Bangre create them from memories of Kuval. Zyuohger also, of course, had the World, an antagonistic force within the show, who would eventually become the team's 6th Ranger. Misao Mando was held against his will by Genis, who drained the life from 3 Jumins and imbued it into him. This turned him into the ranger known as the World, and he would be unleashed upon the Zyuohgers. He can switch between his 3 animal forms or even combine them. Although he would eventually align with the Zyuohgers, the experience he suffered through at the hands of Genis would continue to haunt him, causing intense self-hatred and doubt. His redemption arc was impactful and really served to make him endearing as a character. Upon joining the Zyuohgers, he would call himself Zyuo the World. The World featured a segmented suit design featuring a gold, black, and silver color scheme with his different animal powers represented on his chest. Misao was played by Naoki Kunishima, and the World's redemption made for an interesting story.
Lion! Elephant! Tiger!
2016 Zyuohger brought a new and unique transformation device called the Zyuo Changer, based off of the Rubik's Cube. Rotating different sections of the device allowed it to function in different ways, most notably for communication and of course for transforming. We also saw Zyuo the World use an item called Zyuo the Light, a flashlight based device. The transformation sequence featured a Tarzan-like yell, and the animation and graphics perfectly represented the animal-themed Sentai. Captain Marvelous made a guest appearance in Zyuohger during episodes 28 and 29, where he arrives on Earth in pursuit of a powerful artifact known as the Champion Symbol. Initially, he clashed with the Zyuohgers due to his cocky and independent attitude, and Marvelous would challenge Yamato to prove himself worthy of the artifact. But as their situation escalates and threats emerge from the Death Galleons, Marvelous ultimately joins forces with the Zyuohgers, showing respect for their determination and teamwork. His appearance not only honors Super Sentai's legacy during the series' 40th anniversary, but also highlights the evolving role of Marvelous as a veteran hero guiding the next generation toward greatness.
It's morphin' time! Dino Charger!
Power Rangers Dino Charge and Super Dino Charge were adaptations of Kyoryuger, and they used the Dino Charge Morpher, based on the Gabu revolver.
It's about to get wild!
This season's Morph and Roll Call were pretty similar to Kyoryuger, but given how fun and entertaining that show's transformation sequence was, I'd say that's a compliment. 2016 saw the release of Makai Retsunen, also known as Makai Tales or History of Makai. This was an anthology series spanning between all of the GARO timelines and serving as a celebration of the franchise's 10th anniversary. Largely serving to provide context to the state of the world between Koga's timeline and Ryuga's, this miniseries shifted between settings with ease and made this universe feel more connected than ever before. This project was heavily focused on fan service, with many of the franchise's most well-known characters returning once again. Makai Retsunen was a fitting anniversary celebration that honored GARO's legacy in an interesting way. In 2016, a GARO animated film was released that was called Divine Flames, and this was a direct sequel to the Carved Seal of Flames, that followed Leon and Alfonso 4 years later.
Hope is the source of our true power, what we stand for.
After Mendoza was defeated, the Makai Order was finally free from persecution and starting to rebuild. It's finally peaceful, but the Order knows that this is only temporary. Leon's half-brother Roberto trains to wield the power of Zoro, the shadow-cutting knight. Leon trains him incredibly hard in order to make him as strong as possible.
What it means to be a Makai Knight, what it means to be the Golden Knight. GARO!
After Roberto is kidnapped for the purpose of being sacrificed, the protagonist launched a two-tier operation to rescue him, resulting in peak action and drama. After great struggle, Leon, Alfonso, and their allies are ultimately successful. This film was a great continuation of Leon and Alfonso's story, and it looked amazing once again.
Godzilla, Kaiju惑
2017's Godzilla Planet of the Monsters was the first fully animated Godzilla film in the franchise's long history, and the start of the Godzilla anime trilogy, produced by Toho Animation and Polygon Pictures. The film took Godzilla into uncharted territory. This was a sci-fi epic set thousands of years in the future, with a post-apocalyptic story. This show begins after humanity is forced to flee Earth when Godzilla and other kaiju make it uninhabitable. After 20,000 years pass, a small group of survivors return, only to discover that Godzilla is still alive and he's evolved into a colossal, seemingly indestructible force that dominates the planet. The film follows Captain Haruo Sakaki, a young soldier consumed by vengeance, as he leads a desperate mission to reclaim Earth from the monster that destroyed civilization. This version of Godzilla, known as Godzilla Earth, is the largest version of the creature ever depicted, at 300 meters tall. Unlike traditional portrayals, he's a godlike creature with metallic skin and the ability to manipulate electromagnetic energy. The film's tone is dark and philosophical, focusing less on kaiju brawls and more on humanity's relationship with technology and nature. Planet of the Monsters had mixed reviews. It was praised for its visuals and ambition, but criticized for pacing and limited action. It was a bold experiment that expanded Godzilla's mythology into new territory. Its relative success led directly to 2 sequels. In 2017, the Ultraman franchise returned with a new series called Ultraman Geed, or Ultraman Jido, with the series' namesake being the created son of Ultraman Belial. Riku Asakura is the human form of Ultraman Jido, who despite being the son of Belial, was raised as a regular human and he has a kind and noble personality. Riku is also a huge fan of a Toku character named Dawn Shine. Riku has a unique transformation sequence where he would combine the powers of multiple Ultras. This resulted in one of the most famous transformation sequences in all of Ultraman. This show also featured the AIB, or the Alien Investigation Bureau, as well as a master sword fighter named Raya, and a man named Reito Igaguri who transforms into Ultraman Zero. Ultraman Jido combined elements from previous Ultraman seasons into something unique and memorable. "2017 saw the debut of a cool new science and math theme writer in Kamen Rider Build. After an item called the Pandora's Box was discovered on Mars, there was an event called the Skywall disaster that split Japan into 3 warring territories, Toto, Hokuto, and Seto, and this also created monsters called Smash. In order to deal with the fallout of this event and to defeat Smash, the Toto government enlists help from our main protagonist, Sento. Sento is unquestionably a genius who Henshin's into Kamen Rider build. This series also features Ryuga, also known as Crossy, as a captivating secondary rider with a well-written story, as well as Ivorto, an alien that wants to assimilate all of humanity. Due to Build's unique world building, interesting characters, and great story, this show has remained as one of the most loved and well-remembered series in Kamen Rider history. In 2017, Sentai fans would go on an epic space journey with the biggest and one of the most unique teams in history, Uchu Sentai Q Ranger. Q Ranger featured the largest team size in history as they take on the space shogunate Dark Matter. This was one of the most unique seasons of Sentai ever, and it would have a larger international reach than other recent seasons, as Q Ranger would air in Indonesia for the first time since Ginga Man. Elements of this season would be adapted into Power Rangers Cosmic Fury. This show is notable for the actress Mao, who previously played Luca Milfi / Gokai Yellow in Gokaiger, returning to the franchise to do the voice of Washi Pink. Q Ranger was set in a universe dominated by the villain faction. It features themes and equipment based on the constellations, and with 12 Rangers featured in the show, this was an incredibly unique and memorable season. Q Rangers saw the Endeavor pose as a squad of Rangers while several of the real Ranger counterparts were sealed away. We also had a monster named Micro Suyo Endeavor, spawning a false version of Naga before ultimately being defeated. 3. Q Ranger vs. Space Squad was a Q Ranger movie with appearances from Metal Heroes as well as Basco and Luca. Basco serves as a villain alongside several other villains from the Super Sentai series, and Luca shares the screen with Raptor 283 in what was a memorable scene since they both have the same actress. Although these characters weren't the primary focus of the film, their appearances were still cool to see. Q Ranger used the Seiza Blaster, a gauntlet transformation device that can also be used as a projectile weapon, and the Rangers inserted different Q-Tama to perform a desired function. This transformation sequence featured cool graphics of the Rangers' constellation. Due to the uniqueness of these transformation devices and the massive size of the team, the sequence was absolutely epic. It's morphin' time. In 2017, Saban released a Power Rangers reboot film with new actors, new suits, and CGI effects. This film didn't result in any sequels, but the transformation and suits looked great. Fire! There was also an antagonistic Gold Ranger in Dino Force Brave, a Korean-produced adaptation of Kyoryuger.
Fortunately, my robot army is already big enough to take over every dimension. March, robots! March!
Power Rangers Super Ninja Steel had Lord Draven's Robo Ranger army. There were hundreds of fake Rangers based on several Rangers from throughout the franchise's history, with the addition of shoulder spikes on their suits. These Rangers had a short story arc and were exclusive to Power Rangers.
It's morphin' time! Power Stars, lock in!
Power Rangers Ninja Steel and Super Ninja Steel use the Ninja Battle Morpher based on a Shuriken.
Ninja Rangers, fear no danger!
Ninja Steel's morph was fairly standard for the time, but it continued the trend of great-looking morph sequences within Power Rangers. In 2017 brought another Zero series with the sequel to Black Blood. This was Dragon Blood. In this series, Rei continues to oppose the horrors while at the same time searching for a dragon egg with a woman named Alice. This series also sees the emergence of the Dragon Knight, who represents an immense threat to humanity. Over the course of the series, we find that Alice isn't what she seems, and we're treated to a lot of twists and turns that keep the series consistently interesting. Before the Makai Order existed, horrors terrorized humanity. In order to survive, different clans would sacrifice infants as they believed it would provide them with safety. One of these infants was saved by a Makai dragon, who raised him as Edo, a dragon knight. Edo was trained by the dragon and finding companionship with a dragon named Nova. Their combined powers were the bane of horrors everywhere, and they even had a child together in the form of an egg. Several Makai priests lusted for the family's power, kidnapping Nova. Edo of course tried to save her but was unsuccessful, before Nova sacrificed herself to protect Edo, placing him inside of a dragon shell. At the same time, she transformed her remains into a forest, one that could protect their child from the world. In present day, two Makai priests release Edo, who thirsts for revenge against humanity, killing the priests in the process before setting his sights on the dragon egg. Alice had come across the egg previously before the Makai priest took it from her, and now she lives her life in dedication to finding it once again. With Zero's help, Alice is successful, despite being kidnapped by Edo in the process. Eventually the egg would hatch to reveal a dragon named Loop. Edo would do his best to manipulate Alice and Loop into doing his bidding, and this led to an explosive final act full of action, emotion, and loss, with neither Alice or Loop surviving the conflict. Edo was played by Yuge Tomohisa, who also appeared in Kamen Rider Ryuki, as well as Kabuto and Gaim. Alice was played by Kokoro Aoshima, best known for playing Sumuri in Kamen Rider Geats. This was a heavy and emotional Zero story that consistently challenged the viewer's expectations.
Tell me everything you know about El Dorado.
Also in 2017 was another anime series called Vanishing Line, taking place several hundred years after the events of Divine Flame. Set within Russell City, a man named Sword carries the title of GARO, and while fighting against horrors, he hears the name El Dorado, which he believes is a clue for something that the horrors have planned. This leads him on a journey to find the fabled city, where he meets a girl named Sophie along the way, desperate to find her missing brother. Eventually, they successfully reach El Dorado, learning many things about horrors as well as the truth about Sophie's brother.
You're working with the best.
Sword was voiced by Tomokazu Seki, best known for various Gundam projects, Captain Tsubasa, and One Piece. Sophie's actress was Ri Kugimiya, known for her work in Inuyasha, Full Metal Alchemist, and Bleach. Vanishing Line was a great anime project that had a solid foundation to its storytelling, thanks to the previous projects, but offered a self-contained story that could easily be enjoyed on its own.
行くぞデカレンジャーロジャーロジャーロジャーロジャーロジャー
2017 saw the huge V-Cinema release of Gavin vs. Deca Ranger. Gavin is investigating a deal with Mad Gallant when he decides to not wait for Fire Squad and attack before he is defeated and his partner Shelly seemingly killed in action. At the same time, the Deca Rangers investigate a trend of vampiric killings with bite marks present on the victims' necks, and Umiko and Sin are getting married. So while these plot points seem random at first, it works really well, and Deca Ranger was a great team to pair Gavin with. In 2018, Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle continued the anime trilogy, further deepening its dark sci-fi themes and expanding the mythology of a far future Earth ruled by Godzilla. Picking up immediately after the first film, Captain Haruo Sakaki and the surviving humans discover that not all is lost on Earth. They encounter descendants of humanity who worship a mysterious egg believed to be connected to Mothra. As Haruo regroups, the humans and their alien allies uncover the remnants of Mechagodzilla City, a self-replicating fortress created from the long-destroyed Mechagodzilla. Determined to defeat Godzilla Earth, the aliens consider fusing humans with the living metal to pilot powerful mecha weapons. But when Haruo realizes that this would cost them their humanity, he faces a moral dilemma. He can either destroy Godzilla or save what's left of mankind's soul. The film's tone is somber and philosophical, asking whether mankind's obsession with domination through technology makes them any different from the monsters they fear. Godzilla Earth remains a distant but unstoppable force, a godlike entity whose presence drives the story's tension rather than the traditional kaiju combat found in other projects. City on the Edge of Battle was praised for its deep world building and moral conflict, but divided fans for its slow pacing and minimal monster action. 2018's Godzilla the Planet Eater serves as the dramatic conclusion to Toho's Godzilla anime trilogy, bringing its saga to an apocalyptic end. After the destruction of Mechagodzilla City, humanity's alliance begins to fracture. An alien priest that guided Haruo since the beginning reveals his true motive: to summon his god, Ghidorah, a colossal extra-dimensional being worshipped as a destroyer of worlds. Godzilla Earth is drawn into battle with Ghidorah in a fight that transcends time and space. Meanwhile, Haruo realizes that Ghidorah represents the belief that humanity's extinction is inevitable. Eventually, he begins to understand that humanity's worth lies in its will to endure, even against impossible odds. Visually, the Planet Eater embraces a surreal, dreamlike tone, with haunting music and kaiju sequences that have an otherworldly look to them. This godlike version of Ghidorah is one of the franchise's most abstract and terrifying interpretations, symbolizing humanity's submission to forces beyond comprehension. This film had bold themes but a relative lack of action, causing fans to be divided, but it completed the trilogy as a thought-provoking finale. In the end, Haruo's sacrifice ensured that life would continue, closing out one of the most ambitious and philosophical interpretations of Godzilla ever made. 2018 brought an anime remake of Gridman with SSSS Gridman, a series co-produced by Tsuburaya and Studio Trigger. Running for only 12 episodes, this was a short-lived project, but one that was welcomed by fans of Gridman. 2018 brought fans one of the most unique seasons in the history of the franchise. This series was known as Ultraman Ryub in Japanese, but in English was branded as Ultraman RB. This show follows the adventures of the Minato siblings. Katsumi transforms into Ultraman Raso, and Isami transforms into Ultraman Blue, and they are accompanied by their sister Asahi. This show also has a strong supporting cast, including Ushio Minato, the father of the Minato siblings. Ultraman Ryub was a unique season themed around family that was action-packed and full of heart. "2018 brought us the final season of the Heisei era and the first anniversary season since Decade 10 years prior in Kamen Rider Zi-O. This year's show is themed around time and time travel. Our main protagonist Sogo is destined to become Oma King Zi-O, a ruthless tyrant of the future. To prevent this, Gaze goes back in time to kill Zi-O, but a woman named Tsukuyomi has also gone back to protect Sogo. As this is an anniversary season, we're treated to a lot of throwback riders and various crossovers that longtime fans will appreciate, including grotesque versions of the riders that oppose our heroes. Geo was a love letter of a season written to the Kamen Rider franchise as a whole. Before the Heisei era officially came to a close, Toei released Heisei Generations Forever, a huge celebration of the entire Heisei era meant to appeal to fans both young and old. This movie is stuffed with fan service related to every one of the Heisei writers, and they each get a healthy amount of time to shine. The entirety of the Heisei era leads up to this point in a triumphant and thrilling climax, and this project marks the final Rider project before the next era.
Sentai!
2018 brought us the first Sentai season to feature two opposing teams in the Cops and Robbers themed Kaito Sentai Lupin Ranger versus Keisatsu Sentai Pat Ranger. This season featured a team of thieves in Lupin Ranger and a team of cops in Pat Ranger as they take on each other. The concept of featuring two teams of Rangers was incredibly unique on its own, but this show even had a sixth Ranger referred to as X, who was part of both teams, a first for the franchise. Pat Ranger was the first Sentai team without a Blue Ranger, this was the first season without an outro song, and this was the last season to date that featured the word Ranger in its title.
Change!
1号、2号、3号、警察チェンジ
2018's Lupin Ranger vs. Pat Ranger used the device called the Versus Changer, a gun-based device that also allowed for transformation.
パトレーン1号パトレーン2号
パトレーン3号
ルパンレッドルパンブルー
The transformation process was a little different for either squad, with the Lupin Rangers inserting a dial fighter into the device, while Pat Rangers inserted a trigger machine. X, the sixth Ranger of the series who works for both teams, used the X Changer, a modular gun that can also be used as a weapon. Lupin Ranger vs. Pat Ranger's transformation sequence was stylish as hell and continued the trend of cool and interesting transformation sequences within the franchise. In 2018, fans were treated to another project in the Ryugaverse, this time a film called Fang of God, with Wataru Kuriyama reprising his role as Ryuga, one of GARO's most badass characters. Many years ago, a Makai priestess named Banbi was in love with a knight named Tenma Judo, who died after falling into darkness. Unable to accept the death of her love, Banbi sought a way to resurrect him, leaving her disfigured in the process. Banbi attempted a dark taboo ritual to bring Judo back to life for a day, with the help of demon beasts Rinza and Bull. While attempting the resurrection, Banbi accidentally brings back Jinga instead of Judo. The resurrection of Jinga causes extreme chaos and ultimately a fight with Ryuga during the film's climax. This film serves to set the table for the next GARO project, with Jinga alive in the horror realm and the reawakening of Messia. Set directly after the events of the Fang of God movie was Fang of God Jinga. This series had a greater focus on Jinga between his human self and his horror self, with interesting themes of light and darkness. After losing to GARO and battling Messia, Jinga is reborn into the Mikage family, unaware of his past. His father Mizoto turns dark and kills Jinga's mother, causing Toma, Jinga's younger brother, to blame him for the tragedy. Jinga is bitten by a horror, and after being emotionally manipulated, his dark side slowly starts to take hold. This project was a treat for fans of Masahiro Inoue, one of Toku's most recognizable actors, as he gets a series all his own, allowing the breathing room necessary to portray this tragic character in a way that only he can. The GARO franchise has a lot of tragic stories, but to see Jinga's struggle to be good, only to fall short and succumb to his darker side, is something truly impactful to see.
Attention, Earthlings! I'm Sheriff Skyfire, and you're gonna pay for what you did to Madame Odious.
2018 brought a surprise appearance from Jiraiya in Power Rangers Ninja Steel.
Aren't you the legendary Sheriff Skyfire? You're correct, Space Citizen.
Known as Sheriff Skyfire in the Ninja Steel universe, Jiraiya's presence was a reference that was probably lost on many Power Rangers fans, but this was an awesome cameo for fans of Metal Hero. 2018 was also the year of Q-Ranger vs. Space Squad, a huge film featuring characters from throughout Toei's Toku universe. Featuring Q-Ranger, as well as many classic Rangers and Metal Hero characters, Q-Ranger vs. Space Squad was explosive, and I think it gives a lot more life to these franchises when you see them interacting with one another. It makes the world of Toku seem much larger. Released in 2019, Godzilla King of the Monsters was a direct sequel to Godzilla 2014, and a celebration of Toho's kaiju legacy. This film embraced a more traditional monster movie tone than its predecessor. It was huge, emotional, and packed with kaiju battles, as Godzilla claimed his throne as the true king of the monsters. Set 5 years after the events of Godzilla 2014, the story follows Dr. Emma Russell, a scientist who develops the Orca, a device capable of communicating with Titans. When she and her daughter Madison are abducted by eco-terrorists, they awaken King Ghidorah, who begins reshaping the Earth's ecosystem. To restore balance, the protagonists turn to Godzilla, the only force capable of stopping Ghidorah. What follows is a global monster awakening, including Mothra, Rodan, and others, culminating in an epic battle where Godzilla, supercharged by a nuclear blast, defeats Ghidorah to reclaim his title as king.
This is Godzilla's world. We just live in it.
The film's visuals were awe-inspiring, with cinematography and creature designs that paid homage to classic Toho aesthetics while modernizing the look for Western audiences. King of the Monsters was a love letter to longtime fans, filled with Easter eggs and musical callbacks, including the original Godzilla theme. While critics were mixed on the human side of the story, audiences praised the action and the overall look of the film, as well as the respect for Godzilla's lore. This film solidified Godzilla as the alpha titan of the monsterverse. In 2019, Gojiban or Gojiban debuted as a playful, educational TV series that brought Godzilla into the homes of younger audiences in a completely new way. Unlike the destructive monsters seen in the films, this series reimagines Godzilla as a fun, approachable character who explores life, teamwork, and problem-solving alongside a cast of human and kaiju friends. The short episodes feature clever humor, interactive lessons, and occasional nods to classic kaiju, making it entertaining and educational for children. The show also features guest appearances from other monsters like Rodan and Mothra to spice things up. Gojiban was praised in Japan for successfully introducing Godzilla to a new generation, keeping the franchise relevant while staying true to its roots. Its continuing run demonstrates Godzilla's versatility, showing that the King of Monsters can terrify and entertain audiences of all ages. In 2019, Tsuburaya released Ultraman Ryube the Movie, a film sequel to the series serving as a finale to the Minato sibling story. This film is most notable for being the debut of Ultra Woman Grigio. This movie capped off Ultraman Ryube's story in a cool and unexpected way. 2019 brought fans the first Ultra series of the Reiwa era with Ultraman Taiga. This series of course focused on Taiga, the son of Taro, who is a member of the Tri-Squad along with Ultraman Titus and Ultraman Fuma. The three Ultras share a human host named Hiroyuki Kudo, a member of Aegis, or the Enterprise of Guard and Investigation Services. It was a new era in Japan, and the Ultraman series rose to the occasion with Ultraman Taiga. 2019 also marked the launch of Ultra Galaxy Fight, a miniseries that was distributed online. With short 5-minute episodes, this series was a callback to the original Ultra Fight miniseries, and it proved successful with fans, resulting in the series receiving 2 sequel seasons. Also in 2019, Tsuburaya entered into a joint production with Netflix and Production IG to create an Ultraman anime series. This series was aimed at an older audience and featured visually dynamic animation that proved to be successful, as this series would go on to get 2 more seasons. This show was Netflix Japan's most watched anime of the year in 2019, and due to the wide install base of Netflix, it introduced many new fans to the Ultra franchise. "2019 brought with it the Reiwa era and Kamen Rider 01. This show follows Aruto Hiden, who is a comedian that inherits a company called Hiden Intelligence from his grandfather. Hiden Intelligence makes humagears, which are AI-powered robots that resemble humans. Eventually, Aruto encounters Metsubojinrai.net, who are rogue humagears led by Kamen Rider Horobi, and they intend to bring about the extinction of humans by hacking and corrupting other humagears. This show features Yaiba and Fua from the organization AIMS, also known as Kamen Riders Valkyrie and Vulcan, and their goals aren't always the same as Aruto's, or even each other's, leading to a really interesting story with explosive conflict. This show asks if AI is a good or bad thing, a question that's increasingly more relevant in today's world, and we would come to discover that there isn't necessarily a clear black and white answer to this. 01 featured a collection of amazingly detailed and dynamic-looking suit designs, as well as action that I consider very anime-like in general. This is a season that's a treat for the eyes. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, the production of this series was cut short toward the end, resulting in a rushed final act of 01 and a change in tone for the next franchise entry. Kicking off 2019 was a huge 4-part miniseries featuring Rangers from throughout the franchise's history in the 4-week continuous special Super Sentai Strongest Battle. This series featured a tournament in which Rangers from Sentai history would battle against each other to have a wish granted. Rangers from different teams would be mixed together to create cool new Ranger combos, and this miniseries was heavily focused on delivering fan service to the audience. This small project was a great intermission between Lupin Ranger vs. Pat Ranger and the next main Sentai series that would follow. Later in 2019, we would see the release of another Dino-themed Sentai and the final season to debut in the Heisei era with Kishiryu Sentai U-Soldier. This series returned to the Dino theme, but this time with a much more aggressive look. This show featured the U-Soldiers fighting against Druidon. This season of Sentai would be adapted into Power Rangers Dino Fury. U-Soldier also featured familiar elements mixed with some fresh new ideas, and this was the first Sentai to feature a Brown Ranger. The U-Soldier used the U-Soul Changer, a device with a dinosaur head that upon inserting a U-Soul could be used to transform or summon a Kishiryu. It could also be combined with the U-Soul Kin to function as a weapon. Additionally, U-Soul Gold used the Mosa Changer, another blaster device. The transformation sequence was regal and graphically impressive, giving a great look for the night theme. U-Soldier's transformation and roll call had a cool style, and this was an interesting evolution to the other Dino seasons.
Hello, Power Rangers. I am Captain Chaku of the G5 Galaxy Police Force.
In 2019, Power Rangers Beast Morphers used Gavin's suit design for a new character named Captain Shaku. Although not technically Gavin, this was a cool and unexpected treat to just happen to see Gavin's suit design in Power Rangers.
No way! Oh man, it's like double us!
Very similar to the fake Go Busters, Power Rangers Beast Morphers featured fake Battle Force Rangers and the Cyber Villains, a duo adapted from Enter and Escape. In Beast Morphers, they were avatars of Blaze and Roxy that were used heavily in the show's story, much like their Japanese counterparts. Also known as Under the Moonbow, 2019's The Moonbow Traveler was a return to the Raiga continuity. This film was a sequel to The Makai Flower and featured many of the same characters that you would expect. After the events of the Makai Flower, Raiga carries on with his role as GARO. His relationship with Mayuri deepens as she stays at the Seijima estate to be with him, before eventually Raiga battles Ruto, a whore that kidnaps women. Ruto is defeated, but Raiga becomes overwhelmed by dark energies. This leads the duo of Raiga and Mayuri on a wild ride, resulting in an epic confrontation with Kiba. After victory is achieved, Koga appears, and we find out that he was able to foresee Raiga's future many years ago, and he doesn't want him to carry such heavy burdens in his heart. We also find out that Mayuri is pregnant. Raiga. In addition to the already established cast, the Moonbow Traveler also featured Satoshi Matsuda, better known as Kamen Rider Knight, as well as Yuria Eda, who appeared in Kamen Rider Fozzet and Ryu Soldier. This was an excellent film that neatly tied together a ton of plot points to give a sense of continuity between the different eras of GARO. In 2020, Godzilla Appears at Godzilla Fest premiered as a short film celebrating Toho's annual fan event and the enduring legacy of the King of Monsters. Unlike traditional Godzilla films, this short was designed as a festival showcase, highlighting Godzilla in a project built around spectacle instead of a story-driven narrative. The film features Godzilla making a grand appearance at the festival. This short paid homage to classic Godzilla films while celebrating the character in a lighthearted, fan-focused premise. Premiering during the online Godzilla Fest 2020, it reached audiences worldwide and reinforced Godzilla's continued relevance, showing that even in brief appearances, the King of Monsters can captivate and entertain. Ultraman continued its success in 2020 with Ultraman Z. This show was aired on TV and the official Tsuburaya YouTube channel. This show eventually would even get an English dub. Ultraman Z was mentored by one of the most popular Ultras of all time, Ultraman Zero. Z's human host is Haruki Natsukawa, a member of Storage, or Special Tactical Operations, Regimental Airborne, and Ground Equipment. Ultraman Z was an enjoyable entry to the franchise, and the Reiwa era was starting to be a great time to be an Ultraman fan. In 2020, after the pandemic, with Zero One's production being cut short and most people staying at home, it was decided that the next Kamen Rider season would have a warmer and more lighthearted tone. This resulted in 2020's Kamen Rider Saber, a fun and whimsical take on the Kamen Rider formula that features a more lighthearted tone and even an outro dance number, which was a first of the franchise. Our main protagonist is a novelist named Toma, who was quite possibly the most stylish rider since Shotaro Hidari of Kamen Rider Double. 2020 was a year where the fans needed some lighthearted fun in their life, and Saber delivered on that. In 2020, we were also treated to a brand new Kamen Rider game for PlayStation 4 and Nintendo Switch called Kamen Rider Memory of Heroes. This game features 0-1 teaming up with Double and O's in an original new Kamen Rider adventure that allowed fans to henshin, fight bosses, and switch between the awesome forms that these riders possess. Players could acquire new abilities from the enemies they defeat as well as upgrade their stats. Despite the pandemic, Kamen Rider was alive and well in 2020. 2020 brought us the first Sentai season of the Reiwa era in Machine Sentai Kiramager, a magic, vehicle, and gemstone themed season that would endear itself to the Sentai community. In this series, our heroes battle against Emperor Yodon and the Dark Emperor Yodonheim. This season delivered tons of charm and lighthearted humor, along with emotional moments that added weight to the story. Unfortunately, due to the 2020 pandemic, the tail end of production for this show was chaotic behind the scenes, and production would wrap early at only 45 episodes. Kiramager was another season that featured fake Rangers, but more so dark counterparts to the real Rangers in an interesting and creative arc that gave insight into the heroes of Kiramager. Kiramager used the Kirame Changer. In addition to allowing for transformation, it could be used for communication, summoning machine, or even for attacks. Kirame Silver used the shiny Kirame Changer. The transformation sequence here featured the Rangers' machines and a cool kaleidoscope effect. Kiramager's transformation was shiny and colorful, and Toei created excellent effects meant to mimic the look of their crystals. Celebrating the 15th anniversary of the GARO franchise, 2019's Versus Road was a new series set in a completely new continuity. This series features 100 knights competing against each other for the honor of wielding the GARO armor, and they enter the game world by putting on VR glasses. Throughout the series, we find out bits of participants' backstories, providing context to the competition in the most impactful way possible. And over time, our perception about characters are challenged in a really interesting way. Some characters here will stop at nothing to win the GARO armor, even going as far as sabotaging other players, while other characters are more noble. The show itself acts as a question about good and evil, and whether might actually does make right. This is a world where GARO has a tarnished reputation, and corruption in the world is painfully visible, causing many people to question whether or not having another GARO is even a good thing for the world. The character who ultimately wins decides not to claim the armor in the end. This show featured several recognizable faces from within Toku, and this might just be the most unique series within the GARO franchise. If you're a fan of Squid Game or Battle Royale style Kamen Rider seasons, you'll probably enjoy Versus Road. Released in 2021, Godzilla vs. Kong was a monumental crossover event that pitted two of cinema's most iconic monsters against each other, marking the climax of Legendary's MonsterVerse up to that point. Directed by Adam Wingard, the film delivered a spectacle-driven, globe-spanning adventure where humanity finds itself caught between two unstoppable forces of nature. The story follows Godzilla, whose sudden and unexplained attacks on cities sparks global panic, and Kong, the last of his kind, who's transported from Skull Island to confront him. Meanwhile, several humans uncover a shadowy corporate plot orchestrated by Apex Cybernetics, who want to control the Titans with a massive weapon and the mysterious Hollow Earth. The film's main spectacle centers on epic battles between Godzilla and Kong, culminating in an alliance against the monstrous Mechagodzilla, a robotic creation made to assert human dominance over the Titans. The fight sequences combine practical suitmation, large-scale CGI, and dynamic camera work, creating some of the most visually impressive kaiju battles in film history. The cast did an excellent job handling the emotional stakes of the story, making the human struggle to survive feel grounded and believable. The film was both a critical and commercial success, grossing over $470 million worldwide. This movie showed that the MonsterVerse had become a modern kaiju powerhouse. Godzilla vs. Kong not only delivered on fan expectations, but also set the stage for the next era of Titan stories in the MonsterVerse. 2021 saw the release of Godzilla vs. Hedorah, a short film celebrating the 50th anniversary of the classic 1971 movie of the same name. This reimagining brought the toxic, pollution-based monster Hedorah into the modern age, creating a dynamic and visually striking confrontation with Godzilla. The short showcases Godzilla's iconic power and atomic breath as he battles the ever-morphing, hazardous creature, emphasizing spectacle and classic kaiju action instead of a complex human narrative. This short paid homage to the original Hedorah film, while giving fans a fresh take on one of Godzilla's most unusual enemies. It premiered as part of Fest Godzilla 2021, entertaining fans with its bright, chaotic energy and environmental undertones, showing that even decades later, Godzilla remains a powerful symbol of nature's wrath. The short was celebrated for its creativity, faithful nods to Toho's history, and ability to balance nostalgia with modern effects, reinforcing the ongoing popularity of the Fest Godzilla series and Godzilla's enduring appeal as the king of monsters. Also in 2021, Godzilla Singular Point debuted as an ambitious, fully animated series that redefined Godzilla for a new generation. Unlike previous films or live-action shows, this project combines science fiction, mystery, and complex character-driven storytelling, blending cutting-edge animation with classic kaiju spectacle. The story follows a group of young scientists and engineers as they investigate strange, reality-warping phenomena linked to a newly awakened Godzilla. This version of Godzilla is formidable, both intellectually and physically, representing an ever-evolving threat that challenges humanity's understanding of nature and physics. Along the way, the protagonists encounter a lot of other kaiju, each one connected to the mysterious energy known as anomaly points. This series is notable for its hybrid animation style, combining traditional 2D character work with 3D CGI animation, leading to a unique cinematic look for television. The series also draws heavily on scientific theory and physics, giving it a unique intellectual angle that sets it apart from previous Godzilla projects. Godzilla Singular Point was praised for its complex plot, character development, and striking visuals, earning acclaim from longtime fans and newcomers alike. Its ongoing run continues to expand Godzilla's mythology. Tsuburaya released a miniseries in 2021 called Sevenger Fight, with each episode taking place between episodes of Ultraman Z. This project was another callback to Ultra Fight that gave fans a bit more context to Ultraman Z, while still delivering the entertaining fights that fans expected. 2021 brought us Ultraman Trigger, New Generation Tiga. Serving as a reboot of Tiga, this show featured a lot of the same themes and elements, as well as similar characters. Part remake, part reimagining, this show celebrated the 25th anniversary of Tiga while updating elements to fit more with the current day. These included slight variations in names like Trigger instead of Tiga. In this series, we follow the adventures of Kingo Manaka, a plant-loving botanist who joins a team called Guts Select. This squad is loaded with charismatic and memorable characters that would contribute to the show's overall quality in a huge way. Kingo is actually Trigger himself because before the events of the show, he condensed his light and became a child. The story was deep and interesting and involved two of the coolest Ultras in the franchise with Carmira and Dark Trigger. Ultraman Trigger celebrated Tiga while also retaining a modern and cutting-edge feel to the show. Going into early 2021, we got Saber and Zenkaiger Superhero Senki, a crossover movie project between Saber and Zenkaiger to celebrate Kamen Rider's 50th anniversary and Super Sentai's 45th anniversary. The catchphrase for this movie is "Straightforward heroes, half of the century." During the events of the movie, riders end up in the Zenkai world, and the Zenkaigers, other than Jiran, end up in the Saber world, and eventually they team up together as you would expect. This movie served as an excellent anniversary celebration for fans of both franchises. Also in 2021, we got Kamen Rider Revice. Serving as the 50th anniversary project of the franchise, Revice is a story about Ikki and his inner demon, Vice, who are tandem riders that become Kamen Rider Revice. Ikki's family runs a bathhouse together, and his siblings also become riders as they use V-stamps to Henshin and fight against the Deadmans. Revice brought a new style and vibe into the franchise, as well as some unique color choices for the riders, and the unique aspects of the show make it memorable within the history of Kamen Rider. In 2021, Toei brought us Kikai Sentai Zenkaiger, an anniversary season loaded with uniqueness and fan service. This series features a team full of Kikanoids along with a human who becomes Zenkaiser, as they look like a mashup of previous Sentai characters and take on Tojitindo. As an anniversary season, this show is loaded with fan service, and there's tons of references to previous seasons. The Kikanoids are meant to look like various mecha from the series, and Zenkaiser is himself a mashup of previous Rangers. Apparently, this series was originally going to be called Sentai Sentai Sentaiger, but I guess Toei just couldn't pull the trigger on such a hilariously weird title. Zenkaiger isn't remembered as favorably as other seasons within the community, but it did do a good job of paying tribute to the series as a whole. Next we have Stacyzer from Zenkaiger. Born as the son of Barishitara, Stacy initially observed the Zenkaigers from a distance, but would confront them directly after acquiring the Girtozinger. This device allowed him to transform or summon previous Sentai teams to do his bidding. Although the Zenkaigers offered resistance, Stacy was able to get the upper hand by summoning previous mechas from the franchise. Stacy had a unique purple and red color scheme, and his helmets and scarf were designed as references to Battle Japan from Battle Fever J. His personal mecha was called Battle Caesar Robo, a reference to Battle Fever Robo. Stacy was played by Ryo Sekoguchi, who previously auditioned for the role of Zenkaiser. Stacy looked cool, and since Zenkaiser was a celebration season, his abilities to summon previous teams as well as mechas was perfectly fitting. We also got to see a fake version of Zenkaiser and Tukaiser created by the Copy World, and we also had a character named God who possessed several of the Rangers within the show. In 2021, Zenkaiger used the Gyartlinger, another device that could be used to transform or as a gun. As an anniversary season, the Zenkaigers used Sentai gears representing previous seasons. After inserting the gears, the Rangers cranked the handle like a Gatling gun to transform. Tukaiser used the Gyartlinger, a pirate ship's wheel that can function as a gun or a sword. Zenkaiger had a colorful and dynamic transformation with some fairly unique devices. In the Zenkaiger movie, Red Battle Great Assembly, Basco returned once again in a villain role, further cementing himself as one of the most prolific villains in Sentai history. This film also featured every Red Ranger, including Captain Marvelous. Unfortunately, it was in suit only, but still a treat for Gokaiger fans. Next we look at Ten Gokaiger, celebrating the 10th anniversary of the series. Taking place 10 years after Gokaiger, Sentai fight against each other in the Super Sentai Derby Coliseum, made possible by the Ranger Keys, and citizens place bets on these fights. Over the years, the Gokaigers have gone their separate ways, and Captain Marvelous looks to take down this gambling operation, while Guy opposes him and supports the Ranger battles. Marvelous even chooses to fight 100 other Rangers with the stipulation that if he loses, he'll lose his Ranger Key, but if he wins, he'll get all of the other keys. Eventually, it's revealed that the organization running these battles is corrupt, and the Rangers join together and give the fans what they came for, an epic battle. This was a really entertaining film, and it was cool to see how the crew changed over the years. In Zenkaiger vs. Kiramager vs. Senpaiger, Captain Marvelous returns as one of the main characters, fighting to recover the scattered Kanema stones. Marvelous steals the show in this film, with his wit and showmanship on full display. He's the perfect choice to guide the younger generation of Sentai, since he himself had so many legendary interaction with his senpais. This film continued the Sentai legacy in a bold way, and it was a great continuation of Marvy's story. Next up was a strange and unique project called Tukaiger and Gokaiger June Bride is Tanuki flavored. This special starts off with an intriguing premise when Flint suddenly announces her engagement to a mysterious jeweler from Tanuki-topia. Things start to become suspicious when Aim is revealed to be engaged to the same man, forcing Zox and Marvelous to team up and figure out the truth. What follows is a blend of comedy, tension, and pirate swagger as both crews clash with the Tanuki trickster, who scheme to drain emotional energy through false marriages preyed on Flint and Aim. The film thrives on playful banter, over-the-top antics, and the rare chance to see the Gokaigers and Tukaiser fight side by side. In the end, the illusion fails, the trickster gets defeated, and the story closes with humor and unity between the different heroes. In 2022, Godzilla vs. Gigan Rex premiered as a high-energy short film in the Fest Godzilla series, bringing together classic kaiju action with modern effects for fans of all ages. This installment focused on Godzilla facing a terrifying new version of Gigan, upgraded into the deadly Gigan Rex, whose enhanced claws, jet propulsion, and cybernetic augmentation made him a formidable threat to humanity and the king of monsters alike. When Gigan Rex attacks, Godzilla rises to confront him, delivering spectacular battles across miniature cityscapes and digital environments. The short emphasized fast-paced monster action, and it's a pure spectacle. This film utilized classic Toho filmmaking techniques while at the same time incorporating modern visual styles. Fans loved the new upgrade to Gigan, resulting in a visually striking battle that remained true to the spirit of the franchise. Godzilla vs. Gigan Rex was released during Fest Godzilla 2022 and received praise for its thrilling action, nostalgic callbacks, and celebration of Toho's monster legacy. This short reinforced Godzilla's status as an unstoppable force while keeping the kaiju universe vibrant and engaging for fans worldwide. In 2022, Godzilla Fest 3 Gigan Attacks debuted. This was another short film that was part of Toho's ongoing Fest Godzilla series, celebrating the franchise's legacy. This installment brought one of Godzilla's most iconic foes, Gigan, back to the spotlight as he battled the King of Monsters. In this project, Gigan attacks the city, leaving destruction in his wake, and Godzilla rises to defend humanity. This short featured fast-paced kaiju action and explosive special effects, delivering the intense action fans expect from a Godzilla battle, while keeping the narrative concise and spectacle-driven. Produced with a combination of classic and modern special effects, this project added cool new touches to Gigan's design, making him look even more menacing and dynamic. Gigan Attacks was another triumph by Toho, and it gave fans another short but memorable Godzilla project to be excited about. In 2022, Tsuburaya would co-produce a film with Toho and Kara Inc. This project was called Shin Ultraman, a reimagining of the original series. This project would commemorate the 55-year anniversary of the Ultra franchise, and would also join the Shin Japan Heroes universe alongside Shin Godzilla and Shin Kamen Rider.
Ultraman Deckard! Last time!
2022's Ultraman series was Ultraman Decker, a direct sequel to Trigger that was also the 4th series in the Reiwa era and also a 25th anniversary celebration of Ultraman Dyna. Although this show is a sequel to Trigger, it actually takes place quite a few years later with a different protagonist named Kanata Asumi. After entities called the Spheres attack Earth, Kanata joins Guts Select, and the groups return to the series. Ultraman Decker was another excellent reimagining of a prior series, and also an exciting series in its own right.
Fight!
2022 brought with it an absolute banger of a Kamen Rider season in Kamen Rider Geats. This series focuses on a battle royale with supporters and organizers from the future called the Desire Grand Prix. The winner of this battle royale will have their deepest desire granted to them, so the stakes are really high and the conflict is really interesting. Our main protagonist is Ace Yukio, who is the definition of being cool. We also have the famous social media star Neon, also known as Nago, who has a really great story arc and she's very easy to root for.
Henshin!
And then we have Keiwa, a happy-go-lucky character that goes through an intense story arc that turns him into a vengeful force of nature. This entry into the Kamen Rider franchise featured a great story, a great cast, and superb action scenes. Geats was so successful that it even received a Blu-ray release in America. 2022 also gave us the reimagining of the legendary Kamen Rider Black story with Black Sun on Prime Video. A much more violent and politically charged take on the classic series that took its own liberties with the source material. This series celebrates the 35th anniversary of Kamen Rider Black, serving as an example of just how iconic and legendary that series was. And did I mention it's really bloody? There's a lot from this show that I can't even show you on YouTube. '22 also gave us the direct anime sequel to Kamen Rider Double in Futo Pi. This series follows Shotaro and Philip as they solve crimes and do Kamen Rider things in a post-museum world. Double is extremely popular, and the success of Futo Pi raises hopes that maybe someday the fandom will be treated to anime adaptations of more Kamen Rider series. And this show is even getting a film release this coming November. In 2022, we also got the O's 10th anniversary movie, the 10th Core Medal of Fate, in which Eiji's story would come to an end, and many fans were quite unhappy about how it ended. I've had people tell me in the comments that in Japan people were crying in the theaters. Regardless of how you feel, this was a historically significant Kamen Rider project. 2022 brought us Avataro's Sentai Don Brothers, one of the most unique Sentais of all time due to it being based off of the legend of Momotaro. Don Brothers captivated fans with its high levels of energy and signature style. The Rangers here are based on different animals from the legend, and several of which are portrayed exclusively by CGI, a first for the franchise. Interestingly enough, this show was originally marketed as a sequel to Zenkaiger, something that hadn't happened since Sun Vulcan in 1981. For Don Brothers, Toei was focused on mixing up traditional Ranger roles, with the Pink Ranger being male, and the Rangers have visually unique powers due to the freedom that CGI animation provides. Don Brothers was the first show in the franchise with brothers in the title. Now we look at the evil Rangers from the group Noto. Featured within Dawn Brothers, this group is made up of a species from planet Ideon, and they use the brainwaves of humans as a source of food, treating them as cattle. Among this group were Sonoshi, Sonogo, and Sonoroku, as well as the transformed Noto who would later become good in Sonoi, Sononi, and Sonoza. The characters featured atypical Ranger suit designs that were very different from one another and the Dawn Brothers. These characters provided a huge amount of story within the show, and they played a key role in the final arc. Dawn Brothers also had future Don Morisame. He made a short but memorable appearance that saw him travel back in time from the future to take on his modern-day counterpart.
君もさ、戦士じゃないの？アバターチェンジ。
Dawn Brothers used the Dawn Blaster, a gun transformation device. It worked similarly to Zenkaiger's Gyartlinger, but the gears were attached to the side this time. This show also featured the Ryuko no Geki, a spear and axe used by Don Dorogoku and Don Torobolt. We also had the Ninjark sword used by Don Murasame. This transformation featured some really stylish traditional Japanese art, which was really fitting for a season based on a Japanese folktale.
It's morphin' time!
Dino Fury Key! Activate! Link to Morphin Grid!
Power Rangers Dino Fury used the creatively named Dino Fury Morpher and was based on U-Soldier. The morph features flowing energy effects and holographic dinos in a really dynamic sequence. In 2023, Godzilla -1 premiered as a highly anticipated theatrical release, marking a return to the dark, serious tone of the original 1954 film. Directed by Takashi Yamazaki, the film reimagines Godzilla as an overwhelming force of nature, devastating post-war Japan and confronting humanity with the full scale of his destructive power. The story follows a group of survivors as they struggle to cope with Godzilla's sudden emergence, highlighting the fear, chaos, and societal collapse caused by the monster. Unlike lighter or spectacle-driven entries, this film emphasizes human drama and realism, echoing the original film's anti-nuclear themes while exploring new psychological and societal impacts of Godzilla's appearance. The cast features prominent Japanese actors, who deliver grounded performances that anchor the film's epic destruction with human emotion. Godzilla's design is imposing and terrifying, blending traditional suitmation-inspired aesthetics with modern visual effects to create a creature that's familiar but terrifying. Godzilla -1 was praised for its gritty atmosphere, visual style, and serious storytelling, earning it acclaim from critics and longtime fans alike. Its release proved that the King of Monsters can still inspire fear more than 70 years after his debut. In 2023, a new short film was released called Godzilla vs. Megalon, bringing one of Godzilla's most iconic adversaries back into the spotlight. This installment pits Godzilla against Megalon, the giant insect kaiju, in a fast-paced, action-packed battle. In this story, Megalon emerges from the depths to wreak havoc on a coastal city, and Godzilla rises to confront him, unleashing his atomic breath and overwhelming power in a showdown that's pure spectacle. Much like previous shorts, this film was made with a mix of classic Toku techniques and modern technology, while refining Megalon's design to be more threatening than ever. Godzilla vs. Megalon entertained the fanbase and continued the success of Toho's Godzilla short films. Next up was another short called Godzilla Fest 4 Operation Jet Jaguar. This film brought back the King of Monsters in a project that leaned into the nostalgia and spectacle that the series had become known for. The story follows Godzilla as he faces a threat to a Japanese city, only to be joined by Jet Jaguar, the classic robot from the Showa era. Together they fight to protect humanity, delivering a fun and action-packed kaiju showdown with the style and energy of the classic monster films. Premiering during Godzilla Fest 4, this fast-paced short film paid homage to Toho's long legacy, and it was a respectful callback to the Showa era. In 2023, Monarch Legacy of Monsters debuted as a live-action TV series that expanded on the universe established in Legendary's Monsterverse. The show follows the Monarch Organization, a scientific group dedicated to studying and monitoring titans around the world, as they uncover new threats and confront the ongoing consequences of humanity's encounters with these ancient creatures. The series focuses on a mix of returning and new characters, including scientists, field agents, and Titan specialists, whose discoveries bring them face to face with massive monsters, from Godzilla himself to all new kaiju. Each episode balances human drama with huge Titan encounters, highlighting the danger, awe, and mystery surrounding these powerful creatures. Produced and filmed in a similar way to Legendary's Monsterverse movies, this series maintains the epic scale and visual intensity of the films while exploring stories that wouldn't fit in a theatrical release. Fans are treated to nods and Easter eggs from the broader Monsterverse, creating a sense of continuity and expanding the mythology of Godzilla, Kong, and their fellow Titans. Monarch Legacy of Monsters has been praised for its deep world-building, suspenseful storytelling, and exciting creature sequences. The series builds upon the Monsterverse, ensuring that Godzilla's reign as the King of Monsters continues across both the big and small screens. "2023 was the year of Ultraman Blazar, marking the 60th anniversary of Tsuburaya Productions. Ginto Hiruma is the leader of the Scarred, Special Kaiju Reaction Detachment, who becomes Blazar. Featuring a blue crystallized scar on his face, Blazar was one of the most unique looking Ultras of all time. Blazar was a cool and exciting season that really leaned into the sci-fi aspects of Ultraman in a way that we hadn't seen in years. "2023 brought us Kamen Rider Gotchard, a lighthearted and fun rider season focusing on Hotaro Ichinose, also known as Kamen Rider Gotchard. This series brought with it a new alchemy theme and a return to cards being used by the riders, in addition to fun creatures called Kimis. This story explores the lives of Hotaro and his friend Rin Kudo as they seek to capture the Kimis. After some more serious projects, Gotchard was a season that had a few shortcomings in terms of story beats and character development, but historically the franchise tends to ebb and flow between lighthearted kid-friendly seasons and darker seasons with more mature stories. Gotchard leans more towards being a kid-friendly season, like I just described, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing, and some fans might even view it as a positive. 2023 also gave us the incredibly stylish love letter to the original Kamen Rider series in the form of Shin Kamen Rider, another reimagining to celebrate the franchise's 50th anniversary. This movie set out to take everything that made the original series great and dial it up to 11. The look, tone, style, and music are all faithfully recreated here, with a new layer of flair and high production values that only time and a large budget can provide. This movie tells a story that's a combination of several story beats from throughout the original series, and these elements are all stitched together in a really entertaining way. It's obvious that the people involved in making this movie had a ton of love for the franchise, and they put their hearts into making it. 2023 was the year of royalty with the regal Osama Sentai King Ogier. This season featured a team of rangers that are all rulers of their respective kingdoms. King Ozure was the very first Sentai season to be themed around insects, and their suits are more armored than in previous seasons. They also featured a half cape, reminiscent of a scarf, making them look somewhat similar to a Kamen Rider. This season also featured the most CGI ever by far, with it being used for nearly every background, as well as the mecha and some characters.
You got it! Ozure!
This show delivered some cool new ideas to the Sentai franchise, and was received generally pretty well by the fans, especially in Japan. Next up is Hurrikenja de Gozaru Shushuto 20th Anniversary, a huge new 20th anniversary project for Hurrikenja taking place in the Edo period. This movie focuses heavily on the predecessors of the Hurrikenjers and the Galraigers as they engage in conflict over the protection of Princess Teruhime and the Ascension Stone that she possesses. Eventually, this movie sees Rangers from the Edo period as well as from the modern day crossing over with each other, and it makes for a very interesting take on the Hurrikenjer formula. After this, we got the Aba Ranger 20th Anniversary movie, The Unforgivable Abare. This takes place 20 years after Aba Ranger, and it places these Rangers into a world that doesn't necessarily view them as heroes, making for a very interesting new take on their story. King Ozure featured Rakyules, also known as Okuwagata Ozure. When we're first introduced to Rakyules, he's the cruel and unfeeling ruler of Shugodom, obsessed with his own power and threatened by the presence of his half-brother Gira, who would become Kuwagata Ozure. Although he initially appears as a power-hungry ruler, motivated solely by power, over time his motivation would become less clear. His later story arcs would be filled with nuance and misdirection to keep the audience interested. Later, he would even align himself with the King Ozures in battle. Rakyules has a similar suit design to Gira's, but it was all silver. He was played by Masato Yano, who appeared in Kamen Rider Agito when he was just a child. Rakyules developed into a complex and nuanced character over time, after initially being portrayed as just a petty and power-hungry king. King Ozure used the Ozure Caliber, another sword that doubles as a transformation device. The Rangers activated different switches during transformation, giving the Ozure Caliber a bit of unique character. And we also had the Kumono Slayer, a short sword / transformation device used by Spider Kumonos. This transformation and roll call had a royal flair, and the callouts are some of my favorites in the series.
It's morphin' time! Cosmic Orb! Link to Morphin Bridge!
Power Rangers Cosmic Fury featured a similar transformation sequence, but with new suits, new Rangers, and a new device called the Cosmic Morpher.
Cosmic Fury Power!
To be honest, these suits are not my favorite, but the morph had a decent amount of energy and it was entertaining to watch. "2024 brought fans Heir to the Steel Armor, another Hyuga vs. GARO project, celebrating the 10th anniversary of The One Who Shines in the Darkness. In this series, Hyuga learns from Makai priestess Koyori that the ancient gate of destruction is about to open. This gate was responsible for unleashing chaos upon the earth and was only closed due to many people sacrificing their lives. Together, they go to Krie City, where Hyuga battles a horror and encounters another Makai knight named Soma. The pair of Makai knights would seek a means to close this gate, with the typical great writing and over-the-top action that the series is known for. Heir to the Steel Armor was another excellent continuation of the series that set the stage for even more great GARO projects in the future. In 2024, Godzilla and Kong: The New Empire was released as part of Legendary's Monsterverse, continuing the epic saga that had been building since 2014. Directed by Adam Wingard, the film brings together two of cinema's most iconic monsters for another globe-spanning adventure, combining high-stakes action with world-building that expands the history of the Titans. The story follows Godzilla and Kong as they confront a new, mysterious threat that emerges from the depths of the Hollow Earth, challenging their dominance. Humans, including returning characters and new allies, are caught in the chaos, working to survive while uncovering secrets about Titan origins and the fragile balance of nature. The film features over-the-top battles across miniature cities, massive landscapes, and subterranean worlds, blending practical effects, motion capture, and CGI to deliver spectacle on an unprecedented scale. Godzilla's atomic breath and Kong's strength are pushed to their limits, while new Titans add danger and excitement to the Monsterverse. Godzilla and Kong: The New Empire was well received for its excellent action sequences and emotional stakes, strengthening the franchise's reputation even further. Its release set the stage for the next era of Titan storytelling, reinforcing Godzilla and Kong as the ultimate icons of cinematic monster culture. In 2024, Godzilla Fest 5 Battle of the Monsters premiered. This installment brought together multiple fan-favorite kaiju for a huge showdown, showcasing Godzilla as he faced off against some of his most iconic rivals ever. When several monsters emerge simultaneously, Godzilla rises to confront them, unleashing his atomic breath and immense power in fast-paced, destructive battles that pay homage to the classic kaiju films of the Showa and Millennium eras. This short showcases monster action and spectacle, with minimal human narrative, focusing entirely on Godzilla's role as the king of monsters. Battle of the Monsters reaffirmed Godzilla's lasting legacy, proving that even in a brief, festival-focused film, the king of monsters can absolutely dominate screens and captivate audiences worldwide.
Ta-da! Ultraman, the ultimate babysitter.
2024 brought another Ultraman project on Netflix, this time an animated movie called Ultraman Rising, focusing on a baseball player named Ken Sato who transforms into Ultraman and cares for a baby Gigantron. Due to circumstances in Ken's life, he has to overcome his own demons and become a hero.
Ken, she thinks you are her mother.
Ultraman Rising was Tsuburaya and Netflix's attempt to create an animated Ultraman film for the whole family, and fans received this project well, opening the door for similar projects in the future. The Ultraman franchise continued in 2024 with Ultraman Arc. Ultraman Arc follows Yuma Hise, an investigator of a group called SKIP, or Scientific Kaiju Investigation and Prevention Center. Using the Arc Ariser, Yuma transforms into Arc. Ultraman Arc looks like a very early Ultra, but form changing results in him looking insanely futuristic and unique. It's a nice contrast. Ultraman Arc has continued the incredible legacy of Ultraman, while adding its own unique elements to the formula at the same time. And now, in 2024, at the time of making this video, we finally have a look at the next rider coming up in Kamen Rider Gav, a snack-themed rider whose catchphrase is, "Sweets and evil, I'll eat them up." He has a unique purple, blue, and yellow color scheme, along with some other cool-looking forms. And if history is any indicator, this will be another big year for Kamen Rider. 2024 brought us Bakuage Sentai Boom Boomger, another vehicle-themed Sentai. This show delivers a heavy dose of slapstick humor and wackiness, and also features two of the rarest Ranger colors in Sentai history, with Boon Orange and Boon Violet. Boom Boomger delivers a fun, laid-back tone that never takes itself too seriously. Though this series has been somewhat divisive within the community, only time will tell what the legacy of Boom Boomger will be. 2024 2024 also delivered the fun 20th anniversary project of Deca Ranger, with Deca Ranger 20th Fireball Booster. This movie had an exciting new mystery story that fits right into the Deca Ranger universe. We were also treated to an awesome looking new form for Deca Red called Premier Deca Red, and a satisfying twist that would send the audience home happy. Even after 20 years, Deca Ranger was still hilarious, charming, and one of the most loved Sentais of all time. Recently, Kaku Ranger fans were treated to the 30th anniversary project of Kaku Ranger, titled Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger Act 3 Middle Age Struggles. Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger Kenzan! This is the first 30th anniversary film of the franchise, and it would see the Rangers reprise their roles from the original series. And to see these classic Rangers reprise their roles was an absolute treat. Kaku Ranger was the very first Ninja Sentai, and is extremely deserving of the 30th anniversary treatment. In Boom Boomger, a monster called Camera Groomer created fake versions of Boon Pink, Black, and Orange, and they of course would battle against the real Rangers. Like typical fake Rangers, they had a really short lifespan, lasting for only one episode before being defeated. Boon Boomger used several devices to transform. The starting 3 Rangers used the Boom Boom Changer, meant to look like a speedometer. Boon Black and Boon Orange both use the Boon Boom Change Axe that could function as a transformation device or of course as an axe. Boon Violet used the Boon Boom Controller, a device that looks like a game controller that could also function as a bow. This sequence reminds me a bit of Go-Onger, but they definitely added some new elements. Next up was the Gojuger anniversary discussion. In this 10-minute web special, Goju Wolf sits at a conference table alongside Gokai Red, Zen Kaiser, Kamen Rider Decade, and Kamen Rider Legend, all debating whether Gojuger deserves to be called an anniversary season. Captain Marvelous argues that it's only the 49th Sentai team, not a special milestone like the 35th or 45th, and Legend says that anniversary should align with the number of years that have passed, explaining that Kamen Rider Revice marked the 50th year. Tensions rise as they poke fun at one another's names and anniversary claims. Zen Kaiser reluctantly gets 46 added to his helmet, and Marvelous cracks jokes at the expense of the other heroes. But in the end, Goju Wolf is embraced as part of the Anniversary 5. Gojuger features a new character named Kuon, general of the No One World Bredon, who transforms into Ring Hunter Garyudo, a unique looking ranger whose suit is black with a red X on the chest. He's played by an actor who goes simply by the name Kurama. 2025 Super Sentai series called Gojuger features a device called the Tegasword, a bladed gauntlet that can be used as a weapon. I'm really enjoying Gojuger's transformation. It's fresh, festive, and lighthearted, so it'll be cool to see how this evolves. So there you have it, the complete history of Toku. Let me know who your favorite Toku character is in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, it would mean a ton to me if you smack the shit out of that like button. Subscribe if you want to see more videos like this. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next time.